Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. My name is Kismet. It says right here on my shirt. Welcome, everybody. Also says on my overseer's desk right over there. They call me Overseer Kismet or the Wayside Tycoon. As you might have noticed, I got a haircut. Oh my gosh, it was feeling long and scraggly. I was thinking to myself yesterday, how did I ever stand having really long hair when I was young? I had actually really long hair in a ponytail. It was the coolest thing though, because girls would all be massively attracted because I had like a big lion's mane, and they want to touch my hair all the time, which is very weird having just random people come and touch your hair. And that's okay, cute ladies come up and give me their number to touch my hair. I'm cool with that. But when the dudes start touching your hair, that's when you're like, whoa, bro, hey, boundaries, bro, boundaries. No touching my hair. That's too weird. I don't know how I stood it. First, it's too hot because it like makes the back of your head like on fire. And it's been like 100 degrees here in Tennessee. So I was like, oh, gosh, I can't stand anymore. I've got to go in there. So I wore my mask and I went in there and I cut my hair. And then I immediately got out of there and I didn't touch anything. I try not to touch anything. I try not to breathe on anybody. I try not to really go outside right now because I'm highly susceptible when I get ill. It goes on forever for me. So I would have some serious problems should I catch the corona going around right now. So I'm trying to be very, very careful. My kids are being very careful. They wear their masks to school. They disinfect everything every single day. We disinfect all the doorknobs and everything as well. In an effort to save not only ourselves, but also other people out there in the world, because we care about other people. I know it's like a weird revelation in life that it's not just about you. I know for some people they still haven't learned that one yet, but hey, I do what I can, especially drinking water. Nothing like some nice ice cold water, tasty. I got 2 of them today. I said, I'm gonna drink a lot of water today, that's for sure. Now I did pull muscle in my back on this side yesterday. I could barely sit upright, and I was like, nope, there's no way I'm gonna be able to do it. So I tried to send a message to everybody, and then I started having power problems again, and then my Wi-Fi wasn't working again. It was just one thing after another. And then I had to do all that stuff, so I had to go early yesterday because I had a bunch of stuff I had to run around, and they're working on the house and all sorts of stuff, everybody. I was moving furniture the other day. That's how I pulled my back because I had some really heavy stuff. As I discovered, and then we had to move all that around. That's typically everybody's life, right? There's always some sort of problem to solve, some sort of issue. I was having trouble with my Wi-Fi yesterday. My kids are in there, and they got to do like a Zoom call with the Girl Scouts, because they're doing like the Girl Scouts. Instead of they have a meeting online now, which is cool because if you think about it, it's really neat how people can adapt to that kind of stuff. And we have the technology now to adapt to that stuff, which it was very lucky because when I was a kid, if that happened, bro, you ain't going to school. That's just basically, you ain't going to get to learn. You won't be able to go to work. You won't be able to, converse with other people. In my day, you'd be completely cut off from the rest of the world. But luckily today we have technology where we can do that. And it kind of also pushes forward, I think, humanity a little bit in such a way that it proves that you could work from home and you could do all of these things from home and from whatnot. It kind of sucks you just can't go out and have a pizza with your family, though, at the actual place. But such is the way it goes. Like I went and got a Subway sandwich, which is right next to where I get my hair cut. And we've been getting our hair cut in the same place for 16 years. A fantastic lady who does her hair, does everybody's hair, the whole entire family. I go in there and I just grab a Subway sandwich, but I go in there and I'm like, okay, is there people in here? It's like I have to be real careful because I don't know, people who don't care about other people just go around without a mask and they're like, screw you, it's my freedom and whatnot. Yeah, it's your freedom, but it's also the death of somebody else. And that's pretty cold-hearted and self-centered. So yeah, look out for that. So some people coming out of certain restaurants. I was about to mention the name of the restaurant, but I like the restaurant. But just completely don't care. Completely don't care about others. I feel like that kind of selfishness is a sad thing. That's like, it makes you like a level 0 human being. You haven't leveled up yet. Me, I'm high level in real life. So let's get into it, everybody. Today we're going to play some Satisfactory. We're going to have a great old time running our factory. Right now I'm watching it run. It's really cool to watch all the stuff kind of feed into the thing. And we've got all of our basics that we want to get started. We have our basic side, and then we have our more advanced side that we're going to be working on today. We're going to work with our space elevator today and all of that. And hopefully get some 7 Days to Die in tonight, barring any further stuff. My back's still a little sore. But I was very well rested. I went to sleep, man. Right as I sent a message, I said, okay. Sent a message on Twitter. I sent a message on my phone and all of that. I said, okay, I'm calling off the stream and all of that. And apparently only the Twitter message went out. It didn't go onto my Discord, which I sent it to the general chat. I sent it to my mod chat. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, it just showed up this morning. There it is. Yeah. Oh, great job, iPhone. Yeah, great job, iPhone. I just showed up right now, 8:59 a.m. September 9th. That's today, right? Disregard that because that was for last night. So it just kicked in. I was having trouble with my Wi-Fi, and I was just fooling with it. I got it working. So apparently now it's all working again. I guess I could have went back to cell, but I didn't know at the time that the Wi-Fi wasn't working, so I thought it had sent. Apparently not till this morning, so I'm actually just going to delete that message off of there. And then also sent it to my mods, which apparently didn't send it to my mods, but at least it went out on Twitter, so they did eventually find it on Twitter. My mods are super smart and do it. But there's a standing rule in my stream also. If I don't show up within 10 minutes after a stream starts, or if I don't show up within 10 minutes after a meeting starts, to just call it, because most likely something in my real life has happened, like I've overslept, or I had an emergency, or whatever it is. It's an instant call off because I do have medical conditions, and those medical conditions sometimes cause me to run behind or whatever it is. And if they call it off and then I show up 11 minutes after, that's fine. That's okay. Sometimes that'll happen. I would rather them not hanging out for an hour waiting for me to show up. This way, everybody's cool. Everybody's cool if something like that happens. So, yeah, that message about calling off the stream popped up just after you sent one of the stream started. I know, huh? Yeah, no, I'm not calling off the stream. Not today. That was last night. But it does say 9 a.m., so I don't know. It's something to do with my Wi-Fi. I got to call the Wi-Fi people and tell them to get it working and whatnot. It goes through my main internet peeps, so I got to call them up and figure out what's going on. But it seems to be working in the morning, so we'll see. If it works all day today, we're good. I hope my internet didn't go back off again. Very rarely, by the way, does my internet go off now. I got to give them credit for that. It really... Uh-oh, now I'm going to jinx myself. Cross the fingers, rub the invisible rabbit foot. Let's try to counter that. Let's not talk about that subject, or that'll happen. Murphy's Law. Let's go ahead and say hello to everybody in chat, and let's get into it. That's Mr. Non-You coming in, saying that cookie love, going to lurker mode. Thank you very much, Mr. Non-You. I appreciate all your lurker love and hanging out in the channel always. My Osmod Yankee coming in this morning, backing me up as well. Thank you, Yankee, for being here. And of course, Rotisserie G, afternoon to you. Good morning to Yankee. Some people, it's evening to them right now. Me, it's about 9:14 a.m. We're going to get it on. We're going to be doing some more battles today. Sorry, I want to do battles all week long, but, IRL, I have, see, some people have what they call the train life. And the train life is where it just goes around the track. It's nice and smooth and even and, just the same thing every day, right? That's some people's life. Kismet on the other end, roller coaster, woo-hoo-hoo, up and down we go every single day, loop-de-de-loop-de-de-loops and spirals and all sorts of crazy roller coaster style life. That's pretty much my life, my whole life. Very rare have I ever had any pocket of just even. I think when I first met my my future wife, girlfriend at the time, did my life kind of even out, where I spent a little less time working and a lot more time spending with her, and then I kind of eased up a little bit because I was gung-ho, bro. I was 18 hours a day, 20 hours a day. Even if I wasn't at work, I was doing design and whatnot. I was all in, man. I did like 30 years worth of work. I'm not kidding. Like 30 years worth of work in my 20s. That's how hardcore of a worker I was. And I just loved it. I just lived it every single minute. And some people do that. They live it because they love to do it. And when you find a passion of something, it's hard to ease up on that thing. Especially like gaming. Some people are so passionate about it that they play World of Warcraft 18, 20 hours a day. You gotta ease up a little there, bro. There's all this other stuff in life as well to enjoy along the way. When you're sitting on your deathbed, you're going to say, man, I sure wish I worked more. And actually, someone told me that, a good friend of mine, who also told me I'd be a great guy if I wasn't such an a-hole, a good friend of mine. I said, in your last days, Kismet, you're not going to wish you work more. You're going to wish you spent more time with your girlfriend, more time with your family, more time doing other things like going to the river and surfing and doing all of that stuff than working. And he was right. He was a real smart dude and still is to this day. Super smart dude and still a great guy. Oh man, it's make me a little nostalgic. Give me one of those little heart patters, if you know what I mean. When you meet people like that who care about you, right? Care about enough to tell you to you straight, but not as an a-hole. They're not being mean, but they're just making some observations and they're just like, I love you, but hey, let me just little something, little something. Let me tell you a little something, right? And I appreciate that kind of honesty. And I like those kind of people that are not just yes men, right? They're just like, oh, you're so wonderful. You're so awesome. Oh, yeah, everything you do is just the greatest thing, right? Now, the people who tell you for real, and those are typically people like your parents, your good friends, maybe people that you met along the way, the real people that you like, who you met while you're working and whatnot. Peers of yours who you appreciate and who are great at what they do. Those kind of people are rare to find, and I cherish those people. I cherish people around me. I cherish people because I may not be around tomorrow, everybody. I'm not kidding either. I'm not kidding. I may not be here tomorrow. So, alive. Not just here on the stream, but alive. So I take every day as it is. And try to do my best to bring little moments of joy here in the stream. That's what my stream's all about. An afternoon, yes, everything is fine, no problem here. This is offline. I know, huh? Right? That's the standard Kismet stream, man. We've gone like 10 minutes here and nothing's gone off the rails yet, but you just wait. You just wait. That's just constantly something going off the rails here. Microphone or camera or internet or the game or me falling off and dying or, some crazy thing going to happen today for sure. You just wait for it. You watch it. It'll happen here in just a few minutes. I think it's like being the frantic railroad track laying from Wallace and Gromit. Oh, I love Wallace and Gromit. One of my favorite animations of all time. I was so into animation when I was a kid as well. I loved animation. I'm still into it to this day. What am I saying when I was a kid? I'm still into awesome animations today. I love Wallace and Gromit. I've watched all of them for sure. I love all of that. So yeah, Rotisserie G, fantastic reference there. Yeah, that is very much like that, where he's laying down the track as you're actually going down the train. Yeah, I can see that happening. Yeah, that's actually pretty much life, right? The track is being laid down as you're going. You choose in which direction it goes, which switches you go off of and whatnot. And you can control it sometimes, but sometimes life itself gives you a push in a certain direction that you didn't know. Case in point, streaming. I was a graphic designer, been a graphic designer for 30 years. It didn't even cross my mind to ever become a streamer, but, life gave me a little push, and I said, well, I can't do this anymore. What else could I do, right? I really do love gaming. I love to talk to people in chat, as you guys know, because I've been talking to you for 15 minutes now. How do I find something else that gets me out of the bed every day? It doesn't have to necessarily make me a rich man. It doesn't have to necessarily make me the #1 Twitch star of all time. I'm 50 years old. I'm not going to spend 18, 20 hours a day every day like some of these streamers at the cost of my family and wife and friends. I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to. I don't want to. But if I have a little modicum of success because of my perseverance, because of all the outpouring of love, like become a Twitch partner, which I've already done, thanks to all of you, and a lot of hard work from me too. Don't discredit your hard work as well, everybody. Make sure to acknowledge it, but not in a way where you're acting like I'm the best thing that ever was. Be humble about it, but also don't disregard your hard work. Because some of us don't have it easy. Some of us have to put the work in to make the stuff happen. And I'm that person. I'm the person that has to reread that same paragraph 10 times until I understand, or 20 times, or how many ever times it takes to do that. I gotta write the stuff out 100 times. That's what I used to do as a kid. I used to write out math problems 100 times to learn them. I'd write stuff out over and over and over. It's called learning or being smart by pure force of will, not because it just magically happens. Like when people ask me technical problems and I have the answer like this, it's not because I'm so super smart that I just can instantly solve problems. It's because I've seen the problem before and I took all the time it took, the hour, 2 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, 50 hours it took to solve that problem. And now that problem is very similar to this other problem, and I'm able to solve both of those together. So know that you're not the only one that has it hard, everybody. That you have to put a ton of effort into it to do even the simplest thing. Maybe you want to learn piano. Maybe you want to learn how to sing. Maybe you want to learn to be a lawyer or a doctor or whatever it is. When you wake up in the morning, you say, I sure wish I was. That's most likely the thing that you should go and be. If you got a passion for it, you should chase that passion, because you know what? There ain't nothing worse than working in a job your entire life that you don't enjoy. But don't quit your day job, though. Keep that day job so that you can provide yourself and your family some of that security, but not at the cost of your long-term goals as well. I always wanted to be a graphic designer, and I went all in, and I was lucky I discovered it when I was young. I was talking to a kid on the block here who wants to get into gaming potentially and get into programming gaming. And I said, you got to be all in. You got to be passionate about what you want to do. And I told him the thing I talk about on the stream all the time. Do a bunch of stuff that you don't know what you want to do. And that you know that maybe you might not like. And then the second you do that thing, you know that's not the thing you want to do, right? The process of elimination. You do a bunch of stuff that you find out that you hate and you don't want to do for the rest of your life, like dishwashing or digging ditches or whatever it is. Hey, if you like dishwashing, hey, more power to you. I'm not going to put you down for being a dishwasher or digging ditches or whatever it is. Those things are all needed too in the world. But if that's not your thing, you're going to know it right away. You're going to be like, that's not me. Like me, I don't want to be a programmer. I know programming. I could do programming. I could figure it out. I've done a lot of HTML programming. I've done basic programming and all that kind of programming. It's the language that makes all the things like Twitch right here that work, but it just bores me to death. It's just not my thing. But it's okay for me not to like it and someone else to be passionate about it. It's okay for someone not to like the same thing as you. Right? In fact, that's what makes it great, because I've got certain skills, maybe graphic skills and whatnot, and you've got awesome programming skills, and we combine those skills, and man, it's going to be way better than it would be if we didn't, right? We combine both those skills together, because I find that people are typically either logical side or creative side. Me, I'm lucky I got both. Thank you for the roll of the dice that made that happen. I got a little bit of both that allows me to do both those things. I actually failed programming, by the way. I failed programming. You know why? Because I was too busy drawing all the time. And the most annoying thing that would annoy my teacher, and I think back how incredibly rude I was when I was young, that he would call on me, and I wouldn't do the homework at all. I was so bad in that class. I would sit there and I would draw. I was so obsessed with drawing at that time. He would call on me for the answer, whatever it is, and I'd look up at the board, and I would have no studying. I wouldn't have looked. I wasn't listening to what he was saying. I'd look up on the board, and I'd look, and I'd say, 37. And then I'd look back, and he'd be stunned. He'd be stunned that I knew the answer without any practice or anything or whatever it was, because I knew about programming, because I've been in computers before he even started being a computer teacher. And he's like, wow. He's like, and he would tell me, he's like, how do you know that? And I said, oh, I've been in computers forever. I already know programming or whatever. But I actually failed the class. He failed me because I never participated, not because I didn't know the subject. So watch out for that. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that was a thing, that they could fail you because you didn't participate in the chat and the thing and didn't turn your homework in. I knew the answers and whatnot, and that gave me a little dash of reality. So I actually give some credit to that teacher who didn't just let me slide by, who said, hey, I'm going to give you a little reality check, bro. I'm going to give you a little reality check that you can't just slide through the class and not do the work. And so I learned that lesson and then never did that again. Never did that again after that. And again, that's sometimes you learn it the hard way. Don't learn it the hard way, everybody. Don't do that. It's very disrespectful to your teachers. I don't know what I was doing in that class. I don't know what kind of phase I was going through in my life. That is incredibly disrespectful to the teacher, incredibly disrespectful to everybody else in the class, especially if you have a talent for that particular thing. I just wasn't interested in it, and they put me in the class when I wanted to go into the airbrushing. And they wouldn't let me go into airbrushing. They put me into that class instead because they thought, well, yeah, you're a computer guy. You should go into computer programming. I didn't want to go into that class. I wanted to go in the airbrushing. I wanted to go in the sculpting. I wanted to go into the computer graphics and whatnot. I started the computer graphics, by the way, for that whole entire school. I was the very first one. And got awarded for that, by the way, too. All the smart kids. You know, the smart kids, they all get all these awards at the end of the year. Not me. I got only one award, and it was computer graphics. I was the very first one, way back in the day, before anybody even knew that was a whole field you could go into. Yeah, long ago. So yeah, very fun. So we're talking it up a little bit here, but I think it's time for some games. What do you guys think? Let's do it. Man, I love talking to you guys. It always makes me feel better every day. Let's do it. All right, let's take a big swig of water and let's get back to our factory. Now, look, I've been watching this. It's pretty cool because it's running all the different parts of my factory into here. And as certain items backfill or finish filling it up, it will actually just run. Now, you can just set up your factory like this and then leave and just let it run, and it will continuously make all of those items. And I meant to let it run the other day, but I got so sidetracked and so busy with other stuff. But we're just letting this stuff run and fill up all of these containers. And I've got a bunch of these containers all the way across here. And you can see it's feeding in wire over here. You can see it's feeding in our cable and screws coming down. So you can see the screws sliding forward as it uses up some of the screws and then stops when those screws are full. We have 4 boxes of screws. We have 3 in the lower area and then 1 up on top that we can access from either side. We just finished doing our steel yesterday, and we finished doing our other kind of more advanced. You can see our reinforced iron plates going there. And then also you'll see right over here, you're going to see some modular frames eventually show up there. Let's wait for that. Come on, modular frames. I know you're going to come down the line here in a minute. Come on. Oh, there they go. There they go, right down there. It might be a little hard for you guys to see. It's a little small for you guys, but it's going into there. So every single one of these resources, all the what I call the basic resources that you learn within the first 4 tiers are running. Now, there's actually some other resources that are in those first 4 tiers that are not running right now, which we're going to get into today. We're going to get those fired up, and we're also going to start working on our tiers beyond tier 4 and working on our space elevator. I just put those up temporarily just so you guys can see all the cool factory stuff running, and we got it all running into here, right over here into all of these. So we're going to go over here and take a look at what we worked on yesterday, and that's we're working on taking the resources out of here, running those resources up and across and into here. Now, these are producing reinforced iron plates. Now, a portion of these reinforced iron plates are going up and across, and then it goes all the way down over there and then circles back around into those boxes. Some of these reinforced iron plates are going forward and being split in half, and then those are going into our modular frames. So we've got our modular frames going there. We've got our reinforced iron plates going here. Then over on this side, we kind of cut in a little bit of our basics here. Which is our limestone now going into there. And then up here on the top, we can see it there for a second. Come on, there we go. Is our steel beams. And those are feeding in there. Now, steel beams are kind of going a little bit behind. And the reason why is because I'm still waiting for all the steel beams to backfill. And when they backfill, then this is really going to be going at full production. Right now, going at a kind of a reduced production. So I'm going to go ahead and just manually feed some of the steel beams in there to keep it going. Now we've done, and these are encased industrial beams. So these are all your basics. Now, if you can do your basics all from one coal node, then you've done it right. If you can do every one of these resources that I have set up from one coal node or one set of coal plants, then you are styling. And that is exactly what I've done. Probably my most efficient start to any game ever. Look at this. We have everything producing, not offline, all online, all automatic. We could basically just let this run, and it would fill up all the boxes with every single resource that we need to go to the next level. Now, there is 2 other resources that we are currently not using or not in our production. We're going to try to get that going today. Let's go upstairs and let's take a look. Oh, or we're going to miss it. How about that? Get in our hypertube. There we go. Let's go up here and see what else we need to add to our thing. Now, we're going to actually add it to the other side. We've got a whole bunch of boxes just sitting here in place. Now, another thing we want to add is called the Mega Sorter. It's one of my signature things that I do. And that is to take all of these resources here and have them automatically sort, or if there's overflow, to automatically take that overflow and get rid of it, right, into the awesome sink, so that I don't need more than 4 boxes of any resource at any given time. There's no reason to have that much stuff. Because it becomes a nightmare to manage it, right? And I think the Awesome Sink is one of my favorite things they've added, because what happens is all of a sudden you got 150 boxes full of coal, right? And you're like, God, what am I doing with this coal? I don't want to sit here and delete each and every thing, right? I would rather it auto-delete it, and that's what I consider the Awesome Sink to do, is like a garbage disposal or an auto-deleter. Just go in there and delete it, but you also get tickets for it. Now, when you get those tickets, you can use those tickets to unlock things like walls and doors and other things that opened up all these specialty things, especially pieces you can add later on, which I think is a fantastic way of integrating it actually into the game. It's not a pay-to-win thing or anything like that. It's just a fun way of managing it. Now, I've got a whole bunch of plates here into this one. And what do we got here? Rods and this stuff. Now, I could tell you that my rods and screws and all that stuff is already full. Maybe some wire. We could maybe put some wire in there. Let's see, more plates. Let's get those out of there. Things that I think that could go back into the boxes over here. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at our plate. So we're just going to kind of organize our stuff to get started. This is always a great way to get started in any game, is just to organize your materials, right? That one's already full there. Let's say over here, well, how are we doing on that? That one's full, and so on. And we're like, well, Kismet, how are you going to feed those into the box? Well, the way I would feed those in the box is I would actually feed them in from down below. So I'm just going to use my skates here to kind of jump my way down like that without injuring myself. And then all the way down here we go. Okay. Now, right here is where I would feed in this, and then it will actually take it and feed it upwards toward the up part of my base. And it really does help a lot when you have this kind of thing where you can just drop it in a certain box, and it helps you a lot. Now, on this side, we can see it's still feeding it in over here, all of this, so we'll put all of that in there. And if we need it, we can just take it out of the box up on the top. Same thing with our thing. Now, it'd be nice to have some way of knowing it down here on what's in each of these boxes. I would love it if it had a sign right on the side there. Instead of that light, it would have a sign that says, this is this thing, right? It's, you know, plates or iron rods or whatever. I feel like that would be and it would automatically tell you whatever it was. And if it was mixed, if it was a mixed thing, it would just say mixed, right? So it would say whatever the resource is or mixed. Now, that's a good thing. There might be a mod out there for it. Modders are so incredibly smart. I'm sure there is something along those lines. I did see like a whole computer board where you could turn off different parts of your factory and turn that on. I saw that in the one of the dev streams. Pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Okay, so we don't really know what's running here. Now, one of the things that I like to do is I like to put a nice little conveyor pole like this. So you can just kind of get up here and then take a little bird's eye view. Okay, what's coming down here? This is that. That's wire over here. Okay, this one's this. That one's that. Now, one of the things I could do also is use the bottom input. But the bottom input here, and actually I feel like I'm going to move this road too. The bottom input is actually going to be my Megasaur. Oh, it's time to go to battle. Do some stream raiders. So this is going to be my Mega Sorter down here, and I'm most likely going to have to take out this wall and work with all of that so that I can just literally put something in a box, and then it will run it down the line and say, is this pole Oh, this is a pull. Okay, this goes in here. Oh, wait, that's full. Oh, well, if it's full, then send it down the line to the awesome sink and get rid of all of that junk. And we're going to try to get that going too. But we're going to work on our next tier. We're going to work on our space elevator. We're going to start that going because we have all of the materials we need to make whatever we want at this point, which is awesome. There is a mod or 3. Yes, there's a lot of mods. There's a whole bunch of mods. And I'm a big fan of the modding community, but I typically don't play with mods. I typically don't. And the reason why is, one, because I'm streaming, and so I don't want to do something on the stream that people go, hey, Kismet, how do I do that? And I don't want to install the mod and all that stuff. I typically play, especially when it's early access or in beta or something like that, I typically play with 0 mods. And then later on, I use mods like DLC or like an extension to the game where I will go in and add the mods later and say, oh, well, let's add this mod, and this will add a whole bunch of content and a whole bunch of stuff for us to do, right? That's why I go easy on mods in the beginning. I typically don't use any of them. Like, I've been playing Fallout 76, have used 0 mods for the last 2-3 years. I like mods like at the end of the life cycle of a game. As opposed to using them at the beginning. Now, in this case, I might make an exception because this game is exceptionally fantastic, even in early access. I mean, just everything that makes a building and factory game great, you got it right here. This is a 10 plus out of 10. You can't get any higher rating from Kismet than this game. It's incredibly great. Again, the name of the game, by the way, is Satisfactory. Incredibly fantastic if you don't notice it in the thing down below the thing. Sometimes I get people ask me what game stuff is, and I'm like, it's literally right there below the stream. You know, it's tempting to say that, but I just tell them what it is anyway. Because, hey, you know what? It just takes a second of my time. It doesn't bother me at all. I don't mind people asking me the same questions over and over again. I feel it's very egotistical and a bit rude to tell people, hey, go Google it or something like that. That is so rude. Holy mackerel. I've actually had people say that to me when I go on the stream. I go, wow, you did something really awesome there. What did you do? And they're like, go Google it. And I'm like, okay, whatever, bro. That was super rude. Never coming to your channel again. Bye-bye. Now, look, I've got all this extra stuff in these boxes right now because what I did is I dumped a lot of the stuff in there so I could use it to rebuild my factory because I tore the entire thing down. And we have got a tremendous amount of rods in here right now. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and eliminate those boxes because we're going to be using those boxes here. Now, what I could do is, just to make this super easy on myself, is I can go ahead and add an awesome sink, if I can get my brain to go to the right thing. There we go. Awesome sink over here. I need a little bit, funny irony, I can just use it out of here. A little bit of concrete. I don't know why I'm always out of concrete all the time. I use a lot of concrete. There we go. Awesome sink. All right. Now, we're just going to put it right here. Now, this is just a temporary spot for it. And that's because we're going to do an inline run here. Now, an inline run is basically either using splitters or mergers, and they all go in front of that particular thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and line this up in both directions. There we go. I got to make sure that it's going in that direction because I'm going to run it down the line into the awesome sink. Now, I don't like to block my roads. These are the yellow ones. The yellow ones are my roads. Purple is where my hub typically is or my work area. And then blue is where I have my storage. Green is where I have my trains. Now, I just came up with that color system randomly. It's not like built into the game or anything. But I do like to have good color systems because I'm an artist. And color systems help me remember. I find that is a great way to remember stuff. Now, again, see the green arrow? The green arrow is pointing that direction, which is how I'm going to run it down the line. Now, don't do this last one because this is redundant. You don't need a merger in the last one. You can just merge it into this one. So we're going to tell it to go as fast as it possibly can out of there into there. But we're going to need some of our materials that we dropped over here, and we want to have as much of this as we possibly can because those are our conveyor belts. And I find that I make more level 3 belts quicker and faster and easier than any other earlier belt. Even more than plates and stuff like that because I typically just let it run and run and run while I'm doing something else. And lo and behold, I can go ahead and use tons of level 3 belts, which is my current fastest speed. Now, later on, I'm going to get really fast stuff. But I'm going to go ahead and just run that across there. And that's what we call spaghetti. You don't want to run that across your road. You don't want to just run that across the ground. Not a good idea in the long run. But in the short run, just to clear all this excess loot that I don't want to do anything with or manage or do any of that, we're going to literally just run all of the stuff out of all of these boxes, because that was only temporary, and we're just going to literally just throw it away. I'm going to throw all that away. You know why? Because see all those rods? I can walk right over here. You can see them right there. I have 4 boxes of those. 4 boxes of those. This one on the top, the one underneath, so on and so forth, all the way down. I don't need it anymore. And then it's nice and tidy in this one box, in this one place, and I don't have to go all over my whole entire world tracking down wherever I put my bars and screws and all of that stuff. I'm making plenty of that, and I already have the factory and the power to be able to make more should I run out or need more. And the second I pull it out of that box, when I pull those screws out of the box, or rods in this case, when I pull those out of the box, it will instantly turn my factory back on and make more and fill up whatever I don't have, and then stop the factory automatically. One of the great things about this game is that you can control what you need at the moment. And so you don't need to use all of your power all of the time, every single minute. And you can see right now it's feeding a ton of stuff in there. It's making some rods, it's making screws, it's making plates. So when all that stuff is on, of course, it's going to cause your power to go up, but it doesn't need to all be on at the same time. Now, when I go in and I add more power and I add more stuff, and then I'm going to add more production, it's going to use more of this, which means it's going to require more power. But right now, it's fine. And you can see we're using wall connectors instead of using poles. We're not running it, running the conveyors through stackers. We're running them through wall hangs right here. So we're doing something very different this time instead of using stackers. Stackers is a real easy way to start. Great way to get started, but in the long run, you want to start using your wall hangers and using those more advanced pieces just because it looks more beautiful. I find. See, look, we got our nice 90s here that we're doing, our nice 90-degree turns, nice 90 over there coming in, feeding that entire line. Look at that, there's like 16 of those all working over there. That's 900 screws right there. And you're thinking, wow, 900 screws, that's way too much, Kismet. Oh, no, it ain't. We're going to use all of that screws. Believe me, we're going to use every last one of all those screws and all those plates and all of that stuff when we're getting in the higher tier. Now, there's our space elevator. Now, while we were working on our lower level tier of our space elevator to get to tier 4, we had already had a bunch of smart plating as an offline production, meaning it was making rotors, it was making the items that I needed to make the smart plating completely offline, where I'd grab the resources, put it in a box, it would then take it from the box, put it into the assembler, convert it from the assembler, and then run it into the space elevator. So we've already done smart plating. That's a lower level one that you unlock. Now, the other ones we need to do is our versatile framework, and we need to do our automated wiring. Now, what do those things take? Well, we could go in and just hit X right here and search for automated wiring. We click on that. Now, here's the cool thing also is you can add that to your to-do list over here. So it tells you exactly what you need to make that happen. So we need some rotors. And what was the other one? See, my attention span was literally that long. A versatile framework. That's what it is, versatile framework. And then we can hit X again. Your X is like your recipes, your tutorials. And then also, by the way, you have an inbox in here if you didn't know. We can just say mark all as red. It's basically like the tutorial. When you're doing the tutorial, you can go back and you can re-listen to this stuff. Oh, or not.
Milestone reached. Conveyor belts can now merge, split, and lift to increase the complexity and efficiency of your factory. We encourage you to consider more verticality when it comes to factory logistics to streamline short-range transportation. The productivity display will help you measure and improve the productivity of individual buildings to aid with optimization.
I love that part. I'm just going to skip it because we already listened to that before. But very, very cool. Okay, so I found Versatile Framework and I've added that. So you can actually add individual items to it, not just the finished items, right? Not just this. This is a really fantastic Kismet tip. Not just from your stuff here, but individual items that you need the materials for. Like an actual object that you're trying to make, right? You notice that those are not in here, right? I'm not going to make a versatile framework in my builder. But I can go into that individual object, that particular part that I need, and add that to my to-do. And that's really super helpful in the long run. So what do we need here? Now, some of the things that we unlocked while we were doing our smart plating, and let's get our smart plating up as too, that we needed for smart plating was our reinforced iron plates, which we made a bunch of those. And then we made rotors. Now, rotors is the one thing that we can do very early on within the first 4 tiers that is not in our production right now. We're not making rotors right now. But that is the next thing we're going to get going. And what it needs is it needs our poles and screws, which is why I have the extra screws. And so we're going to go ahead and also make some rotors. And I'm not going to make a lot of rotors. I'm just going to let the rotors go because, again, I'm trying to stay under a certain power threshold here in the beginning. Now, look at this. We're trying to stay under that 900 threshold, and we're doing pretty good. It's peaking about 700. Not bad, not bad. And I could just go add more power, but can I be so efficient that I can make every resource automatically at the very beginning of the game, which this is pretty much the beginning of the game, on the first 4 tiers without having to add any more power other than 120 coal, which is what's powering my entire plant right now. That's it. Just basically 12 power plants, coal plants going right now. Now let's go take a little peek if we can see it. I think it's going to be probably a little foggy here. Well, that's right. We extended that on too. But back down, way down there where the water is, there is my coal plant. We'll go take a look at it here in a minute. And half of the coal is coming over here for steel production, and the other half is going for our power because we were so lucky. Well, really, it's because we're in the advanced start mode. And in the advanced area, you have to work more vertically, which is why I have multiple levels. You'll see to my base. I've got this upper level, which is my primary area where I have my space elevator. This is why you don't have to move your space elevator all the time, by the way. Great to have the top level, right? And then you have the lower levels, which is my production levels. And then below that is actually my extraction and conversion levels down below that as well. There we go. The one mod I can't live with that stacks everything to 500. Well, there you go. You always need screws, reinforced plates, and cables. Yes, always, always. And I like it to kick on when I need it and then turn itself off because it's much more power efficient. I find finding a way of making less work for yourself is always the best thing because the most valuable thing that you have is your time of effort of building all of this power, building all this stuff because all your stuff is running very inefficiently. And that's why you'll see me underclock a lot of stuff. You'll see me do a lot of kind of more advanced techniques where I'll build the rods and the plates to a point where they'll backfill, and I have plenty of them, and then they will turn off. And then instead of just have that running all the time, you just have it running in just boosts of time in which you need it. So this thing runs when it's needed and it goes off, and this thing runs when it's needed and it goes off. And you're having that nice little cyclical up and down of your power. And that's okay. Now later on, when we really get serious about building the factory, we'll have everything running at the same time. All of it. That's right. We'll get into that later on. But right now, we're trying to be super efficient. We're trying to make our stuff look beautiful as we do it as well. That's another hidden factor in this game, by the way. It's not just doing the thing, but it's also making it look really nice. Like, speaking of, I can see every time I look at something in my factory, I always can find a way to improve it. See, this could be turned this way so it would come straight out of here and go into there. But hey, that's just, I'm already like, I could turn that and make it go that way. That's always something you're trying to improve upon. And of course, all the stuff that I'm doing now, I could also end up tearing the entire thing down again. I'm very much like that. I will tear the entire thing down. All of it, without a second thought. I'm just that guy. I don't mind at all. It's just more fun building and putting it the way it goes. So which one should we do first? Should we do versatile framework or should we do automated wiring? Well, that is going to be based on what do we got? What do we already have? Do we already have stators and cables? Well, we got cable, but we don't have stators going. That's another thing that we don't have in our production line. Do we have modular frames and steel beams? Yes, we do. We absolutely do. So we can definitely get our versatile framework going as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to just put that in a kind of a mellow, we're not going to make 50 of them and just run them as good, but we could if we wanted to. We could really ramp it up because we got a ton of steel beams going, but not so many modular frames. And we'd have to scale up our modular frames. We'd have to scale up our beams. It's okay to just let it run, because you know what? I'm going to be doing a ton of other stuff. And while I'm doing other stuff, you watch how fast that's going to fill. So let's start with versatile framework, because we've already got that production ready to go. So, and then you can see I've got a bunch of extra smart plates right there too. That'll come in to use later on. All right, into here we go, down to here. Let's get it going. Now, we've already are diverting our our beams, and we're diverting our stuff here. So one of the smart things to do is just to use what we've already got. Now, I can also basically, instead of doing it here, right, I could do it up above. And that's going to be the smarter of the two. And that's why I have that upper level, is to just work with my space elevator. Now, this is going to be a top tier level item. And so I can go ahead, a top level production is what I meant, not item really. There's a lot of really high level items we'll get into later. But what we want to do is we want to utilize the items from here, right? And then run them into the space elevator. And we're nice and conveniently close to space elevator. Now, I like to take it and kind of set it off to the side, because it gets in my way of whatever I'm doing up here. And so I'm going to go ahead and expand this side over here a little bit using my concrete. And typically what I would do when I'm using my space elevator is something I call offline production. Now, offline production is the simplest and easiest type of production in the entire game. It requires very little amount of power. And typically you'll see me do that at the very beginning of the game. Now, if you want to see me start from the very beginning, you can look at my past VODs, and typically I put it in the title, restart or starting again or something like that, on how I got started. I have one of my greatest starts in any game in this particular run through. Now, our middle one, our left one here is our smart plating. And we're going to use our middle one here. And we're going to go ahead and say, okay, well, we want to make this particular thing. What do we make it in? Well, let's go ahead and make a little play yard. And we can look it up. But I like to just make a little play yard every single time. It's just fun. And we'll look in here and we'll say, okay, can we make the thing that we want in here? Nope, can't make it in there. We don't see it in there. We know we can make it. We just know that it doesn't show up in there. Let's look in our assembler over here. What do we got? Oh, we got all three of our things in assembler. So we know not only versatile framework, but also automated wiring. So we're going to do versatile framework. Now we want this to be facing in the direction that we want. And then we're going to do a little bit of spaghetti over here, what we call spaghetti. And that's when you run stuff not in a permanent way, but in a temporary way to do whatever you're doing. All right, and this is how I like to do it. I like to just go ahead and do this offline production, because I'm not going to make a lot of these. And when I'm done, by the way, with the space elevator, upgrading it, I will get rid of it. Absolutely. So you're not pancaking? Yay! Every streamer says be prepared to refresh a floor. Absolutely. Absolutely. Be prepared not only to refresh the floor, but to tear the entire thing down and make it 10 times better the next time. I never have a thing. And I restart a lot, too. I restart a lot in these type of games, especially early access, when they add new stuff, or they change the storyline, or they try to make and balance the game a bit more. I restart all the time. It drives people crazy. I don't cling on to stuff like, oh my God, I got this thing in Fallout 76. I can't restart now. I got to stay like that. Nah, I just delete all my characters, all my high level characters. I don't care if it's a level 900 character. I'll delete it in a second, restart again, have a great another great adventure along the way. All right, so we need 2 inputs over here. Now, my offline production would be something like this, right? You just take, oh, not that storage container. We don't use those storage containers anymore. We use these ones. Okay, I need my rods. Let's get over here and grab some of these babies. And again, that's why we have this. So when we need it, we can just run over here and we can grab whatever we need. We need some of these right here. There we go. And let's run back over here. I'm actually going to run some of this concrete off of me too, because it's sucking up all my inventory space. Put a couple of those back. All right. And we'll run that over there. We're going to go ahead and do our... Oh, that's my ramp there. Let's leave that. We're going to run this over here. Now, this is what, again, this is what I call offline production. You just put down 2 boxes. You can put them vertically, too. You can put them on top of each other if you want. For me, I'm just going to run them like that. And that one into there, and this one into here. And then we're going to tell this what we want it to be. We want it to be versatile framework, modular frames, and steel beams. And then we got this going out that way. Going to need some power. We're going to go ahead and tap into some of our wall power over here. I love these wall connectors. They're the greatest, bro. You got to unlock these wall connectors, the dual-sided wall connectors, as quickly as possible in the game, because they're 4 per side at the very beginning. And you don't need your cadmium wire, even though I got a ton over there. You don't even need your wire to upgrade them. That's the basics, right? That's the starter one. You basically have 8 connections from the starter pole itself, right? This is not even the upgraded one. Then you get the upgraded one, the Mark II. It's even more awesome. Then you're connecting 7 things from both sides, just like your power pole here, right? So that's 7 connections. You could do the Mark II power pole, and you have 7 connections instead of 4. So with your double wall connector, and then you get the oh my God, it's the greatest. It's the greatest. And even the lower level one, the Mark I, is my favorite because, again, you have 8 from this side, 8 from that. And as well as you can connect things like your hypertubes and stuff like that behind the wall. So that instead of it going from the front and then going through the wall and into the connector, it goes along behind the back, which as you can see I'm doing right over here. You see I'm bringing the wire up and then connecting from the back so it doesn't look like the wire is going through there. Now, it doesn't really matter. It's not going to affect the functionality of it, but it does make it look nicer. And that is one of the part of what we do, right? Now, I'm going to take the steel beams that I've got, and I'm going to go ahead and put them right here, right? I'm going to put those in there. And then I'm going to walk over here and manually set this up to run. Now, the cool thing about what I'm about to do, and let's see if I've got them on me. I do. I'm going to go ahead and grab all of this stuff out of here. Now, I've got a bunch of stuff on me right now, and I've got this box right over here of just random loot. Now, also, I like to have basically a box of just kind of what I call the drop box, right? Where I drop all the stuff that I'm currently using into that box temporarily, right? Like all this stuff here. So I'm going to go ahead and drop all that in there, but I'm actually going to take this back out because I'm going to use that here in a second. And I'm going to go ahead and grab all of that out of there. And I'm going to manually walk it over and drop it in this box. There we go. That's a nice big fat box of that stuff, right? And then over here, instead of running it at 5 parts per minute, I'm going to overclock the heck out of this sucker here in a second. I'm going to do it at 250%. It's going to go as fast as it possibly can for the most efficient trade-off of power. It might kick off my power. We'll see. We'll see. Now, the other thing we need is modular frames. Now, I don't need modular frames right now. I don't need them because I'm not doing anything with modular frames, though I'll probably need them in the long run, and it's going to make me more, so I'm good, right? So I'm going to take my modular frames and run them over here as well and feed them into this box. You're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just feed it across there over to there? I could. Do I need to? Not really. Not really, because that's more effort, more time, and more of the most precious thing that you have, which is your time. So I can just do it offline. And then also I can go in here and just start feeding a bunch of these power shards in here to actually boost the heck out of this sucker. Now watch out for your power, because this is going to go from 15 megawatts, boom, to 65 megawatts that's running right now. But did it turn off? Is my factory still running? Yep. And that is the trick of offline production. Look at that. Woohoo! We're riding that line. 781 right now. Very nice. And that thing is going to crank those suckers out as fast as it possibly can at 12.5 per minute. We only need 500. So if we go ahead and ask Suri, hey, Suri, what's 600 divided by, or cancel. Hold on, never mind. Hold on. I screwed up.
Okay.
Hey, sorry, what's 500 divided by 12.5?
It's 40.
40. So in 40 minutes, we're going to have all the ones that we need. In 40 minutes. So by the time I'm done doing a bunch of stuff, we'll have every single one. Except for there's one small problem. It's going to run out of resources. Absolutely, I can tell you. It's going to run out because it's going at 75 steel beams per minute and 6.25 modular frames, which modular frames will last for a little while. But these steel beams are going to get annihilated. They're going to get absolutely annihilated. I am not producing steel beams at 75 per minute. I can absolutely tell you that as well. But that's okay. We'll let it run and do as many as it possibly can, and we just set and forget it. That's offline production. That's what I do all the time. You know, when you're first starting to do biofuel, at the very beginning of the game, offline production. Input like this, box, converter, box. Put all your stuff, all your leaves and all that stuff, convert it into biofuel, take the biofuel and convert it into solid fuel, and bam, you're done. You don't have to create this whole entire production line, all this stuff and all this, use all this resources and blah, 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 blah. Do that. That's going to cost you the minimum amount of power, but it takes you a little bit of your effort to have to take it and put it into the box. I find that is my most useful technique in the entire game whenever I need something. Steel plates, you know, when you need reinforced iron plates at the very beginning of the game, just pick the resources, put it in there, do that. You don't have to run wires and run all your stuff and all of that in the very beginning. I find that's a waste of my time. I don't run raw resources, by the way. You're not going to see me run like iron up here to this level and then run it into a box and then run it off or wherever it goes. That's a waste of my time. I do it right at the node. So at the node, I'm bringing out the iron. I'm running it into the smelters because that's what iron's going to be. You don't really need iron to be anything else other than iron ingots, and then those iron ingots become whatever else you need. Same thing with copper, same thing with limestone. Those things are going to be whatever they need to be most of the time. Now, there's research and stuff like that you need certain things for, like the limestone or whatever. Believe me, you're going to have a ton of backlog of all of that anyway. So you can always just bring a little bit up here, use it for your MAM, use it for your research, and then you will never have to touch that stuff again. Coal is a very exception to that rule where you need coal for steel production, raw coal, as well as you need coal for power production as well. So coal is a little different in that way. You don't convert it into something else and then need it after that. You use it as this raw form most of the time. Quartz crystal, we're going to be working on that. Sulfur, we're going to be working on that. Cadmium, we're going to be working on all of that. And that's all going to end up in this other side over here. But there's two things that we haven't done beyond our space elevator stuff right over here. Now, one of the things we do need to do over here before it fills up is to run it from here, because there's 40. It already did 48 of them already. We need to run it from here into there. Now, I'm going to need some of those steel plates back, but that's okay. I'll go grab some more over here, because you know what it's doing? It's feeding it up from down below. So I don't need to run back down below and grab it. It's already run some of it already back in. You can see it running. Watch, I'll take it out, and you'll see it pop up. See? And it's going to fill that box with all that. Never spills his coffee. Yes, I never do. Good morning, Brandon. Thanks for being here. So you're not pancaking. Nope. Yeah, every streamer says be prepared. Yeah, you want to, absolutely. You absolutely want to, you don't necessarily have to be prepared for it, but it's really fun to do it. Now I'm going to run that straight into there. Whoosh! And there is item number 2. And that's just going to auto feed itself right in the space elevator. We know we got 50 of them done already. And hopefully in about 40 minutes, but I would say more like 2-3 hours, that's going to be done. But it's just going to run on its own. There's nothing I need to do. I just throw the stuff in there and I walk away. That's what I like to do. Meanwhile, it's making more modular frames and it's making more of those steel beams, and it will continue to do that for the next 2 hours. And then when I need it, I just walk over here. Now, the thing that's going to take the longest here is your modular frames, but you need a lot less modular frames than you do need steel beams. So all of that is going to end up just fine over here. So we'll let that run, go do something else, come back, put some more in there, GG. And that's how I do my space elevator, by the way, everybody. I typically do it on an offline production. I don't typically run everything through and then run the space elevator until the later tiers. Now, right now, we've unlocked everything up to tier 4. And you can see you can go into these different upgrades and whatnot that happen along the way. And about tier 4 is when I kind of, whoa, slow down. I pull up the thing. Yeah, it never spills his coffee. You know why? Because I RP in my own story about this coffee. If you want to drink your coffee in Satisfactory, there's a little button on the top. It's right under my thumb over here. You can't quite see it. It's right there. Oh, we got to start our Stream Raiders. Look, see how I had an alarm? It told me to Kismet 30 minutes in to do Stream Raiders, but yet I got so excited about doing this stuff. I got sidetracked. This is a standard Kismet stream, getting sidetracked. All right, everybody, let's do it. Which way are we going? We're going this way. All right, hold on. This is a little side game we play called Stream Raiders. I'm notoriously bad about remembering, but then again, I have sleep apnea, so you got to take it like that if you are in my stream. that I do get distracted pretty easy. There we go, everybody. All right, let's get our stream raiders going. You go ahead and click the link right there in the chat. It's probably better about an hour in anyway. There's more people are in the chat. More people play stream raiders with us. It is free to play. You can go ahead and check it out right there. You can get access to the battle board, put down your units. It will learn. You can build up your basic units, your epics, your legendaries. Get tons and tons of loot because I'm going to be running these battles all day long for like 15 hours for sure. There we go. Anyone else have a notepad near by watching Kismet? I find myself taking notes like I'm back in class. I'm always learning something due to the stream. Well, thank you very much, Bright Bottle Gamer. I'm going to take that and put that in my inspiring quotes. Thank you very much. I have literally thousands of them of all the nice things that people have said in my stream. So not only do I try to inspire you guys, but you guys inspire me right back because I read 5 of those every day. I get up, I read 5 of them. I say, all right, let's get this stream going on. Or get these videos going on, or whatever I'm doing behind the scenes as well. It does inspire me every day, so I appreciate all those kind words. I always am writing stuff down. I always have a notepad because I think of things. I actually have a bunch of graphic design books. You can't see them. They're up on my wall here. A bunch of graphic design books, or really they're just notebooks. And whenever I think of an idea, I write it down, and I put it back up on the shelf. And oh, wait, hold on. And then sometimes I pull it off the shelf, and I flip through it and think of an idea I had in the past. I go, oh, that's a good idea for a project right there. And I use that like that. Now, of course, you can do it all digitally, too. You could, sketch it down if you've got an iPad or Android device, whatever. Sketch it down that time. But I'm always writing stuff down because if you don't write it down, that little fleeting, awesome, genius moment that you had will be lost. So write it down right away or it'll be lost for sure. Because you know what's going to happen in 10 seconds? Someone's going to come up and talk to you and you're going to forget whatever the heck it was. At least I'm very bad about it now. But before, the same thing would happen. I would have a moment where I was like, man, this would be a great idea for something. And if I didn't write it down, I know 5 minutes later or 2 minutes later or 10 seconds later, someone's going to come in and interrupt me. Hey, we got this problem. We got to fix this thing because I've been in production for 30 years. Been a graphic designer for 30 years. And there's always some sort of production problem to solve. Always, always. It never, without fail. Let's go ahead and feed some more of this over here, though. Ooh, this is getting cleared out here. How we look at, ooh, that one's cleared out now. No, we just threw a bunch of extra stuff over here. And what it's doing is just taking all this extra stuff and it's running it in the awesome sink because we're going to actually use this area right here for our next level items that we're going to make, including our rotors, our stators, and etc. down the line. Now back here, you can see that I already have some cadmium wire, aka what they like to call quick wire. And over here, you can see we've got a bunch of raw sulfur. And you're like, well, Kismet, I thought you said you don't run raw materials to your primary base. I typically don't, except for a very few exceptions. In the case of sulfur, and in the case of aluminum production, you'll see that much later on. Where we get in aluminum production, that's one of the very few things where I'll run raw resources like oil all the way over to my primary base. And you'll see when we get to that. That's later. That's later on, everybody. But right now, we need to get to the next level tier. So the first thing we need to do is we need to get what we can going, right? Which is this right here, our versatile framework. And that's cranking that out as fast as it possibly can because I have it massively overclocked. It didn't kick my power off. Everything's in nice equilibrium right now. Every resource is in equilibrium. And we might be able to get these last 2 resources in there, which are rotors and stators. Those are the 2 we need to get going now. Now, these ones over here are stopped. The sulfur and the quick wire, because I don't need, I mean, you barely need any quick wire, and you can see I've got an entire box full of it. And over here is sulfur, not doing anything with that right now. I like how I got a bit of coal in there. Let's take that coal out of there. There we go. That's going to start that production back up again, and that's going to run that all the way from over there, which is actually way down on this other side. Let's just take a little peek off the side here. This is my sulfur here, and this is my cadmium. You can see I've run it all the way up here, and I've got a nice hyper tube. If I need to go down there and work with that. Now, we're going to revamp all of that down there because we're running multiple lines. You can actually combine your lines, even if it's different resources, by the way. You can actually combine your multiple lines of, say, sulfur and wire together and then have it unsort or sort itself when it gets to the other end, which is pretty cool, which is exactly what eventually I'm going to be doing on a lot of these lines. I'm going to be having them going super fast and mixing resources together and then just putting them in the boxes as I see fit, right? Or automatically into the boxes through my mega sorter. And we'll get into that. Mega sorter and also overflow sorter as well. And we're going to do that way at the bottom level eventually. But right now we need to clear out all this extra resources that we were saving just in case we needed it. We don't need it anymore. All of it's got to go. So we're running all of that into the Awesome Sink over here. And Awesome Sink is what gives you these cool tickets. Right now I've got 9 tickets. Let's go ahead and get those tickets. Get our I love how it comes out like that. That's really cool. That's a really cool idea. A little ticket comes out and then you grab it. It's an inventory item. Very, very genius way of doing that. I really love that. Now we've got some more tickets, I think. Do we got any more tickets? No, we don't. We don't. We need some more tickets at some point. Let's go ahead and put our awesome shop back in. Oh, I don't have my resources on me right now. Let's grab my resources back from over here. Let's put some of this in here as some backup. We'll grab some of this. We'll grab little rotors, or I think we did already. So I'll grab a little bit of everything there. Awesome shop. What do we need? Some more screws. Okay. Now I've got boxes and boxes of screws, so I'm good. I'm just going to grab 1 stack. You don't want to grab too much at any given time because what it's going to do is it's going to overwhelm your inventory constantly. You're constantly running out of stuff. And there we go. So I've got 9 tickets, and I can go in and I can unlock some stuff. One of the things that I haven't unlocked yet is my door, so I can unlock that if I wanted to. There's different wall attachments. I love all these wall attachments. This one, look at this. MK2s, there's going to be 7 connections on both sides. That's going to be fun when we get to that. Do I want to unlock that right now? Probably not. Pipeline wall attachments? Yeah, let's get that one. Let's go ahead and add that one. We've been using a lot of wall attachments, like the conveyor wall attachments this playthrough. Also the hypertube wall attachment. You can type hypertubes to a wall and then run it through there. Super, super useful. I feel like this attachments is my #1 favorite thing other than my little vehicle. I love my little vehicle, but I haven't been using it that much this time. But I love my little factory cart. It's the greatest. It's the greatest thing in the entire game. I love it. And then, of course, we can get other attachments and whatnot. So we're going to add that to the cart. Foundations. We could use our foundation pillars and unlock a lot of other stuff. Double ramps are really awesome as well. I think, you know what? I'm going to do double ramps earlier this time. There we go. Let's do double ramps. Those are very fun. Stairs and factory railings. The factory railings are nice. We've been using our walkways for once in this playthrough, and I'll show you those here in a second. And then these are all kind of cool statues you can unlock. You know, getting 150. That's a lot of tickets right there. And they can also get very different equipment. We actually tried the parachute out. It's very fun. You hit the space bar, and you can actually parachute down from your upper levels. We already got our coffee cup. Beacons we don't need to buy. Ammo we don't need to buy. I don't like wasting my tickets on this stuff. And I never do parts. And the reason why is I prefer to make them myself. You can make every single thing in here. You don't have to do it. Now, if you got tons of extra tickets and, you know, or you're early on, you're like, I can't make an AI limiter, but I really want to make it. I can go ahead and grab a few of those. Probably stuff like AI limiters, things like crystal oscillators if you haven't found your crystal yet. Motors is a good thing. Probably these. I wouldn't waste it on these lower level ones. Absolutely not. That's just way too much time and effort that you put into making those tickets, and then to buy that stuff that you could literally just go pick up in 2 minutes and make that stuff. I feel like that's totally not worth it. But let's go look at our cart here. So we got our pipeline wall attachment. Wow, my whole entire setup just moved there because I bumped my table. So we got our pipeline wall attachments and our double ramps. And let's go ahead and use that. It's going to take 6 tickets. We've got 9. Buy all. There we go. All right. Now it's going to show up our new buildings and new items in our stuff here, including our double ramps over here. I love the double ramps. The double ramps are my jam because look at that. It's basically two of the ramp ones combined. And so instead of doing this, which let me go back to my set. There we go. Instead of doing the stuff you normally do, which is actually be back here, you would do this. Then you'd have to do an under one, right? Like this, 5. And then you do an up over one like that. So instead of doing that to get yourself a nice ramped area, my computer kept going off. What are you doing over here, computer? What do I have that set to? Hold on, my computer keeps turning itself off over there. Oh, somehow it got set to 1 hour. That's weird. All right. So basically we could use a flat one here and then use a double one. right? Now, well, Kismet, you still used 2 pieces here and 3 pieces here, so you only eliminated 1 piece. True. But where it really shines is when you start doing more than that. Now watch what it takes to do the same thing, right? Now over here, I'd have to do this, and then, well, it's going to run into the thing. And then I would have to do one above. So I'd have to do 2 pieces, 2 pieces, 2 pieces to do all the way up there. Especially when you're trying to build up or build down, your double ramps are your jam. So definitely unlock those when you can. Now right about now is when I'll start doing the double ramps. And they'll be super useful. We could replace all of our ramps down below, all the stuff that we've created before. And whatnot with those double ramps instead. Like, look at all this stuff. See all this stuff ramping down, ramping up. All of that stuff can be replaced with those, and it uses less pieces, which means less redraw also for your video card as well. So hopefully less lag overall. So we got those double ramps going. And then the other thing we unlocked right here is our pipeline wall support, so we can run our pipelines along there. We're going to get into that when we get into oil production and whatnot when we get in the next tier. And then our pipeline wall hole, which is great. So we'll get into our more advanced water running and oil running, and we'll do oil power and all of that stuff. Now, to do oil power and all of that, we need to get to the next tier because we can't even see the other tiers because they're locked. So the only stuff that we can do is up to this right here. Our MK2 miners, our stators, and there's another couple stuff in here that which we're not going to get into probably until we do oil, and that is our motors and our heavy modular frames. And we've already unlocked those. We can make those. But we're going to do our rotors and our stators, which is what we're going to need for our next level item to upgrade the space elevator. And again, I'm very, very slimmed down on the stuff that I'm making, so I don't have to make a crazy tons of stuff. Oh, it's doing it up above this playthrough. Sometimes I do it down below, sometimes I do it up above. In this case, we're doing it up above over here. Okay, so right here, we're going to think about doing our next level item, which is going to be our rotors and our stators. So we're going to go ahead and just put 2 of these down, and just randomly. And we're going to say stators. What do we need for stators? Steel pipes, and we need wire. All right, so steel pipes and wire there. And then for our rotors, we need iron and screws. Now, I don't have to do this all at the lower level production because I am bringing up a bunch of production up into here. I can just actually utilize these boxes as well in that upper thing instead of running it down below. Now, if I do that, it's going to mess up or make this part a little bit more messy, but that's okay. Because what we're going to do is we're going to actually do this in such a way where we can just bring the resources right over to here and produce this stuff temporarily. All right, so the first one here, we're going to turn it this way, so it'll be easier for us to run. We're going to do rotors. So we're going to bring our iron rods and screws. So where are our iron rods and screws? Here's our iron rods here and our screws there. Because I don't really need to store this much stuff here, so what I'm going to do is to lift it at the fastest possible rate up above, right there. So there's our rods, and then there's our screws. And now I got it turning, going in that direction. Right over here. And then to match that, I can look, I back up a little bit here before I can get up on this. I can kind of see where it's at. Oh, okay, hold on. It's over here where this one is. Let's take this one out. And then we'll try to match. And I could make it perfect and all that stuff. But again, this is just temporary and whatnot. And I can do that and then connect it across. Now, the reason why I'm not going to do that is because all my production is on the lower level. And I want to actually save 1 box full of every resource in case I need those. So I'm not going to actually be running it out of the top ones. And I did last time. I did run it out of these top ones. I had them triple stacked and had it auto sorting and all sorts of cool stuff. I played through multiple times, by the way. Love multiple times. I really enjoy your energy. Well, thank you. I forget a lot too. Well, hey, welcome to the club. How's it going today? Hope your back is feeling better. It is, Bo. It is feeling better. It's funny those messages that I sent on Twitter and on my Discord showed up this morning. The Twitter one went out last night, luckily. But I was literally in my bed, and I was like, oh, I can't move. And I was sending those out via my phone. So apparently the Twitter one went out, and then my Wi-Fi died, and I had to deal with that problem. And then, of course, I had power problems as well. So I was like, oh, just because they're working on my house right now, and I had a water leak, and we're revamping a bunch of stuff. So I had to move a bunch of furniture, and I pulled my muscle in my back. I knew I was going to. Every time I start moving stuff, when you get older, everybody, you end up just pulling muscles and injuring yourself. And it's still a little sore right now, but I got this awesome little lumbar support thing that comes to my chair, my DX Racer here, that I'm leaning against right now, and it's making it feel pretty nice. Helping me a lot to sit here for a good amount of time. But I will be taking a break when my break thing goes off, which is currently running another hour. Definitely be taking a break and stretch my back a little bit. All right, what do we got on us that we don't need on us right now? Let's go back over here, and let's put all this random stuff that I don't need right now. Beacons, don't need my chainsaw, don't need all of that. Put all of this stuff that I'm not really using. I got a bunch of wood in here. A bunch of solid biofuel. Do I really need to keep this wood? Guess I could convert it, but I don't feel like doing it. You know what? Screw it. Throw it in the awesome sink. Control, left click. Puts it all that same type in there. I wish they had that in every game. Also, I don't need to keep that coal. Get rid of that. And some of this other stuff we'll keep for later on. And that's just going to run all of that and get rid of it all so I don't have to deal with it. Kind of like an automatic garbage disposal. All right, so we cleaned up our inventory here. We can also put our AI limiters away. That's for our mega sorter later. We got all of these running. So instead of doing it up here, I'm going to be doing it in my production level. So let's go do that. Now, the nice thing about doing it at the production level is I already have a lot of this stuff already run, as you can see. So it's running out on this side. We'll get up in here so you guys can see this. It's running out on this side. We got our poles. We got all of that. It's running back out again from the lower area. And that's going to run it out to there. Now, I can also run it from the higher levels up here because it does switch back multiple times. So it'll come out here, and then this is an output up here as well. So we're kind of feeding it into the input there, and then this top one is an output. So we can utilize our top one for a second run of that same stuff. So if it does make it up there, it will take that excess and run it, because there's a bunch of excess in those boxes as well. No reason to keep too much of that going over there. Now, right now, you can see these are MK1 belts that I have there from before, but we're going to give those a bit of an upgrade today. I'm going to go to our level 3s. There we go. And all the rest of these, I think, are already 3s. And so we're going to upgrade those just so it'll go as fast as it possibly needs to get that going, and then we can go ahead and utilize some more of those rods. Now, it's running out right now and running along this edge. And so it's running down here and running over here. Now, here's a great thing to always do, in not only in game, but in real life too. And I've done this in graphic design forever. And that is, you start from the end and you work your way backwards, right? So if we have this here, across from this, over on this side, is going to be more of our boxes. And we can actually see that our boxes are right above us right here. How do I know that? It's because of the coloring of the floor. And that's why I color it, so I can see it actually from the level down below. So I go in and color that. So right across this one right here, we're going to have more storage on this side, right about there. We can kind of correlate that side and this side together. So say right here. And we're going to have it on the other side of this. Now, of course, we've got some production in the way here, which we'll have to move and rework. But that's okay. That's just was there temporarily. I'm going to go through there, boom, grab a storage container by hitting middle mouse button. And we're going to say, okay, where's this at? So it lines up there. It lines up here. Let's say right about there. Just randomly choose. All right. Now we also need to recolor this so we know that this is actually going to be our storage. And we're trying to run it straight from over there. Now, how do we do that? Well, we can take this wall out because that wall is just in my way right now. And this one's in my way as well. How can I run a storage container perfectly across to the other side so I know it's lined up over there? Well, the best way to do it, I find, is just to put in some sort of splitter or whatnot and just go as maximum length as you can go with your splitter before the little green line goes away. And it's really far, by the way. Really, really far. Look at that. Look how far that is, right? So just put a splitter in there, and let's say right to there. And then now I can take this out, and it will actually tell me, and I'm going to use my middle mouse button to just grab a storage container. It'll actually tell me exactly where that lines up by using that green line at the bottom. You see the green line lines up with my splitter. Now, is that exactly the place I need it? Well, you don't really know from down here. What you want to do is you actually want to start from up there. So you start with your end product and you work your way backwards. Because what I want to do is I want to have my rotors and my stators go along this wall and end up in these boxes. So my rotors and stators are actually going to be on this side and end up over here. And as I add more materials, it will actually add to the rest of those boxes. So this is going to be my very first kind of starter box of my second set of boxes. So we need to go up above, and we need to go ahead and say, okay, what are we doing up above? So you can see a lot of this stuff correlates to each other, and it's about thinking ahead, thinking 2, 5, 10, 20, 100 steps ahead to get that going on. Same thing over here. Now we see we've already got some stuff in the way. We need to recolor all of this and whatnot. Let's go ahead and get our stuff. We're going to take our MAM out for right now. It's kind of in the way. Let's go ahead and take our coloring gun out. Put that back on us here. And then we need some of our coloring, which I'm not sure I have left. No, we're going to need to make some of that. Let's just make it in here as opposed to having it making it for us. I can't even remember what we need for it. Let's see, I think it's flowers. Yeah, flower petals. And that's why we keep extra flower petals and all that stuff laying around. There's some right there. Now, I don't do this all too much, but I do it enough so that it basically sections off different parts of my factory. And it'd be nice to go in and color everything and make it all fancy and stuff. I feel like that's a later thing. I feel like that's a later game thing, but I'm trying very, very hard in this playthrough to try to do it while I'm going along, right? I feel like that's the toughest thing to do, is to do it while you're going along. All right, there we go. Now we'll go ahead and choose our thing here, and we'll hit reload to reload our canister. There we go. And now we want it to be this blue color. We go ahead and right click. It'll bring this up. It's already set to blue. Very nice. And we want to go ahead and say, you know what? We're not going to bring our train right here. This is going to be our storage area. So we're going to go right across from our last storage area here, and we're going to revamp all of this for now as our storage area. Now from down below, we'll see that this is all the blue area. Now over here, we'll probably have our train come in and then maybe turn around and go back that way. We'll work with that later. But right now, we need to do the same thing we just did and get our storage units to the other side. Now I want to look at how I have it here. And you can see that my storage units are set back a little bit. It gives me lots of room in here to go up and down, back and forth in here without running into this all the time. Normally I have it up really close to my kind of primary road here, which is currently purple. But in this particular playthrough, I've set it back. And the reason why I've set it back is so that it's right up along the edge of where it's feeding from down below. Right now, we really should be adding some more of these in here for safety's sake across here. And then we'll go ahead and add these. Now, these are walkways. Very rarely do I use walkways, but they're fun sometimes. They're fun sometimes to use just to kind of keep yourself from falling to your doom. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Trying to grab this one. There we go. My fingers want to cooperate. Like that. I think we could probably even get another one of these in right there. There we go. Let's just put that in like that. Let's cover that up. We could probably get away with a foundation there. Hold on. Let's take those out and just put a foundation down. Much better. Much better. All right. And then we can just color that in. There we go. That's much better. So as you can see, I have walkways up here to protect myself from falling down. Also allows me to look down there and see if it's feeding the actual resources up. So we want to do basically the same thing we're doing here, but reversed on the other side. So we can feed up all of those resources. Now we're going to do the same thing I was just talking about where we line it up. We see that green line. It's going to allow us to line it up way across the side here. We'll put one there. And then I'm going to go to this other side and see if I can line it up through there, right? See how it's not quite grabbing it, right? Not quite grabbing it. There we go, right about there. And now that actually is lined up across there, or at least it should be. But we need to look at it and make sure, right? Because here's our line of our foundations. Let's go look over. Oh, hold on. Nope, not lined up. Not lined up properly. Because we know that it's more here in this one. Now, what we want to do is actually start to go in and take all of this stuff out too, because we're going to rework all of that. So the best way to do that is to run it over into there. Now I can go ahead and run it up. Come on. Run it up into the back of this box. And then take this and cut the back of this. Because what it's going to do is it's going to, when I tell it to do that, it's going to keep feeding into that box. Same thing with my wire over here. I'm going to take that out, and we're just going to get rid of it. Now, why am I going to get rid of it? Because I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to have to move it around and whatnot. I can always make a ton more. So we're going to go ahead and use our merger over here to just make a temporary thing like that. And that's going to run all of that out of those boxes into these boxes. And from those boxes, it's then going to run it into the awesome sink and all that stuff going bye-bye. There we go. Going to feed that down the load. So we're going to get rid of that as well because we need to revamp all of this. And again, so we want to look at this. We want to say, okay, we want it to be kind of off here. Now, we're just going to ignore all of these boxes. Those are only there temporarily. Those are not actually how it's going to end up. But we definitely need to get our splitter in the right spot and see it's not working across there. So let's go ahead and put it, say, over here. There we go. I'm going to try to move it through here and see if it does it then. Oh, that's interesting. See, it does not work through another box. Another box will cause the actual green line to stop. What's up, puppy? There's a puppy hanging out over here. Sparkle dog. So we can't use that green line through there. I wonder if we could use it over. What if we did a lifter like that, then did a splitter? Would it know it from over here? No. See, it actually is blocking that green line. Those boxes. That's interesting. See, I like those kind of game mechanics. I like to know about those kind of game mechanics because those are my jam. Now it's going to try to fill this box in with all of that stuff, and that's fine. Put all that stuff into this box, but obviously that's two boxes, and this is one. So that's all going to eventually backlog at some point. So how do we fix that? That's a good question. That's a good question. We could probably speed this along by just going in here and saying, you know what, screw it. We're not going to let that all run out of there. We're going to grab a bunch of this and throw it in the next box. And in the next box. That's what you have to do. That's what I'd have to do with these boxes is micromanage all of them like that. So this is just a faster way of doing that particular thing. Let me go ahead and get my coffee cup. There we go. The faster way is just to take it and throw it in some of these other boxes so I can take these boxes out because they're obscuring my ability to line up all my boxes now. And the same thing here, right? Do this a little bit faster by grabbing it, finding one of these boxes that are empty now, just putting it in over there. But I could just let that run like that, but that was just to show you what I could do, and we did that. You can see we're already doing it with these ones over here. So the smarter thing, just to speed this along, is to take out all of this like that. Doesn't matter where it's going to, it's all going to be thrown in the trash. And there we go. So we did learn that it does obscure your ability to run items through there. So there we go. All right, we got that going now. That's looking better. And let's go ahead and see where it lines up here. Again, we want it set back in such a way that it could feed down. Now, right here is going to be our back feed area. And so we're going to risk it by taking it out here. We're going to look straight down. Yeah. See, that one's way too far forward. As you can see, it's way too far forward in that thing. So let's take that out. Let's go ahead and grab this one from down here. Well, it's a little too far forward. And we want to go ahead and line it up in such a way that it's lined up across that way and this way. So add another box there, so keep me from falling off of there. Maybe. You know I'm going to fall off at some point. That's just a given. That's just a given, everybody. All right, there we go. So we got our input over here. We got our green line lined up. We'll do that battle here in just a second. Lined up to that splitter, which is lined up to the other side, like this. Now, if you want to really make sure that it's lined up, you could go in and just run a conveyor like this and see if that looks like it lines up perfectly, in which it does, like that. So now these boxes are aligned across, and they're set back in such a way that I can go ahead and run my lifters down below here. Now, double check always. Always double check that you can run it down below. That actually was not too bad of a guess. That was not too bad of a guess down there, everybody. That was pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and run my lifter down there, not to actually run to the box, but just to show me generally where I want to line up to the top box here. So we'll go ahead and take this one out. And we'll go ahead and put that down there. And again, this one's lining up nicely over there. I'm actually doing it from up here, as far back as we can go. Let's say it's going to go this way because that's going to be input from that side. And all we need to do is get the first one, everybody. We just need the first one. That looks pretty good. So let's just test. Let's just test this by go ahead and putting our other ones in. That's going to go that way. That's going to go that way. So in theory, we should be able to connect these last two together. So that one comes up and goes into there. Perfect. Perfect. All right. And then we'll connect the rest of those later. So what it does is one goes input this way, then it goes up, and then goes this way, and the other way, and then up into the top. You get the general idea. And it gets up into there, and then we can feed it from down below. It's going to feed upwards as opposed to downwards, which sometimes I do it downwards as well, depending on the situation. But we also need to make sure that this actually is connected properly, because sometimes it doesn't. I personally like to go from up to down. That's the way I like to go, from up here to down there. And sometimes it looks like it's not perfectly connected, but it is. And the best way to do it is to put something in the bottom box. And see if it feeds all the way to the top box. That's the best way to know if it's actually working. And that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and do this battle while I go ahead and put in the rest of these boxes in their proper spot. And I will match them across from the other ones. Let's do it, everybody. Let's go ahead and get this battle going on. And we're going to be doing battles all day long. So lots and lots of battles going on. How we doing? How we doing? I think we got this. We got this. Get them. These ones are tough because they're generators. They're generators, so usually these battles take a little extra time. All right, open the cab chest. Ooh, someone's getting 50 gold. Boom! Bright Bottle Gamer. See, look, you say kind things in my stream, good things happen to you. 50 gold right there. And Jif Jimbo coming in with the 21 kills like a boss. Very nice. We're going to keep it going, everybody. Come on, speaking of boss, we're going to head for this boss right here. We're going to try to get some loots for you guys. So come in and join us, everybody. Stream Raiders battles all day long. All to the days and the longs. And again, everybody in the chat's playing it. You might as well come enjoy and play with us as well. Very fun. Free-to-play game. Doesn't cost anything. And it happens right here on the stream. You can watch all your units go and battle it out. Now, while you guys were doing that, I was doing the same thing I did before, which you saw me do in the first one here. I put down a splitter right off the edge of this first one. And I made another splitter, and then that one allowed me to line up the first one, and then the next ones would just go right next to it. So very, very easy to do. Now, I also need to make sure that my output is facing in this direction. And I always take like my lowest level belt, and I just kind of do a little something like this. Now, why do I do that? Well, that's going to show me what's in that particular box, so I don't have to go and look. Now, there's actually a way to see what's in the box. You can actually hit F like you're going to take it out, and it actually tells you. Now, the first two items that you see are your steel beams and your steel pipes. Those are just from taking the box apart. But the next item, the copper sheets there, tells you that there is 4,800 copper sheets in there, or 2,400 wire or cable or whatever. So you can actually use that as a way of seeing what's in that box from really far away. Very awesome Kismet tip there for you. Going to help you a lot when you're searching for that particular resource. Now, I am in a bad habit of not doing that. I should really get in the habit of checking it from far away before I run up and look inside. I'm still that old habit of doing that. And we're still running this stuff out here. How we looking? Oh, yeah, we got a ways to go on all of that. So really all we have is these 6 over here. We got to take the rest of these out, move them back, readjust them so they match the other side. And I'm just symmetrically matching them just for fun. You don't have to. I could make them completely their own separate thing if I wanted to. But we're going to go ahead and just leave it as that. We're going to go ahead and take this one out. There we go. Now we're just going to start with our first 2 right here, which are going to be our rotors and our stators. So again, like this. And then grab these, run it down here. Make sure it's going in the right direction. Take this out, it's in my way. Need a little bit more ODs. Now, while I'm over here looking for these, whoa, the whole thing's already filled up again. I'm going to grab some of those out, and I'm going to go check on over here, because it's going 75 per, right? Now, remember, we did this earlier. This is what I call offline production, and what it's doing is just making a bunch of these versatile frameworks. And we're going to go ahead and put it right in here. We'll put a bunch of extra back in there, maybe grab a few out for us, and let that run. Now, how's our... those are doing great. Our modular frames are doing awesome. And so this is running out. So how many has it done in the little bit of time that we have been off doing other things? How many has that run in here? It has run basically 500 in there. It's done. That's it. We're good. It's done. Nothing else we need to do. And you're like, holy mackerel, Kismet, did it really do all of those in that amount of time? Yep. While we were busy doing other stuff, it literally ran everything that we need to upgrade to the next tier. We ran all the versatile framework we need to run the next tier. There's something else we need, which is automated wiring. And that's what we're working on right now, is the storage for those stators and for those rotors. Now, would I do rotors first before stators, or would I do stators first? Well, right now I need stators, so probably I would do stators first. But we're going to do rotors first because I feel like it. We're actually going to do them both at the same time anyway. So now we need to work on automated wiring. So I don't need to make any more of these. I need to stop this because it's backlogging those in there. So not only did it do 500 of those, but it's also got 43 of those backlogged in there. Here comes some more. There's no reason for me to make any more. Boom, turn that sucker off. Turn that sucker off and switch it to the thing that you do need. In this case, automated wiring. Now we need a ton of cable and a ton of wire. So guess what? That's it. That's all we needed. We're going to take all that back out again. Now, I need to hurry before it fills back up my box again over here. Otherwise, I'll have to go all the way to the bottom and feed it in there, which I can do. But if I want to make it easy on myself to just drop it all back in here, I got to be quick. So I can drop a bunch in there, and then it will backlog all the rest of it down. So there we go. So we got to go and grab this out. So that's as much as you needed. That was it. You're good. And take this out, and then take this line out. Now, why am I taking that line out? Because... it's got all that stuff on the line, which I don't want. Take all that off of there. Take all this off the line. All the stuff that when I switched dropped into my inventory. So I've got it in there as well. And this one over here is empty. I didn't necessarily have to take out that other box, but I just felt like it. All right, so we got that going. That's looking pretty sweet. And guess what? We didn't lose any power. We got it all done. Looks pretty sexy. Now we need a bunch of cables and a bunch of stators. So let's run back over here first. And let's put our resources back so we can use that later on when we need it. Get any more of those in there? Nope, we got that fold up. Down here, boom, put all those back in there. And we'll take a stack of 50 of those, say. And we're good. We're good with that. And then that's good over there. Other thing we need to put in there is cable. So let's go ahead and use our temporary space here. I got tons of... So see how much of this steel beams I have? How much of that I have? And I'm using some of that too in part of my production. But I end up with so much steel beam versus the other two items, which are your plates and your reinforced iron plates, and even your encased industrial beams over here, which are your different levels, right? So you have your plates, you have your reinforced plates, and you have your encased or your steel beams here, and then those encased beams are actually the next one. So I find that I make so much of this level 3 that I just start using the level 3 for everything because it's just less resources, and I burn up all that excess resources, and it goes faster, and I don't have to do the numbers all the time. You can do the numbers to learn the numbers, and it's very important to learn how the thing splits and merges and does all of those things. Very good. But eventually you don't need it. You don't have to do every bit of numbers. In fact, if you don't want to do the numbers at all, just make a steel production, get your level 3s, and just run everything as level 3s until you get to a point where you need to run something higher. I find that is probably my biggest and best tip. You learn just one thing from my stream, that's the thing to learn. Do your steel beams first. Get those steel beams going as early as you can, and then you're just making level 3 everything. Easy peasy in the game. All right, so we want to go ahead and put this stuff down, though, into here. And, of course, like always, my inventory is even full, even when I'm trying to put it in that box. So, you know what? We'll go ahead and make another temporary box right over here. And we'll store all of that temporarily. Now, why am I doing that? Well, that's because I want to grab, boom, a bunch of these cables. Now, what's going to happen when I grab these cables? It's going to fire up my cable production now, and it's going to go make a bunch more. So we'll go ahead and grab our cables. And I usually, the thing that I have a lot of, I usually put on the far side. And it's going to go ahead and start running those cables into there. Now, I have it actually switched off right now because I know I'm not going to run it right now. It's on standby. But it can still put those cables in there if I do turn it on. And so it'll start backlogging those cables into the actual machine. So it'll have, you know, so many in there as it fills up. So we'll go ahead and let it backlog a bit of that into there, and then we'll grab some more. Now right now it's feeding more of that up. It started up my production. It's producing those cables and then running those cables into that box automatically. Nothing I need to do. I'm surprised I haven't lost power yet, though. We're really ramping up the power around here. I'm sure we're pretty close now, especially since I started ramping. There we go. See how all of a sudden we're having these spikes, these big spikes? And that's because that production is kicking back on. But some of my other boxes are full now. So those other parts of my plan have automatically turned themselves off. And this is the great balance that you learn in the game. And it's really awesome. Really super fun to find that good balance in there. And let's go ahead and put this cable back because we don't need it on us right now. There we go. All right. And let's go ahead and grab this back out and this back out, and we'll go ahead and kind of fine-tune this a little bit. Put that back in, sort that. Let's grab, say, 4 or 5 of those out. That's good. Also, I can get my rotors off me. Lots of rotors on me right now. And we'll work on, or actually, we just put our rotors where they go. How about that? Let's just put our rotors where they go. They go right here in this box. How do I know? Because I just chose where it goes. I know that's where I'm going to run them eventually. So if I need them, now I can see that they are right there in the front. If I'm looking for them, easy peasy. Now I'm actually doing it in use order this time versus the order I did it last time, where I did it in order of the actual constructor itself, where I put all of this stuff together in this particular order, and then all the wire together and all the minerals and all of that stuff together. This time I'm just doing it in an order in which I would typically grab it or use it as I go along. All right, so that's there, and then our stators are going to go in the next one, and eventually our motors into there. So we take these out now because we use these just for temporary reference, and we'll take our awesome shop out. It's like right in the way. All right, we got all that squared away, and we've got those from down below. and we need to get our stators going on. Let's do it. Okay, so we need to go ahead and produce some stuff over on that side, run it around, and get it to go over there. Now we have some stuff already in production, and we have some stuff already running along the edges here. And of course, your base is really infinite if you have enough room for it, right? I got all this extra room out here. I could build even more onto this, especially since I have tons and tons of concrete. Now, concrete is the #1 thing I suggest get going in the beginning and then have it never stop running ever, because you always need concrete for something, including in the expansion of your base. Now, we want to go ahead and utilize some of this over here that we're currently have stopped, right? We got our, there they go, we got our plates and our beams coming out of here. We want to, actually, let's get over here. It's easier to see it from this side. So we want to use our beams here, which are being lifted up right now into this higher level, and they're running all the way over to here. Now, what can we do? Well, we could go ahead and split those and then run them out on this side, and we'll just do a little bit of logistics here. We'll take out some walls here just to make it easier for us to walk around. And we're going to go ahead and say we do a splitter right there. All right, so we're going to split that, take this, turn it the right way, and then just take it and run that extra one right there. So now we have our rods. Easy, easy. Now, see, of course, the more you're doing that, I don't like stuff to clip, so the more kind of work you need to do to make it go properly in there. And we're going to go ahead and just put this out here for now and think this out. Okay, so we want rotors, iron rods, and screws, right? So we got our iron rods going. Have we done our screws yet? I doubt it. I doubt we've run it too much other than to right to there. There we go. And whatnot. So now we need to get those screws from here all the way down over here. Now we can also say, okay, well, I want it to run out there, but look, we've got a problem, right? We got a problem of this is coming out, say right here. Let me get my conveyor. This is going to come out and it's going to go right through that wire, right through that other conveyor. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like stuff to clip, so that's got to go. So let's take that out. Let's think of something better. Let's take this conveyor out as well. Think of something better, like lifting it to the top. Now, this time what we're going to do is we're going to use a double wall connector in this way. And then we're going to try to grab it. So you know what? We want to run it to there, and we want to run it to there. Just like that. So all we really need to do to make this work now is just go ahead and take this and connect it to one side. And then get our screws from way down here, which I believe it is this one, yep. And then take a splitter and attach that to here. Now, again, I don't like stuff to clip through there, so we're definitely going to have to fix that. I definitely don't want that to do that. I don't want it to be right there where that's going to be in the way. Now, how can we do that? Well, first thing we need to do is decide how the heck are we going to get it to both places at the same time. And that's going to be tough because you've got two other lines here in your way. So one of the tricks that I typically like to do is to use my stackers temporarily. And so we'll look at that, and we want to bring it straight out. There's a great way to do a really straight connections is two stackers on the wall like that. And then we can go ahead and say, oh, we want to put a splitter right there as it's coming out. And then we want to make sure we take this out. Now, here's a little problem. There is a little bit of that conveyor right there, right? And that's going to be an issue because it's going to be tough to do that, right? And of course, we want it to go this way, and we want to kind of bring it up to the top as well. So another even easier way of doing the same thing and then doing all of that is actually use a lifter. So a lifter is the smarter choice of both of those because we can just lift it exactly straight up like that. And then it's going to be beyond all of this. Then we're going to go ahead and run that into there, and which puts it above all these other conveyors, so it's not going to be in our way. And then we do a splitter. There you go. Some of you already knew that. You're like, Kismet, I knew that, bro. I was already on it. You are very smart if you had already thought of that ahead of time. So there we go. So we've created a little thing. Now, we could straighten it and make it beautiful and make it perfectly straight and 90-degree angles and all that stuff. We're fine. We're fine. So there we go. So now both of those are being fed in there. They're not clipping through anything. Everything's looking great. We've created some separate extra lines that are running it right into our machine over here. What do we need? All we need now is power. So where's our power lines running? We got any power lines along this side? Doesn't look like it. Let's go ahead and bring this up a little bit. Oh, I can't leave it going the wrong way. I must fix it. There we go. So where's our power running from here? Oh, I don't see any power there. No power running over to this side. So let's go ahead and snag some power over here, or just middle mouse button. And we're just going to run it right up here, like so. And then we're going to go ahead and tag these across to one we can grab over here. There we go. And now we've got that power over there. And then we'll just run it behind here. Let's say way up, about midway up this one. There we go. And run that through there. Now, power lines are typically the exception. Sometimes I let that clip through stuff, but not too often. I try to keep it going. There we go. Run that down to there. This now is going to backfeed all of those resources in there. And we're done. That's it. And you're like, well, how many rotors are you going to create, Kismet? Just this one. Just this one. I don't need a lot of rotors. You can see I got a whole box full of rotors. Why do I need tons and tons of rotors right now? I don't. I absolutely don't. You don't need a lot of rotors. You don't need a lot of modular frames. You don't need a lot of encased industrial beams. You can't even use them to a degree yet. Don't make a gigantic bunch of production that you can't use, I find, in that moment. So later on, you're going to need a lot of it, though. But right now, not so much. What I need to do now is I need to get this to go all the way over here and end up in this bottom box. And so we're going to go ahead and bring our walls out over here. Say like so, and then we'll bring it down just to make it looks like it's supporting it. And like that. Now we're going to use our wall hangers again to bring this back and just basically run it in the opposite direction. Now I could have turned it sideways and had it going in the correct direction. That probably is a better way of doing it. And so if it's a better way of doing it, let's just take it out. Because now we got the resources right there. There's nothing we need to do, right? We'll take that out as well. We can just very easily revamp what we've got going. I like to build in the direction that I'm going. You'll see me build a lot of stuff and take it out and put it in and take it out. And that's because I'm kind of explaining things. I do think my streams through. You're getting that extra benefit here in my stream. I do think about what I want to talk about and what issues you run into as you're going along on my stream. So you're welcome. Now we're also going to make it even cooler here in a second by also putting in our lifters this time. So we're going to put our lifters in and we're going to aim them kind of in the direction. This one here, like that. And this one way up there. Oops, actually a little bit lower than that. A little bit lower. And that keeps the lines from running into each other. And up to there. Perfect. All right. And then we need that power again. Tell it what we want it to be. Stators. Oh, sorry. Nope, not stators. Rotors. Getting ahead of myself. Rotors. And there we go. Now I have it aimed in the direction that I want it to go, so I don't have to build all the extra structure to run that. Right? And then we're just going to do the same thing. Lifter. Turn it this way. Right there. And then we're just going to have it run to a wall mount over here. So we can go ahead and just line this up to, okay, right about here. And then go 1, 2, right? And see how that looks. Now, I know it's not going to look that great, but we'll go ahead and do it. Like that. See? Look how perfectly straight that is. I take that back. It does look great. I meant to put it straight first, so you can see that it would be offset. But you get the idea. I did that automatically. I overrode my thing I was going to show you. Oh, let me show you anyway. Let me show you anyway. If you put it straight, what it does is it looks like this. Hold on. That was funny. My brain just like took over there. It does this. So it's not straight. It's basically offset a little bit. But if you go and you run it straight from here, and then you offset it by 2, it does a perfect 90. So it just looks better. It doesn't function any different. It'll get there no matter what. But it just looks nicer to have a nice, even, straight 90 like that. Now we're going to go 6 across here. So we're going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because that's the maximum length you can run a conveyor. I'm going to go up a little bit. Is that where we were? Yeah, we're up a little bit. Okay. And then again, running that across here. Now, we need to go down into the lower level down here. Now, I can just go ahead and run it instead of doing all of that. And I can go ahead and grab, say, this, and say, okay, I want it to end up right about here, which is nice. But I also am going to run stators at the same time. So I actually want to do a double here, which is going to help me in the long run to run both of those eventually right into there, which is pretty nice. Now, I could just use a lifter if I wanted to right here and then turn it this way, because you know what? This actually is right at that level in which I can run that conveyor all the way across there. So I can go ahead and just use this as a different style of combo and try to run it to there. And you're like, well, Kismet, it doesn't work. You know why it doesn't work? Because it's going the wrong direction. That's why it doesn't work. If you're ever wondering why that stuff doesn't connect like that, because it should. It should connect. It's because it's going the wrong direction. So first, do this. Then, do your lifter. Because you've already established the direction now. And then do your lifter. Say, one more up, right there. And then lifter across. And now it connects, because it's now going in the right direction. If the belt's going the wrong direction, it will not connect. So there, it's connected there. It's connected here. That's it. We're done. GG. We did it. That's it. That's as much as it took, because we already got our resources already organized. And then I saw them come through. And there they go. Making rotors. Got to make rotors all day, every day. Now, we need to make some stators as well. And we need to do the kind of the same thing here, except for we have a little bit of a problem with our stators, is that our stators are going to be blocked by our rotors here, right? So we could bring it down so that it's not up so high. And then when we do the next one, we can run it up above. Or we could just run it first and the other one and whatever. However we feel like. But I feel like I want to bring it down just a little bit here. Like that. And so I'm going to have to bring my lifter down and all of that as well. So let's just take a look kind of where we want that. I'm just going to eyeball this typically. And I'm looking at the lines on the side of the thing as well. Let's say right about there. And then again, we'll go in and we'll connect that to there. Okay, that's looking good. This we'll go ahead and put down a little bit lower. Now we want to watch out for this belt here, and we can kind of see where that belt is kind of in the lower side of that edge. So we'll take that back out. Again, I try to use the minimum amount of pieces as well to run stuff, and I feel like maybe just even at basics that might be able to make it through there. Let's see if it clips or not. Perfect. Perfect. And you can see it's going across, it's coming down into there, and once again, running our rotors. Oh, there they went. Right into there. Okay, so now we want to go ahead and do kind of the same thing, but with our stators now. And so we'll go ahead and think of how we're going to run our stators. Now, we're going to need to run some of the resources across and then over here. And we're going to do the same thing we're doing in this one. I'm going to go ahead and take this one out now. Take this. And we're going to need double resources right here. We're going to do basically the same thing, except for I'm going to offset this one a little bit forward. And the reason why I'm going to offset it forward is so that when I run the lines won't run into this. And we'll go ahead and work a bit with that. Now, we're doing stators. Now, what do we need? Steel pipes and wire. Now, the cool thing about steel pipes is they're actually more toward this end of the thing. We can see right there, steel pipes. Our wires, on the other hand, are not. The wire is way over here, which actually, I think it's not wire. It's actually cable, I believe. Let's just double check. Maybe it is wire. No, it's actually wire. Okay, wire and steel pipe. So steel pipe going to be the easiest of the two. So let's go ahead and figure out how we're going to get our steel pipe from here up to there. Well, what we can do is actually just say, you know what? I don't want to do any of that right there. I want to just go ahead and run it direct, which we can do. We'll watch what happens. Right? Encroaching the clearance of something else, and it's also too steep. So we can't do that. One of the tricks we could do is we could go ahead and use our lifter right here. And we'll get that battle going here in about 4 minutes. Hey, what's up? Specific Heat, what's going on? Bright Bottle Gamer saying hi as well. So we go ahead and bring this down if we want and go ahead just do this as well. Right in there. Like, oh, Kismet, why is it not working? Because it's not going the right way. Something else you can do, by the way, is you can just go ahead and grab these temporarily. Just run them down to ground level. So you tell it what direction you're going. Like here. That one's going in that direction. Now, did you guys notice it? Did you guys notice what just happened? Because I have the thing on there, I've already set the direction of which way this is going. And so when I pull this down, it's actually going that way. It's actually going up into the thing because the actual lifter on the other side had already set the direction. And what you want to do is you want to set the direction ahead of time before you put your lifter on there. So you want to set it so the green arrow is going this way. If you didn't missed it last time, it was aiming the other direction. So let's do that. And then we'll do this just temporarily. So we've set the direction of our lifters. And let's do that once again. All right, lifter down to here. And then we can just run this right into there nicely. Now, one of the problems with this one, I can tell you already, is that it doesn't have enough steel pipe, it looks like, to run that. So it had a little bit of extra steel pipe down here, but it's still in the process of backlogging all of my resources. Let's go ahead and jump a little bit. Look at that second one. Wow, okay. We still need a lot of that steel pipe before it backlogs all the way down to here. Now, some of it was already there, and that's because I put some in there just so I could see that line from down below. But my steel pipe's got a ways to go before it backlogs all 4 boxes. That's going to take a bit. So probably running that from the lower level, not a good idea. Not a good idea until that backlogs. So let's go look at our one up at the top. All right, so let's look at our steel pipes itself and see how they're doing. See if our production of our steel pipes is still going. Yes, there we go. Okay, still going. Still feeding its way up. Now I can try to get up to that top one and take a look at it from down here because it's the middle one here. Hooah! Oh, so close. So close. Had it there for a brief second. Oh, well. I could climb up there, too, by the way. Another great thing you can do is this. You can put a conveyor stacker in between here for the ones that are right next to each other. Climb up there that way. Make your own staircase. Oh, yeah. That one's still filling. Still filling the top one. So as those come through, because I'm not making a lot of those. I'm making a lot less of those because I don't need that many of those. But I need them right now. So what can I do? It's only in the top box. Well, I can go ahead and just take them out and put them in there manually. Or what I can do is say, you know what? Let's not do any of this. Hold on. We're going to have to switch our production idea right here until that backlogs. To put it down here, we're going to go ahead and just change our complete mine of all of this, because I knew I wasn't going to do that anyway, everybody. And no. No, I'm not running that at ground level. I don't like to run stuff at ground level. Encroaching another's clearance. Really? Oh, because I have these lines over here. There we go. Let's take these lines back out. Conveyor poles. There we go. Re-put that back in. Everything looking good. Let's go ahead and put this back in here. And see, how I did that, by the way, is to make that run through, is I went through and I just put some of these in there. And that's how it'll run it out and then also run it upwards. So I'll take the rest of those back out. I'm going to need those later on. And so what we're going to do is just say, you know what? Forget it. We're not going to even do this over here. Let's just take that out. We're going to do it up above, where we can actually access those pipes and whatnot. So let's go ahead and go back up here. And I could increase my pipe production so it would backfill, but I don't really need that many pipes. I find most of the time you typically don't need that much. But we're going to go ahead and utilize some of them over here like we talked about earlier. So now we're back to this again, where we're going to do this, but we're only going to do it here with our stators. And so we're just going to do this as kind of a temporary thing. And we're going to go ahead and bring our lifters We'll get that battle here in just a second. You know, I'm going to go put that up a couple. There we go. And then the other thing, what am I going to need? Right, have you already forgotten? We're going to need wire right there. And so we're going to need wire. We'll put that up by 2. And by 2, I mean by 2 of those little lines that are on the side. You can see it right there. There we go. Then on this side, lift this up a little bit extra high. So let's say right there. And this one, I'm going to go actually turn this way. That's just so when it comes in, it won't interfere with the other one. And this is what's so great about centralizing your resources, is that when you need those two things, you can just run them right into there. Now, we're going to do this temporarily. Eventually, we'll put this back down below. But there we go. So we got that going, and now we need some power. Right now, all of our power over there is off. I don't think we're doing any power over here right now. Yeah, we're not doing any power. All right, so let's start putting our walls back in again. Over here. I guess we got some power from over here we could tap, too. Some of that over here. Let's just tap this one here. There we go. All right, now it's going to go ahead and fire up those stators in that wire. Should start coming over. Oh, see, I don't see the wire. When I don't see wire, that means... Oh, I did cable and not wire. See, I do that all the time, everybody. Always something. Always the wrong one. Now I got to take all this out because it's the wrong thing. I do that all the time. Always getting that cable and wire mixed. Try that again. Now, again, when you make a mistake, just say, you know what? My bad. Made a mistake. And just go and fix it. Roll on with your life. Don't kick yourself too much. Gonna happen to everybody. You get distracted for a second. You're looking at battles. You're doing other things. Such is the way it goes. All right, let's get our actual wire in there. And notice I took all the stuff out. The reason why is because that cable would now be in all of those things. So you need to take them out so it's just running wire, so it's not stopped in the thing. There we go. There's our stators off and running. Now, what I want to do is just have this run out into its own box. Now, I can run it back over there, but I'm just going to go ahead and run it into its own box over here. So we can just go ahead and backlog a bunch of those for me. Now, while I'm doing that, do I still have them on me? No, I took them off. I'm also going to run back over here, and I'm going to grab the items. Actually, it might be in this one over here. Grab my power shards. And I'm going to do the same thing I did over there, over here, but with stators. Because stators, I want to go as fast as possible. And why do I want them to go as fast as possible? Because I'm waiting on them right now. So I'm going to go ahead and crank those up. And those are going to go bring in that wire at 100 per minute and bring my steel pipes at 37.5 per minute. Now, I can tell you it's going to burn through those steel pipes in no time at all. But I'm going to have plenty of stators. Now, also, notice yet again, I'm producing every single thing that I can produce other than motors right now. And I still have not added any additional power. Just that one power. So anything that I need resource-wise is running just underneath. We're right about 800. Very, very nice. Pretty primo. Right about 800. And that's why I backlog items, so that I can get the items when I need them and not have to produce them all at the same time. I feel like that's something I've really learned a lot in the last few playthroughs, is to not run everything at the same time in the early game. Later on, I'll have it where it runs everything, because you're going to need all of these resources later on to run all the higher end resources, so or higher end items. So let's do this battle, and we'll get back into it, everybody. All right. Let's open the capture chest. Slide you guys the love. And Bo getting some extra love there. Rotisserie G, 26 assists. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right. Now, this is the tough one, everybody. We're going to need everybody on this one. We're going to need everybody helping out. We're going to need those epics. We're going to need those legendaries. I'm going to start right up there in that upper right-hand corner. We're going to try to battle our way through there, get it going on. Come and join us, everybody. It's a free-to-play game. Super fun. Called Stream Raiders. All right. Now, while you guys were watching that, I'm going to double down. Double down. Oh, I'll turn my light on. Double down on my stators, because my stators is the thing that is stopping me from going to the next tier where I can start to unlock my oil and all of that. If we get our oil unlocked, that's our big goal today, is to get our get beyond our tier 4 into our tier 5, 6, 7, and so on. And so I'm going to double down on this tier, on this production. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put a little lifter in here, and I'm going to go ahead and aim it that way, all right? And then I'm just going to say a splitter up here. And again, it doesn't have to always be super in line and everything's all fancy schmancy. Sometimes you can just do it in the moment that you need it and then come back and make it fancy schmancy later on. And we'll definitely be upping the production of all of this later on. So let's go ahead and say a little bit higher there. There we go. So we can run that belt down into there. So now I'm splitting those poles in half because this belt goes at 270, right? And it only needs that 100 per minute. But I'm going to be burning these resources like crazy, or over here. I'm going to be burning these resources faster than I can produce them right now. Though I could retool my factory and produce a lot of those instead of my other one. But I don't really need to. I'm just going to go ahead and run that. Now, another one that I need here is I also need some of this wire. And I'm going to go ahead and just turn it this way. Make it a little easier for me to run it. And then, once again, nice little splitter there. Maximum speed belt, because you know what? I got so much of that it doesn't really even matter. And so now both of these are going to be producing stators. And it's going to come at a heavy power cost, though. It's going to come at a heavy power cost of running at this speed. Because over here, this one is now draining 65 megawatts of power. But you're like, Kismet, you don't have enough power shards. You only got 2 left. Well, I actually have some more on that other side that I could use. So stators, putting the power shards in. Again, this is one of the few times I overclock. Is when I'm running offline production. When I'm in a hurry. And I've got a lot of extra resources just laying around doing a whole lot of nothing. So let's go over here again. And I'm trying to kick the power off. I'm trying to make it where the power doesn't run. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I think I'm going to be pretty close, but not over. Running both of these at 250. Now, one of the things that take forever, stators, rotors, modular frames, encased industrial beams, reinforced iron plates, they take a really long time to make, right? And those are the things that you want to overclock if you're in a hurry. Now, I'm producing 24 stators per minute. Yeah, pretty much really 25 stators per minute now over there. Power didn't kick off. Let's go look at our power consumption right over here. Oh, are we riding that line? Are we riding that line, everybody? 846. That's pretty sweet. Now, also, we're using our awesome sinks as well. We have 2 awesome sinks. So if we do get really close, we can also turn our awesome sinks off. But I do want to run all this excess stuff out of here because I do need to take all these boxes out so I can realign them with the boxes over here. Now, this one, we take that out. Just say, you know what? Let's just take care of business there. All right, this one still got tons in there. Look back here. A little bit there. Empty. A little bit there. All right. Now, to keep it from double merging, I can go ahead and sort this real quick and then take all. I can just go ahead and feed this into a single box just to kind of make it where I can start to work on this while I'm waiting. That's looking good. And take all of that. And I would try to store all right there to see if there's any more of these you could max out. And then I'm going to control click on the rest of this stuff. And we'll take our plates back out. And this one's pretty full here. Let's take all. I gotta be watchful that I don't accidentally get rid of all the stuff that I'm currently using, like rotors and things like that I don't have a lot of. But bars and plates and all this, I got crazy tons of those. I got all of that in the degree. And again, oh, this one, store all. Oh, not store all. That was my bad. Again, not do that. Not do what I just did. Don't do that. This. There we go. Oh, actually, let's take the bars out. Put the sulfur in first. And then put the bars in. There we go. All right. And again, you got to watch out you don't accidentally do the wrong thing like I just did. That's pretty funny. I was just talking about doing it, and then I went and did it. Take all that out. And that's now going to run those. These can now come back out. This can be taken out. That's redundant. Because I can just run it into the merger like that. And now instead of it trying to merge multiple lines of multiple boxes along the way, we could go ahead and just have it merging the two together. And that's just going to switch off one and the other one another perfectly like that, which is nice. And run that in the awesome sink. Now, I wish I had my faster speed conveyor lines, because that would make that go even faster. The faster you can feed it in there, the faster it runs. There's no limit in the speed, really, that you can run into the awesome sink. It's how fast your conveyor belts are that you're running into there. So we'll run all of that in there and get rid of it for now, because we're going to revamp all of this anyway. And again, we're going to have a little bit of trouble running it through, I think, from both sides, from that side to another. So, how can we do that through these boxes? I don't think those boxes are aligned like these. Of course, we could just look at how far this is away. It's over by 1. It's nudged over 1 from that, right? So if I'm just I hit D once, I can see it snaps over by 1 edge. And so I could use my last one here to do that very thing. Line it up here, and then snap over by 1. That'll be perfectly fine. Like that. And that's so the back of it lines up in the back as well. Same thing there. On this one, it's over by 1. It's in the way, though. It's in the way. I don't think I'm going to get it. Yeah, in the way. There we go. So those are all in place as well. And I feel like what we'll do is we'll go ahead and run this up. I think I will run it up over here along the back and feed it in from the back edge. I like that idea. Let's go ahead and do it. Okay. Now, these 3 groups here are going to be rotors, stators, and eventually motors. And the next thing I'll do over here is going to be my beams and whatnot. Now, I noticed that I'm out of concrete here, so I'll see if I have any more concrete that I might have thrown in here. Nope. We'll just run across then into our massive storage of loot. Grab a couple of those, and it will automatically feed them up. Now, I got to be careful when I'm taking stuff in and out of here, because it'll start up all of my other production, which could kick my production off. I got to be careful on that. What does the sink do? Sink is like a gigantic garbage disposal. What it does is it just like auto deletes everything, except for it gives you tickets. And those tickets can be used, I got 3 tickets in there now, can be used to unlock different items, like certain walls. You can unlock certain wall styles. You can put, say you want an organization here, you want to do your transport, you want to put a hypertube support in the wall, like that, and then you can go ahead and run your hypertube out of there. If I had the resources, run it out of there. There it goes. Aha! I called it. I finally have overpowered my production. And I knew it was going to happen at some point. There we go. So let's go ahead and take the awesome sink off for a second and see if it starts back up. Nope. Now, here's the biggest problem when your power goes off, is that it's going to spike when it starts, right? So you're going to now need to go, okay, what production do I not need right now that I can disconnect from the thing? And I would like it if these things individually, you could tell it anything beyond this line I want to turn off. That would be awesome. I know there's some mods that do that as well. That you can control certain parts of your factory and turn those on and off when you need them. Now, there's a whole bunch of stuff I need to turn off here to make this work. So the first thing I'm going to start with is that awesome sink. And look at this. I can't use my transport. I typically keep the transport on a separate line just so that if the power goes off, I won't have that problem. But we know the thing that's taking the most power right now, right? These two. These two are taking the most power right now, 128 megawatts of power. So let's cut those off. And let's see if our factory comes back on. Came back on automatically, right? Because that's what happens when you ride that line and the rest of your production comes on. Now what I can do is just let it run for a minute, because when I pulled that concrete out, it turned my concrete back on again and it kicked my power out. But as it goes through and fills my concrete here, when this all gets filled and backlogged, then it won't be such an issue. Now I've also got another awesome sink that's running down below here temporarily. We can go down and we can say, you know what, we don't need this awesome sink because I think all of this stuff is gone too. This is double checked. Yep, that's all been done. So let's actually not only take this out, but we're going to take out all of this. So we just threw away a bunch of extra resources that were cluttering up our dealio here. I mean, a lot of resources. As you can see, we got a lot of boxes full of extra resources that we now no longer need to store or to deal with. I feel like dealing with your resources is the #1 thing in this game. It's other than power. Is dealing with your resources. And when you have a ton of excess resources, it's just not worth it. It's not worth keeping that stuff around and moving it and putting it in this box and that box. And you may not even end up using it. And even if you do end up using it, it's so time consuming that you could have remade it in the time in which you need it. So we're going to remove that other awesome sink because that's sucking up some of our power as well. We'll let our concrete run for a little bit while we're doing all of this. And we'll hope that we have enough power. Now let's go and look at our power again. Where are we at? We want to look at our peak areas. Right now about 700. And this is going to be 128. So again, we need to run this. Now here's another great idea, by the way, is you can go ahead and use a power pole like this. And this is what I like to do. You create a power pole and then you connect this on this side. Like so. And if you do lose power, you disconnect that side. So you're only connecting one wire instead of two. Now, in theory, it should get real close and not kick off. Because now my concrete production has now turned itself back off again. Right? So sometimes if you've got it balanced really well, you can go ahead and just take off your highest power stuff and do it. Now, at some point, it's going to spike again. It's going to hit that thing. Then I'll have to disconnect this again, restart it. And that's when you start having power problems. Look, it's starting to scale up too. Look at that. If you can run it right below your power level, you're doing a really good job of micromanaging your resources. And in this case, we're running tons and tons of stators in here. I don't know why I'm running them in two separate boxes. It just dawned on me. Why am I running them into two separate boxes? I have no idea. Hold on. Let's take that out. That's not very effective. Probably because I made that box first. Let's take that one out. Let's be a bit more effective with our box here so we don't have to look in two separate boxes. And we'll put our merger going in the correct direction. There we go. Get in there. Again, this is just a temporary thing right here. We're just trying to produce as many stators as we can in a short amount of time and run them all into this box. Now, already, I have a ton of stators. I have 100, 200, 240 stators in just that little bit of time that we've done it. Because we're cranking it up. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm explaining stuff in stream. I'm actually part of the fun of being a streamer. And so we're going to go ahead and put these over here, though we don't want to start this up. Because if we start this up, guess what's going to happen? Boom. Bye-bye power. Because that's going to be 65 megawatts as well. But if we did it just right, and we worked all of our magic, and all the planets are aligned, and everything worked out, we might be able to squeeze that in, right? We're at 830, 678. It's going to be 90, 890 in that area. Let's just go ahead. Let's just go for it, everybody. Let's just see what happens. Now, actually, I have one of these removed, too, so it's actually going to be less than 65 watts. It's going to be 45 watts. So if we're super awesome, amazing, balanced of everything, we'll be able to do it. Or it's going to kick off like it did. And so it did kick off because we just hit that top, right? We actually hit 901.1. So it's actually one megawatt is all we need to keep that going. Now, we know that when we turn it back on, though, that it's going to peak above that number again. Watch this. See, it's going to peak it even higher at basically 945. It's going to peak, or 964. 964 is going to peak above. So again, if we want to start that up, we need to find a watt or two that we can utilize. And of course, the easiest thing is that, and we've already got that disconnected. We know that over here now that this is a whole lot of power, so we could just take that out so we could at least use our transport, right? There we go, factory back up again. But what else is using a bunch of power right now that we could just turn off temporarily? And if I had the ability to just flip the switch from here, I would. And that is our transport system. Our transport system itself takes power. This actually is using power for these hypertubes in which you're not even using right now. So if we go down here and we say, okay, we want to go ahead and look at our hypertubes, or transportation here. This hypertube entrance uses 10 watts, right? So that actually your transport itself is using it. And that's why I like to put it on a separate line that is connected into my main power. So if the rest of my factory goes off, I can go ahead and turn off the rest of the factory and just have the transport. Now, another thing we can do is actually disconnect some power, and we're going to get 10 watts back, say, from over there. All right, what about over here? Are we using this one right now? We using that transport? Yeah, we'll just use our main transport over there. And we'll go ahead and we'll just sneak in, let's say 20 watts here. Which one is actually powering this one? I feel like I'm powering that from the other side. I'm powering that one from the other side over here because I can see those other lines are going elsewhere. Yeah. Or I can just take the actual entrance itself out. That works too. Okay, so that's going to give me a boost of 20 megawatts. We're going to try to run it as close as we can, all right? So we turned off 2 of these hypertubes. Now, there's another one over here. I'm not using that one. Now, I wish you could just run up to it, open it up, and turn the power switch off. All right, wouldn't that be nice? Now, this whole side over here, boom, I'm not using this hypertube right now. That's 20 megawatts I could get back from that, right? And all the way down the whole rest of the line. I feel like that would be an awesome thing to add to the game. Is the ability to turn off your entrances on and off, and to control whole entire systems of connections, like especially hypertube entrances. If you could turn all your hypertube entrances off right now, I'd probably gain about 300 watts of power. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just go build more coal and build more stuff? Well, that takes more time and more resources and more things. Why do I want to do that? I don't want to do that. Time is my most valuable thing. That's the thing I want. Now, how many megawatts did we just go down here? Boom, look at that drop. Look at that drop in megawatts since this first has started up. And then also I've turned off those hyper tube entrances, so I've got a good 30 watts of power there back. Let's try it again, everybody. Again, we're going to try to balance our power and just be real time conscious. All right, let's fire that back up. Again, initially, when you first fire it back up again, it's going to have a huge spike. Let's see how close we get. What are we at there? 844. All right, I'm showing you some of my best power techniques today, everybody. Showing you the best of the best. And that's it. We win this game. That's it. I already won this game at the very beginning. We win this sucker. All right, so now it's going to be cranking out tons of those things that we need. And it's going to be running them into there. Now, we got a bit of a problem, though. Is because it's running into the wrong thing right now, right? So it's making these things that we need, but it's actually running into that one, which I don't want it to do. I actually want it to run it into this one. And why do I keep these, by the way, when they're already done? Is because sometimes you need those later. A great example is smart plates that you're going to need later, and I've got plenty of them. And I actually already fed those. So we got smart plates. We got that. Oh, and there it goes. Automated wiring going in there. We might even get our automated wiring done today. So I'm going to take this wiring out of that one. And I can actually just feed it directly in here, by the way. I can just go in here, double click it, right in there it goes. I could go and make these, by the way. I don't even have to have the machinery make it. I could go and make those automated wirings and items that you might need in there as well. So if we go into here, there's certain items that you can make and feed in there. Except for, hold on, wait a minute. that's not one of the things that you can actually make in your thing, because they changed that, by the way. They changed it so some of the stuff that you normally would build in and put into the space elevator, they actually make it so you can't actually make it over there. You have to use your machinery to make it, which I really like. I like it to be a little bit tougher. And as you can see, it's not in there in my choices. I can also search for that particular thing, wiring. You can see it's not in there. So you have to use the machinery now. It used to be where you could make it and just throw it into the thing and you're good. But we have to use that wire, use that machinery. So that is working fantastically. That's working in. Now, see, it only goes 5 per minute, so you don't really need that many stators in there. Though it'd be nice if this was going a bit faster, because that would get it done faster, and so on. But we don't have, I don't think we have another booster. Maybe we do. Let's go look. Maybe we go find one. Maybe go on an adventure. Go on an adventure looking for another boost. We need one more boost in there. I don't think we have any more. I think I had used them very wisely up. Oh, look, we got a bit of motors there. Up! Look out! Time for a break. Oh, look, we had some color cartridges in there, too. Let's take that out and stack that with our other color cartridge. Fill that back up. And we got a bunch of other stuff here. Smart plating we can take out of there. Put that back over here. Just in case we need a little bit of that later on. Okay, so that's going to run. Where's it at now? Look, it's already at 29. We're going to let that run. But we want to boost that a little bit. So I feel like what we'll do is we'll go, how much time left? We got 8 minutes. All right, we'll go on an adventure looking for another one. So we make one more booster, and we're just going to ride that line. Look at that. We're hitting at 833. We're hitting at 820. I think we could get one more booster in there. It'll be about 20 more, and then we'll go at maximum speed. And then I'll take a break, and I'll just let it run. Let it run while we're doing that. So first, we got to go find our vehicle, and that's going to be fun because I think I left it way over on the other side. And since I left it way on the other side, I'm going to need to use the very hyper tubes that I turned off before, which is pretty funny right here. But no, I can walk there, I guess. I can walk there. It's fine. All right, so we want to get our vehicle here. And we want to look inside there and see how much fuel we got. We probably need a little bit of fuel for that. So we'll grab our vehicle and we'll run it back in this direction. So, everybody remind me that I'm going to take a break after we do the thing, because I'm definitely going to need a break. I've pulled a muscle in my back moving my furniture around the other day. I'm trying to let it rest, and sitting for long periods doesn't help it. But I do have an amazing lumbar support, thanks to my awesome DX Racer here. Very awesome chair. By the way, this was not free. I bought this a long time ago, one of the best purchases I ever made. I bought a lot of chairs in my day. I'm 50 years old, so you can imagine how many chairs I've bought in my lifetime. And I bought cheap chairs, and I bought fairly a little bit more expensive chairs. But you never go wrong buying a really nice chair. Because especially if you sit at the computer a lot like I do. I bought a chair for $100, $50, $30. This chair is like $400. The same thing with your bed. Your bed you're going to have typically for a long period of time. Like I have one of those Sleep Number beds. In my previous Sleep Number, I got a newer one now, but I had a Sleep Number bed and I had it for 25 years. 25 years, never had one issue with it. If you could have a product that lasts 25 years and you pay for it once, bro, that's the thing to buy. And especially things like your bed, which is something that is very critical to your survival. In my case, it's very helpful for my sleep apnea as well. But the same thing with chairs and things like that you're going to think you're going to have for long term. It's better to invest heavily into nicer things than it is to have the cheap things. Of course, if you don't have the money, then you don't have the money. You got to do what you got to do. But still, I find those things are better. Vacuums, better to buy a better vacuum than to buy 3 vacuums that's going to cost you the same amount of money over the same amount of period that you're going to have those vacuums. Things like that. I always feel it's better to go up to the next thing. Now, don't buy the most expensive thing. I always find in everything that I buy, computers, in chairs, in whatever, if it's a $900 chair, I'm not buying no $900 chair. That's just not going to be it, right? Even if I had the money, I still wouldn't buy a $900 chair because I know right here in the middle area is where the best return of my money is, right? When you buy a kind of a mid-level machine, instead of buying that $10,000 machine, you buy that mid-level, $2,000, $1,500, $2,000, $3,000 machine in here. You're going to get the most return on your money. This $10,000 machine, that's $5,000 gone the second you got it home. It's just like a car, right? Just like a car. You buy a car, boom, the value of that instantly drops by $5,000. Just instantly right off the thing. When you drive it off the lot, boom, $5,000 less it's worth. Now, some cars actually appreciate, like old Mustangs and Shelbys and things like that. Those actually go up in value. Very rare that cars do that, and it's worth it for Shelbys. But most things depreciate right away. And so I find that mid-level, you always want to find that mid-level. Same thing when you're buying like a hard drive. When you're buying a hard drive and there's like so much per megabyte, that's what you want to look at when you're buying a hard drive. Like I buy a bunch of backup drives. I have a bunch of them over here. I got it plugged in. I'll show you. Hold on. I buy a bunch of these. Little Western Digitals, 4 terabytes. And it costs about $80. 80 to $90. And so I buy them on Amazon, and they're like, well, kid, that's an old school, big old 5 1/4 hard drive. Well, I use these to back up all my videos because I make a lot of videos. Like right now, the video that I'm recording is about 200 gigs. That's right. Hi. This one's about 200 gigs. Let me put that back in there. And so it takes a lot to back that stuff up. So after it's 200 gigs, I'll then edit it down, or I'll process it down into a compressed version because it's easier to record a non-compressed. Or at least only partially compressed. And then it's at higher quality when I'm editing it. And then when I compress it down, it'll be about 20 gigs, right? But I need all that space to retain all of that because that's like my property. It's like, like a musician who makes music and other stuff. My brain's like totally stopped there. Makes other stuff like that. That is your royalties. There you go. Those are your royalties or your property. In my case, it's my stream and my clips and all of that stuff. That is actually your property. It's your property. It's the content you're creating. So keep that in mind, all you content creators out there, that you want to keep that so you might want to use it later, right? Maybe it was some cool clip or some cool thing that I did here on the stream, or I want to take all of the stuff I talked about today and turn it into a guide or something. That is a cool way of retaining all of that. So that's why I'll look at it by megabytes. How much megabytes per dollar it is, or per how many dollars per megabyte it is. Like that one's a really great one. The 4 terabyte one is just a little bit less cost-wise than the 6 terabyte. If I buy the 6 terabyte one, then it's actually my value per megabyte goes down, right? And really, for most backup hard drives, you don't want it to be bigger than 3 or 4 terabytes because that's a lot of data to lose on one stuff, right? Just in case you do lose your data on that particular hard drive. Now, I put mine over there, and then I put them in a hard case, and I put them away. I have 12 of them. That's how many backup videos I have done. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. And by the way, that's $1,200 too, if you add all those dollars up. Now, why do I spend all that money? Again, it has value, and I can go back later and I can use it. Hopefully, eventually they come out with something that's even cheaper that I can put it all onto one thing and then also have it backed up on those drives. And then I can access all of those videos and all of the resources and pull all the clips and all the stuff that I need. If I had enough money, you could do that now, but don't have that kind of money to buy $50,000 storage unit. That's not going to, or storage thing. Oh, I got to go to my P.O. box. Speaking of doing stuff, I meant to do that yesterday. I forgot. I got to do that today. Okay, so we're looking for a worm. We need to stay on task. Let's go. YOLO! I actually have a ramp right over there. I could have went down, but it was just kind of fun. All right, let's go exploring, everybody. We haven't been exploring in a while. So we got our vehicle. Wow, I haven't died in a while, too, because look, my health is really high. That's amazing. What's up, Fred? How you doing? Can you point me to one of these little worms? I need one more booster. This way? This way? Over this way? All right, thanks, bro. He said it's over this way, everybody. Let's go look this way. We're looking for one of those little glowy worms that are around here. Now, here's the whole law of looking for stuff. When you're looking for stuff, 99% of the time, you're not going to find it. That's the general law of looking for stuff. Now, when I stop looking for it, I don't know what these little blue things are. What are these blue things? I brought my chainsaw. Cut that down. See what that's all about. All right. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Fun to figure it out on my own. I'm old school like that. I like to learn by doing. By making mistakes. Well, see, I see these guys around telling me, hey, first run them over. And second, look around. Look around. Could be close to there. I love going and exploring in this game. It's really fun. You get a dune buggy later that's just wicked fast. And wicked fun. I get it. See, when you're looking for something, hard to find. Oh, there's another Fred. Oh, I think Fred's leading me down over here. He said, this way, Kismet. He's like, down here, bro. Down here is where it's at. Actually, I think there was one up there. Saw something glowing up there. Just follow me, Kismet. I'll show you the way. Where you at, glowy worm? Maybe he's trying to get me stuck in the water. Oh! He actually showed me right where it was. Look, it's right there. See, Fred's always got my back, everybody. All right, we'll do that here in just a second. Let's go ahead and first do this battle. We'll come back to it. See, look, that was amazing. That was actually pretty amazing that Fred led me right to it. That's what I call those big, long-legged guys. I call them Fred. Let's go! Whoa, look at these things. What the heck are these things coming at us? Like bats or something. Fume glider. Look at that thing. Eee. Oh, look at me. Look at me going straight for the boss right here. Yeah, get in there. Get that machinery smashed. It's funny, I'm making machinery, but now I'm also smashing machinery. Smash it! Smash it all! Bring in the wind. Get everybody some loot. Congratulations. You just got a lot of sweet loot, everybody. 50 gold going to randomly. Boom! Jiff Jimbo. Congrats on that. Getting some gold. Raiden coming in overall MVP. Know that I'm going to be doing battles all day long. So settle in, everybody. Settle in for some serious Stream Raiders all day long. All right. Now we're to the boss. And whenever we get to the boss, best time to use your epics or legendaries. Whenever we're at the boss or anything that's 4 skull and above. You can see the skulls right here at the top. Now you can join us for free. Where's the quickest way to get there? I'm feeling right side. Yeah, there's no passive least resistance right over here to the war wagon. Look at that thing, man. They have the coolest events in this game. I dig it. They also made me my own custom skin. Thanks to all you guys being awesome. Look at that. That's me, the Wasteland Tycoon. I'm actually dressed up right over there. See me down in that bottom right corner, actually dressed up as the Wasteland Tycoon. One of the things I was required to do because people donated to get my mods to TwitchCon, and they said, Kismet, you have to dress up as the Wasteland Tycoon right here. That's me, everybody. That's me, all dressed up in my yellow fedora and my blue, what I call vault suit, right? It's like it's an actual suit, inspired by Fallout. And you can see my vault shield. Vault door shield with 45, which is the year or how old I was when I first started streaming. I was 45 years old. I'm 50 now. And that's where that number comes from. Now, we got a bit of a battle to do here in Satisfactory. I'm going to remember to take the thing off. And we're going to go ahead and try to take out these baddies that are in our way. Now, we got to go ahead and just kind of pop out of here. And he's going to come for us. And we need to look at our thing. We do not have our weapon on us. Awesome job, Kismet. Awesome job. So we're going to go ahead and have them run over here and try to get us. Then we're going to run them over. Like this. And so we're going to drive our vehicle right into the drink. And now we're screwed. All right. Woo! That was close. Almost got that stuck. You can't actually get it stuck in the water, everybody. So that was lucky. That was very, very lucky. What I'm going to do is just run over here. Run this dude over. I did not bring my weapons. I'm in big trouble. I'm going to try to think of this in a smart way. How can we do this? See, there's too many of them. If I had one, I could do this, but there's too many of them for me to get too tricky here. We'll just have to be patient. I got an idea. Right there. Go. Go. Get off of there. Grab it. And I'm out. So what I did is I used the vehicle to obscure their view of me, and I could grab the thing and then get back on my vehicle because they don't attack you when you're in your vehicle. That's called 200 IQ thinking right there, everybody. Thank you, Fred. Appreciate it. He's walking off to the thing. Thank you, Fred, for letting me know. Now, can we make it back, or are we going for a walk? Let's find out. Nope, we made it. All right, we're out, everybody. That was it. That's all we needed. All right, so we'll head back here because this way I kind of remember how I got here in the first place. We can see our space elevator way off in the distance. We'll head back. I'm going to take a quick break as well. This game, by the way, doing this right here reminds me of New World. I'm kind of missing my New World right now. I'm missing it. Oh, that game is so awesome. I mean, there's some stuff they need to work on it, and it's not going to come out till spring of 2021 anyway, or next year. But I feel like overall, that's my jam, bro. That's my jam. Beautiful MMO, dodge rolling and battling. It's a brand new MMO from Amazon themselves, from Amazon Games. I would definitely check it out. Whoa, a little out of control there. A little out of control. Now, to get up, we have to go down. And you're like, what, Kismet? Yeah, to get up there, we have to go actually down below. So let's get this going. We're running low on fuel as well. I'm going to go around this way. Right down in here. And see, I like to put my ramps up by the road because it makes it easier for me to find it. Thanks, Fred. That's my buddy Fred right there helping me out. Now, when you're doing these kind of ramps, it's really tough on this vehicle because it takes a long time to get there. Now, I usually do kind of less steep ramps for trains and for these vehicles, typically. But in this case, I just did a straight up one. Takes forever. Especially you have these automated where they're going back for you. You can actually automate your vehicles. They can actually run, grab some loot, bring it back for you, and just keep running the whole time. Except for you have to automate the fuel production of your vehicle as well. Now, eventually I have a train here, by the way, and that train will be on a much less steep ramp. But of course, when you're doing a ramp that's steep, of course, you don't need as much distance, right? So it's only this far. But when you do a ramp that's less steep, then it's going to be really widened out. So it's going to be over a longer period of time, or a longer period or longer distance when you're doing that less angled ramp. But we'll probably put all of our trains at this level, and we'll have trains running all sorts of different fun stuff later on. We'll get that going. I don't feel like it's really worth it to do the truck stop and do the vehicle fuel, because doing all of that stuff, I could just run a conveyor instead. Conveyors don't ever run out of power because they don't use power. Vehicles run out of fuel. So do trains run out of power, and so on and whatnot. Where conveyors never do because they don't require any power. So even when your stuff shuts off, it'll still keep going down the conveyor until it runs out into that conveyor. So very nice. That's why I use conveyors. They're more effective. Okay, so we got that. We ran over here. We got the thing. We got our guy right here. We got a green one. And we're going to run over here, and we're going to make ourselves one more little booster before we take a quick little break here. Way down here. Oh, there we go. Now, let's go ahead and look at our power usage. How we doing? All right, peaking at 111 there, or 811, I mean. Actually pretty rock solid, 830 there. So right here, we're going to add about 20 more. We're just going to ride that line as much as we can. Boom. Let's see what happens. Does my power go off? Survey says... Nope. Nope. Looking sexy. Looking sharp. Let's go ahead and check our power usage. If we did it right, we should be really close, but not over. 845 right now. Peaking at 845. Looking good, looking good. 840 there. So now that should just run and run and run. Uh-oh, we got a problem here. Oh, Kismet, man, look at all those you made. Yeah, I made a ton of them. a little problem of why is it not going in there? Oh, wait, we only needed to make 100 of them. That's right, we done. That's it. We did. These ones were 500. That was only 100. So we got that done, already ready to go. Now, before we go, let's do something fun. We're not going. I'm just going to take a break. Watch this. See, for those of you who stayed, you get to see this. This is awesome. Seal it. This is awesome every single time. Here we go. I wish we make that one day in real life. I hope we, get the technology and we stop fighting with each other in the world and we come together and we do epic stuff like this, right? Imagine if, the whole world came together and we all worked together on discovering things and pushing forward humanity. Maybe one day we could, fly to outer space. Oh, wait, we did that. Maybe we could make a space station where we could circle the Earth. Oh, wait, we did that. Maybe we could make even further and further explorations out into the solar system to learn a bit more about it. Oh, wait, we did that. Now, if we could just do that on another level where everybody comes together on that level, man, imagine how far we'd be. We'd have space elevators by now, right now, everybody. We could go to other planets like we were going to the mall, right? Like, hey, I feel like going to Pluto today. Okay, let's go. That's not a planet, by the way, everybody. You can blame Neil deGrasse Tyson for that. But hey, he's super smart. I dig Neil deGrasse Tyson. But hey, it was a planet when I was a kid. So there you go. It's actually really small, and that's why they call it. It's more of a planetoid than a planet, because it's very small and not doesn't go in a typical planet thing. That's why they took it away. Who knows? Maybe there's another planet beyond Pluto that we haven't even discovered yet. Maybe you'll be the one. You'll be the one. But there we go. So we could have space elevators right now. So guess what? We're done. That's it. That's all we needed to do. So there's no reason to keep making these over here. So boom, like that. Turned it off. Take this out for now. Or actually, I could probably just leave them in there for now because I'm going to definitely build some other stuff over there. And that was it. We're good. So we unlocked the next tier stuff. Now let's see. Where's a good spot for me to chill out where you guys can watch all the fun stuff run? And we got all of our stators going over here. What are we doing on our stators? There's a lot of stators right there. That's a lot because it only uses them like 1, 2 to 5 of them at a time. So we don't really need that many stators, but we're gonna backlog a ton of them for sure. All right, we got that going. So let's just say we get up here. Get up here, take a little bird's eye view of what we got going on over here, and we kind of watch that feed over there. And I shall be right back in just a minute or so. So talk amongst yourselves. Be right back. Hey everybody, I told you I would be right back. Just went and stretched my arms and legs. It's good to get up every now and then when you are at the computer, usually about every 2.5, 3 hours. Good to get up and just stretch a little bit. Really good for your body, really good for your mental health as well, to get up every now and again and just like get away from the computer. Good idea. All right, let's get into it. Oh, speaking of awesome people, look at this. Here he is coming in. Music. Manaloxon, I'm going to butcher your name pretty bad. Music Man Loxton, I think that is. Thank you very much for coming in with the awesome raid there. Welcome, everybody. My name is Kismet. They call me the Wasteland Tycoon, or in this case, the Factory Tycoon. I do play a lot of various factory building RPG games and survival games like 7 Days to Die, Fallout series, of course, and a whole bunch of other fun stuff here, like No Man's Sky, Astroneer, obviously Satisfactory. A lot of fun games, and I also am sponsored by a lot of those companies, including Bethesda, Elgato, Blue Yeti, all of that kind of stuff here. And I do give away literally tens of thousands of dollars worth of loot here in the stream. That's right, to you, because they send it to me. You know what I do with it? I just give it to you guys. Because, hey, that's what I do. I bring little moments of joy to people here in the stream. Now, right now, we're working on our factory, and we have retooled the factory to optimize its production so that it all ends up into these boxes. Now, we're still working on these boxes on this side, though we got all of our base resources running over here. And right now, it's making a bunch of stators. Oh, there it goes. A bunch of stators over on that side so that we can use those stators later on. I'm going to leave those, let those run for now, because what we've done is we've now unlocked our next level by running a bunch of stuff into our space elevator. Now, one of the things that we did run were these three different resources here. Our smart plating. That actually went into there. We'll look at that in a second. Our smart plating, our automated wiring, and this was versatile framework. Now, since we've updated it, and we go in and look, oh, wait a minute. Oh, we need that versatile framework again. So that's why I saved those, because in the next tier, you're going to need them. Now, smart plating was in the last tier. And then for tier 7 and 8, we're going to need versatile framework. We're going to need 2,500 of those. That's going to be our biggest one we're going to need to do. But that's going to be no problem because we're going to go ahead and do some more offline production. And we're also going to take our other stuff out of here now because we don't really need that there. And we're also going to replace these with the larger ones because I'm just that way, like so. I don't really feel like we're going to backlog that much. But, you know, while we're at it, we might as well give these a nice little upgrade. Right over here. Turn that around. There we go. Give these a nice little upgrade. Take all those out. And we're going to take that. We're going to run it in there. Now, my smart plating, which I don't really need right now, is going to end up in one of these boxes. So right now, we'll go ahead and just say, okay, hold on. Let's just go ahead and put our little extensions here. Turn my light on. Our little extensions in the front. Now, the reason why I put these extensions in the front is so we know what's in each of those boxes. So if I put my smart plating in there, I know that's my smart plating box. As easy as that. And then over this way, we'll go ahead and get our last one here, which is our automated wiring, which we don't need right now. I'll take that out. Take this out. And we'll go ahead and upgrade that now. Okay. It's going to be real squirrely. Oh, we got to take our connection out. There we go. Okay. That's why it's being so squirrely. Now, I like to set them back a little bit. You don't want them too close to the space elevator. Otherwise, you're obscuring. When you're running this, you can obscure its area. Right? Like it's when you run something into there. Let's say like this. It's going to say you're encroaching the other object's clearance, right? And this has a really large clearance, so you got to watch out for that. So I usually set the boxes back. Now, the one we do need right here, which was this middle one, which is the versatile framework, we're also going to replace that one with our larger ones now. And I really don't need the larger ones. I guess I could have just survived with the smaller ones. Oh, that's not aligned. That's not aligned. Let's just fix it while we're at it, because that's just going to bug me later on. They're not all aligned. There we go. That one in the middle one. And this one over here. Now, do I ever run all 3 resources at the same time into the space elevator? Never. Never do. I do them one at a time as I'm going along through the game. Usually one gets done before I even start the next one, and so on, because I'm never in a hurry. Could I do all 3 of them at once? Oh, absolutely. I could do all 3 of them at the same time, run them all in there at the same time. But by the time I'm doing this first one, because I let this run while I'm doing something else, by the time I've got this one set up and that one set up, that other one's going to be done, even at 2,500, which is a lot to get done. So we're going to go ahead and say we want this one now to be number 1 over here. And we're going to retool this again. And again, remember, this is our offline production over here. We're going to pull out the stators. We're going to pull out the cables. We don't really have to. And then now what we need to do is make some more versatile framework like we did before, right? So we need our modular frames and our steel beams. And so the easiest thing to do, by the way, is to take out these rows like this. Take that out. Take all those stators out of there. Look, we had 46 left over. Very nice. Take all our cable out of there. Maybe even make a temporary box over here for this stuff. Or I could even just say, you know what? I don't need this wire. Just run this wire into the awesome sink right over here. Oh, we got to get our awesome sink back up and running. Back up and running, because our awesome sink here is getting rid of all this excess resources. Basically, it's like a trash, auto deletion trash thing. Now, we don't need as many rotors as right here. We're not in such a gigantic hurry for rotors anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this out and just basically reduce the overall power that that's using greatly by taking our overclocking out. And we're just going to let it run at 100%. And thus, we're going to have more power to turn our awesome sink back on again. Power management is one of the most important things to definitely learn about this game. Really about any game that you're doing any kind of power production. I'll grab the one from behind here. There we go. And run that over to there. There we go. Very nice. Just because it looks nicer. And there we go. Awesome sink back up and running again. Now, I got some good news for you. We can actually make this awesome sink go a lot faster here in just a moment. But let's go ahead and just focus on what we're doing over here first. So let's go ahead and store all right over there. And let's make sure we've cleared out both boxes, because we don't want it to accidentally run some of this stuff into here. And we'll go ahead and store all of that. We're going to take everything out and then put all the wire back in again. And the wire, eventually, I will have that run in the awesome sink. But right now, we'll just leave it there. And sort that. And then maybe a little bit wire out, though, because we're going to need some wire. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and run level 3 belts as fast as we can go right now. And then we're going to go ahead and put the particular things that we need right in there. This is offline production. So modular frames and steel beams is what we need. So again, go over here. Actually, let's make a second one. It's just a temporary way of storing all of that. So I'm going to manually walk over here, pick up the things that I need, and run them over there. Now, while we were doing all of this stuff, guess what it's been doing, everybody? It's been making crazy tons of this stuff. As you can see, making crazy tons of this for me over here while we were doing all sorts of other things. And so we're just going to have it then do more versatile framework over here, store all of that in there very nicely, and it's going to start to feed that in there, because right now it's on standby. We're going to turn it on. We're going to overclock it. We're going to have it start to feed that in there, kind of prime it in there a bit. And then we're going to go over here. And even though we're making a minimum amount of them, right over here, still tons of modular frames. So we're going to grab all those frames. The frames don't do me any good sitting in that box. They only do me good if they are actually being made into something. So let's go ahead and get it going over here. All of that into there. Probably take one stack out just because you might need that in a minute. So there we go. So now it's going to produce versatile framework at 12.5 parts per minute. Now I could double this up if I want to, because I've already reduced the other side, so I can make this go faster. But really, I'm just going to set it and forget it, because I'm going to be doing a bunch of other stuff toward my next tier of things I'm going to be doing. So, versatile framework here, it's going to go 12.5. Hey, Siri, what's 2,500 divided by 12.5?
2,500 divided by 12.5 is 200.
Is 200. Hey, Siri, what's 200 divided by 60?
200 divided by 60 is about 3.3333.
3.33333. Basically 3.3 hours, and this will be done. Am I going to be playing for 3.3 hours? about a couple more hours at least, so I can just let it run. Why make 10 of them to make it go so much faster at a huge power cost when you can just let it run, and you're going to be spending hours doing other stuff anyway. So you might as well just let that run at the power level it's going now, and not be in such a hurry. But I could, absolutely, I could do it right now and queue that up. I would just make it faster. The more of them I make, of course, the halving of the time, it would then go down to hour and a half, and then so on and so forth, then go 30, 45 minutes. Whatever, if I was in that much of a hurry. But I'm not, because I've now unlocked tier 5 and 6. And so now I can start doing oil processing. Now, oil processing is going to give me a boost to my power. Now, I could have went out and found some more coal nodes, made some more coal plants, and run myself more power, and had double the power, triple the power, quadruple the power I have now. But I did it with just one 120 node. I'm able to make everything in this lower 1 through 4 tier. And that's not easy to do. And to find that balance between when it kicks on certain parts of your plant, not easy to do. It takes a lot of experience and understanding, and backlogging a lot of that stuff. So it doesn't just run that the whole entire time, and then it runs your power all the way up, and everything's running at the same time, which requires 2 times, 4 times, 10 times, 50 times the power, in which you don't really need. But you don't really need that this early on. All right. So we want to go in here and we want to do something. Now, there's one thing in here that we're going to need, and that is motors, and we're going to work on that here in just a bit. But we're also going to work on our industrial manufacturing. Now, if you notice that it's in here, right here, 2 of the items that we need are actually part of our actual upgrade. We can't actually make those items right now. We can't make the items that we need that go into the space elevator until we unlock this. Now, to unlock this, we're going to need plastic, we're going to need rubber, and we're going to need motors, right? So we won't be able to do that right away. We also alternate fuel. This is also very fun. Gas mask. We actually have fabric now, so we can actually unlock that now. But what we want to really do is oil processing. Now, another one we can check out here is tier 6. Tier 6 here is going to be our faster belts as well as fuel generator, which we'll definitely need. But we're going to even get even higher level stuff. We're going to start using our very large manufacturer to produce computers and heavy modular frames. Now, before we get into any of that, we're going to need a whole lot more power. That is for sure. And we can also make our jetpack later on when we do all that, and our trains, which makes this game 10 plus out of 10. When anything that's got trains in it, count me in, bro. Count me in for sure. I'm a big fan of trains. The second I saw those trains, I was like, 10 out of 10. And actually, it's funny because I played through multiple times. I played through the game multiple times, and then they added trains, and then I played through that other time with the trains, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome. It just tells you at the level that these guys are thinking and how well game mechanics they understand. I just absolutely love it. Now, can it be improved? Obviously, yeah. I'm sure if they had, the money of some of these ginormous game companies, they could really make it on an even higher level. But they're like a smaller developer, and that's why I like to show love to the smaller devs who put a lot of time and effort. You got to think this is their weekends and nights and all of that stuff that I know they've spent extra time on this game for sure, because it's just so incredibly great. Okay, so first thing we need is oil processing. So how can we do oil processing? Well, we need our copper sheets, we need our steel pipes, a ton of these encased industrial beams, and now is when we need encased industrial beams, and then motors, which we don't have any production for motors going right now. So let's go ahead and select that as our milestone. Now I need to go back and grab my extra materials that I have right over here. This one. Take all those back. And we'll run over here and see if any of this stuff can be fed right in here. Now, it does this great thing where it puts it up here at the top. I absolutely love that. So we have 4 of those, 100 of these, 5 of those. We're not very close, are we? We're not very close. It also keeps you, by the way, in the upper right-hand corner. It tells you what your current milestone is where you're at with those milestones. Now, here's the thing. I just happen to have a whole bunch of every single resources. In fact, most of these are 4 boxes down. So I have a lot of each and every one of the resources because I knew at some point I'm going to need a lot of those resources. So what I do is I just control left click, takes all that copper sheet out. I'm not even going to bother to count it, and then just keep clicking it. Control left click it up here, and then it will put it right into there. And then I just go back very quickly because it's going to fill this in from down below. Put that back in there, and I'm good to go. What else do we need? Again, let's go over here. We need pipes, so let's go get our pipes over here. We probably burn a lot of... Oh, well, wow. No, we didn't burn them all. Control left click. Back over here. It's going to show up at the top. Control left click. That's now done. Then very quickly, before it fills the box back up, because it is feeding the box from down below, put that back in there so it doesn't overwhelm my inventory and I have a bunch of those extra. Now, the other one here is encased industrial beams. Now, remember, we just started our encased industrial beams today, and look how much we've already got. Boom. See? You don't need a big production of these. I'm telling you, you don't need 15 of these running at the same time. You got one running, you let it run for a while while you're doing other things, you come back, boom, you got a whole entire thing full of it in here, or almost a row full of it, and we just started it not more than, I don't know, 30 minutes, an hour ago. Easy, and we got enough to do that now. The one thing we don't have is motors. Now, motors take stators and rotors, the very two things that we just started running today. So we couldn't do motors without those particular things. And so we're going to need to combine those two things together so that we can run all of that. So we've got our rotors running over here very nicely. And then over next to the rotor here, we have stators running over very nice. We have two stators running. Now, this was an extra one just to kind of speed it along, and I'm now going to go ahead and take that extra one out. Now, here's one of the cool things that you can do. When you put a splitter on a line, you do the line first, and then the splitter. When you take the splitter out, the line remains. I love that about this game. Somebody thought that through, and thank you for that. Thank you for the peeps over there who thought that through. And now that's just going to run and do stators over there. And now we're good. Now what I need is I need rotors and I need stators. And the thing is, when I need something in the moment, I prefer to just do it offline. And offline is basically where you grab something like your production here, your assembler, and you go like this. And then you go in here and you say, hey, I need some motors. So I need the rotors and the stators. Now it just happens to be that the stators are right here. So that's going to make that nice and easy. So I'm going to grab it from up here and run that right in there. Easy peasy. That's going to run all those stators in there directly. All right? Now, part of the offline production, and I could run it way over here if I want to, is the rotors. Now, we already have our rotors already running, so we don't necessarily have to go in and put it in a box and whatnot. Typically, this is what I call offline production over here. We'll do that battle here in just a second. Offline production is when you make two boxes, you manually throw the resources in there, and then have it make it and run it out to another box. That's offline production. Inline production, or online production, whatever you want to call it, is when you actually run the resources being produced into that particular line. And that's what we're going to do here. We were actually producing the stators here, and now we need to get our rotors over here as well. Now what I'm going to do is just kind of run it off to the side here, and then just kind of snake it around in this corner temporarily. This is all temporary stuff. When I'm going in between tiers, I'll build temporary stuff, and then I'll build more permanent stuff. This stuff here is potentially permanent. I don't know, I might tear the entire thing down and rebuild it again from scratch. That's just the way I am. But we need to go ahead and try to get the rotors from over there over here. And we can do that by utilizing some of our stuff we've unlocked from our awesome shop. Awesome shop is where you run a bunch of materials into your awesome sink, which is like a garbage disposal, and then it gives you tickets. So it's basically a great way of adding more game mechanics. So I'm going to go ahead and grab it out of the top of here, run it over to there, like that. And you can see I'm using that wall hanger, which works great. It's up out of the way. It's not in my way. And then I'm going to go ahead and say run it. Let's see, where's that gap? Right about there. Run it over here. Let's run it up a little bit. Let's say up to there. Now, am I going to use that permanently? Oh, absolutely not. Just temporarily. I can just run that over there and right there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look at that. Encroaching in someone's clearance. Whose clearance am I hitting? I'm hitting the clearance of that. But that's okay. We can control that a little bit better, so we don't hit the clearance of that by using some of our conveyor poles. I'm going to make it a little curved up a little bit so it's not in our way. And this is what we call spaghetti in this game. When you're just doing things randomly without having it be beautiful, that is spaghetti. Now, sometimes you need spaghetti. Frankly, spaghetti's good. Spaghetti's tasty. So we're going to go ahead and produce some motors. Now, they're going to produce at 5 per minute, which means it's going to be 10 minutes until this is done. No. We're going to go ahead and just put as many of these in here. We're going to overclock the heck out of this sucker. And we're going to run as many rotors and whatnot as we can in here. And we're going to let that run at that higher speed. Right into there it goes. And that's going to run at the higher speed of 12.5 per minute, right? So in 5 minutes, we're going to have all the ones we need to upgrade to oil. And that is why I do offline production typically, because one, goes faster, two, it uses less power. And mean less work for me to make it work. And we'll run all those into here, and there goes those motors. Very nice. So we found a way to match those together. Now, I could have did the same thing. I could have run on the other side and run this from over here to over there. And eventually, all of this production will be down on the lower level. But when I'm in between tiers, I find that I do make a bunch of temporary stuff. And then once I've unlocked that tier into the next tier, then I typically will make it more kind of a permanent long-term thing later on. All right, so we need those motors to go into there. But right now, we want to do a battle so we keep our battles going. Let's do it! Let's get this battle going on. Oh, look at those rogues running in there. Get them! Stabby, stabby! I think we got this. Look at it shooting ballistas at us. Oh, I think it's tough. I think it's taking a beating. But not good and not tough enough. I like your soldier there, Turk Smashy. Awesome. Bo coming in also with the epic level healer there. Thanks everybody for those heals and epic range. Backing us up there with that range power. And that is another boss win, everybody. Look at that. Some rewards going to Sobi getting those epic musketeer scrolls. And Turk Smashy coming in MVP. Another victory. Victory, I think that was 418. Wow, we're tier 33 already. We still got, how many days left? We still got 14 days left. We're tier 33. All right, come on. We're gonna loop this whole entire thing a couple times. Oh, I see a blue chest, everybody. Ooh, those are potential 10% chance to get a skin, but 10% is better than 0%. So we're going right for that. All right, hold on. Where are we at here? What do we feel like? We want to go get a little gold, though. We want to, because we'll have to bypass this gold to get that. And this is going to be a 4, so we definitely need to build up to it. Let's see. Path of least resistance. Skip the question mark. Oh, there's another 4 skull, though if we skip that. This one could potentially own us. How much time we got left today, too? So, 1, 4, so we can get here, and then the next one would be the mystery one for tonight. That might be pretty tough. Maybe we'll go gold, then we'll do this one, then that one, then this one. And we might be able to get that going tonight during 7 Days to Die. What about the bottom side? Let's look at the bottom side here. Yeah, that all sucks. That sucks that way. The bottom one real sucks. Go this way or go get the gold. I say we go get the gold. I say we at least get you guys a little bit of gold extra. Let's do it. I'm feeling the right side. Right side right there. Try to push into whatever's in that middle. There we go, everybody. All right, come and join us. Stream, captain.com. You'll find the link right there in the chat. Click that link. Come on in. Now, if you are new to my stream, if you're coming in from the homepage or whatever, because I noticed that sometimes my numbers are getting boosted, which is typically meaning I'm on the recommended tab on the homepage. Feel free to come on in. My name is Kismet. They call me the Wasteland Tycoon. I play a bunch of different games here on the stream. We play building games. We play survival games. We were playing New World the other day. Pretty awesome. Awesome new MMO coming out from Amazon. games over there, as well as we do play a lot of other games like Fallout 4, Fallout 76, the whole entire Fallout line. Love me some Fallout, one of my favorite series of all time. We play some 7 Days to Die. We also play Astroneer, No Man's Sky, and whatever the heck I feel like playing, because I answer to no one. I'm high level in real life. And I like to bring little moments of joy to people every single day, whether we're playing games, or we're building stuff, or we're doing things. You know it's definitely going to go off the rails at some point in this stream, for sure. Now, while we were chatting, by the way, right there, and while we were doing that battle over here, it's been cranking out a ton of these motors, and it's already done. That's it, done. As long as it took, everybody. About 5 minutes there. If you got your mechanics down, GG, press the red button. We're on to oil. Let's go.
Milestone reached. Oil acquisition and refining unlocked. Oil-based products can now be made. The byproducts of oil refinement can be used after further processing, as seen in the refinery. Caution. This is a reminder to minimize the chance of expiration during out-of-base activities.
And away it went. Funny, you can still see it as a dot all the way up there. Like one little pixel all the way up there until it finally disappears. All right, awesome. So we got that done. Now what we want to do is look at our next thing that we want to do. Now, I can't do it till the pod comes back, which is going to be in about 11 minutes. But we can look at what we want to do. We're going to definitely need our industrial manufacturing. We get our big truck, by the way, which is also a fun little vehicle to run around. Not really going to need that for right now. Gas filter, I feel like I'm definitely going to need that in the long run, but we're going to need plastic, we're going to need rubber. That's the number one thing we're going to manufacture right here, other than our motors. And we're going to let our motors keep running over there. And then over here, we're going to get into these higher things. We're going to start doing some computers and heavy modular frames. We definitely want to unlock this one, though, because that gives us more inventory slots, 5 more inventory slots in our jetpack. I actually don't use the jetpack that much. I typically use the skates or the blade runners the most. And that's because I'm always moving faster, and I can also jump higher. And then also when I fall, I don't take as much fall damage, and I don't die as often. Though sometimes if I jump up high enough, I could die. But I don't die as often using the skates. So that is very, very useful. I feel like the skates are the more useful than the jetpack. Though the jetpack, you can keep yourself from dying too if you have fuel. But then, of course, you have to make the fuel for the jetpack all the time. And eventually that won't be a problem because I'll be making tons of fuel anyway. But right now, we need to go ahead and do number one thing, and that is find out where the heck our oil is. I have no idea. So we're going to go look here in our wheel of stuff that we've learned. I've got copper, limestone, sulfur, cadmium, all that stuff, but we need this one down here at the bottom, crude oil. Let's hope it's nice and close. Ah, there's a ping. Oh, not bad, not bad. 600 in that direction, 900 and 1,000 in that direction. So let's say 600 that away. Let's go take a look. Ah, way over there somewhere. Ah. How can we get there? Well, we can fire up our vehicle or we can just walk. I would say it's vehicle time. Let's go ahead and get back on our vehicle. Now, before we go, though, always make sure that you do have a lot of fuel. There's nothing worse than getting way out there and getting stuck without your fuel. Now, the other thing I would make sure that you got, and I always have it on me, my little factory card right there. Now, I might need some of my other tools. I seriously doubt I'm going to need my paint gun right now. So I'm going to go ahead and take my paint gun out. I've got a bunch of barrel nuts there, too, just in case I need to heal myself. I'm going to go ahead and put my gun back. I don't need to bring that with me. I don't need to bring this. I don't need to bring my power shard or my automated wiring or power shards. Take that off for sure. And all of this. Also, I don't need my encased industrial beams right now, but I'll keep them on me because that's just a habit. Let's take the rest of my motors out here. What else do we got in there? Nothing I really need right now. Over here, we need our chainsaw back just in case. Like that. And then also we'll bring our beacons. Now our beacons are going to be so we can tag all the oil nodes. There might be 1, there might be 3, there might be 10. Who knows? We'll find out. And then back to, hold on, we need to get our fuel. Almost forgot it. Grab our fuel here for our vehicle. I'm going to grab a bunch of these out of here. That's probably way too much. Hold on, let's say 4. And just from now on, I'll have them just in here. Now, if you try to double click them and try to put them in there, it doesn't work. You can hold down Shift and try to click, or Control and click. That will get it in there. But if you just double click it, it tries to put it in the output over here. Like if I double click leaves right now, it would try to put leaves in there as the fuel. All right, so we've got our little tractor here. And we're going to head in the direction that we pinged some oil. Now, what I can do, something up on that thing up there. Huh. Hold on. Let's go look at that first. Oh, it's the glowy thing that doesn't do anything. This is a Mercer Spear, which is WIP, work in progress. So I'm not going to grab it, but it's cool looking. And so we'll take a look up here. Now, we know the oil is in this direction. So we're just going to take a look over here. Oh, I think I see it from here. Yep, see how it made like a little flourishes by where the actual node is. It's literally right there. Now, what I could do is I can go down there with my vehicle, and if it was beyond that wall, I would go and I would get my vehicle and I would drive around, and I'd have to drive through all that bad stuff, whatnot, to get over there. But I can see it from here. And thus, I probably want to go ahead and just work away on a road that goes there from this level. And then I will go ahead and work at the lower level and work that level up. And I'm tempted as to do my power at the lower level this time, because normally I would bring it way up and do the power up here thing, but I'm going to probably do it at the lower level this round. There's going to be some mobs down there. That's 2 oil nodes. Hopefully they're pure nodes. We'll see. We'll see how good of a node they are. You can see I built a thing over there. I forgot to take that out, but that's okay. We'll leave it there for now. Okay, so we've got to work our way over there, and then we're going to tag it. So how are we going to do that? I feel like we'll go ahead and reestablish this road, and then we'll establish a way around. Looks good to me. So one thing leads to another. You ever heard that song before? Otherwise, the rest of you are going, what are you talking about, Kevin? What the heck are you talking about? Now, since I'm on my thing here, I don't necessarily need my larger vehicle. That's only when you go off-roading. When you're up here on this, you can actually just go ahead and use this vehicle, which I really like. I think it's one of my favorite things in the entire game. It is so awesome. Your little factory car. Because you know, if you really work for a big giant corporation, they sent you another planet to build a factory, that's exactly the car they would give you. It requires the minimum amount of resources and costs the minimum amount to get that going. So we're going to go ahead and drive around here this way. This car jams, by the way. It takes no fuel. I will just call it solar powered, though it doesn't officially say that. Or maybe fusion generated. I don't know. But going down here, look at this. We got a little bit of a problem with our ramp here. Go ahead and take that out. There we go. Now you want to get a little bit off there, but then you can go full speed. Down to there. We're going to get right over here because we know it's just across from there. Now, we could put a road across that way, or we can extend out this way and try to go around that. I kind of feel like just going straight here. I'm going to eventually get rid of those over there, too. So let's just go ahead and go straight here. Now, right now, I've got 241 concrete on me, and I can tell you that I'm going to need a lot more than that. So what I'm going to do is build a thing right here. I'm going to put all of that in there. Or actually, hold on. Let's make this even smarter. Let's make 2 of these, because I'm going to end up making 2 of them anyway. Put this in there. And then I'm going to run back, and I'm going to grab a crazy ton of concrete. By the way, while we're doing all of this, it's going to be doing all my motors and all my other stuff and filling up every single box in here with just all this extra resources. That is going to be awesome. But we're going to snag a bunch of this concrete out of there. Now it's going to fire back up my concrete production. How are we doing on our power? Looking pretty rock solid. We're a lot even further down, even though a bunch of those I have overclocked and whatnot. Now, another suggestion before you get too far into this, that's my copper production. Before you get too far into this is to go double check that all your stuff is running well. Now, I'm also going to create some hypertube lines and whatnot in there. But let's go up. Now, I can take that ramp. I could do that. Or I could just run over here. Take that instead. My hypertube. Okay, now I have some offline production running over here, and it needs to be manually fed with stuff, right? So I need to make sure that this is full as it can be, and this is as full as it can be, because it needs to make 2,500 of these, and it's overclocked as best as it can be, all the way up, maximum overclock 12.5. Well, it's going to take 2-3 hours for that to finish, but let's make sure that it is feeding it in there. It is. It's at 398 right now, so it's already made 398 of those. So before we leave, so we can let it run for hours and hours, we can go ahead and just kind of max this out, grab that out of there. Now again, this should be feeding up into here. There we go. And right now, it's now caught up to a point in which I've already used up as much as it's using right there. So it's actually got to refill all of that with my stuff. That's why I make so much of that, because I use a lot of it. And then put all that in there, let that run for a while. I could have got my frames wires over here too. That would have been smart, but I forgot. Back over here. Grab all those frames in there. Now I could run them over there, or I could put the machine over there on this side and then run it over there. Another great way of doing that as well. Get that out. But I don't mind walking over here. Putting that in there. Good to go. Okay, now that'll run for a while. We'll come back and check on it later. Our awesome sink is doing a great job getting rid of all this excess stuff. Oh yeah, it's almost empty. Awesome. Okay, so that is good. All that stuff's ready to rock. Our power is nice and balanced, so our factory's just going to run perpetually while we're off now exploring and doing a whole bunch of stuff trying to unlock all of our oil. Now, our oil is going to kick off of our power. Absolutely. It's absolutely going to knock the power out. And why is it going to do that? Because it requires a good amount of power to make all this oil run. And so we want to get over here, grab our concrete. Really, concrete's all I need right now. I don't need anything else other than concrete, because I'm going to use a ton of concrete because I like to build at this upper level, at this bit of higher level. And so what we're going to do is build this about 3 wide, right off the side of here. And this is going to be my center line here. I was in the zone. In the zone, everybody. Now again, you might be like, Kismet is floating and blah 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 blah. I don't do that at all. I don't worry about supports and stuff like that. Though this time I've really gone hardcore on building the understructure of a lot of this. As you can see, I've built the actual walls and all of that. Typically, I don't in an early access game because I know that they're going to come out with something new and I'm just going to start a new playthrough anyway. So I typically don't do it, but I do talk about under supports and whatnot. I always feel like in a game like this, what I call a floating game, a lot of the stuff that you're building just floats in the air. So you can just literally just have bases in the air if you want. And then you could RP that they're using anti-gravity things to keep them up or whatnot. Hey, it's science, right? But Most of the time, I'm not working on supports. But in games like 7 Days to Die, you have to, because if you don't put your supports properly, the whole entire thing falls down. This is not one of those games. And I actually prefer it not to be that way in this game. When you're doing a factory, you don't have to also worry about the fact that it might fall down and whatnot. All that hard work you did, the whole entire thing falls down. That would be very heartbreaking, I think. But hey, maybe they have a mode where you can turn that on and have that like that, or you can add a mod that adds overall gravity. So if you don't put good enough supports underneath your base, it actually, if you use the real thin ones, then it makes your whole base fall down because it's too thin of supports. Hey, I'm okay with that on 7 Days to Die. 7 Days to Die, I like it a lot. I actually like that mechanic in that game. But all right, we're building this out. Way out here. For a newbie, this is gold. You are very educational. Well, thank you, Red Glover. I love to talk games and that kind of stuff. And I am just getting started. I've just got, we do the beginning part of the game. Then we work our way to tier 4, and then we slow down and we retool our entire factory. And then now we're at tier 5 and 6, which is basically oil. I'm going to do a bunch of, oh, actually there's 3 nodes over here. Oh, hello, surprise node. Let's see. Oh, imagine if those were all 3 pure nodes. Wouldn't that be amazing? Now, I need to get down there. Now, how do I get down there? That's pretty tough from being up above. But we did unlock something that is pretty awesome that's going to help us with that here in just a second. Using our awesome sink. Now, your awesome sink, you run a bunch of your excess stuff in there that you're not using. It'll basically grind it up in the garbage disposal, as I like to call it, or the auto delete function. And it will basically go in and convert it into tickets. Then you take those tickets and you use those tickets to unlock some stuff in the awesome shop. And one of those things that I really like is the double ramps. Now, double ramps are really great for doing this kind of thing where you want to just go ahead and run down. Now, oh, this ramp is over by 1. Let's actually move this. I feel like this should go over just a little bit more. I feel like we should go ahead and center. There we go. Okay, so we're going to put our double ramps right here. Now, it would be awesome in other pieces if you could do this, what it's doing right here. And that's just boom, boom. You just walk your way down with this, right? You don't have to do the offset, which is normally what I have to do. I usually have to put a piece off to the side and then build an offset with that. But with the double ramps, you don't have that problem. And this is something I didn't even show in my last playthrough. The double ramps make it easy. Now, you know what doesn't do that? This ramp. Like if I put this ramp down and then I try to put another ramp down in front of it, it doesn't do it. That's because I got to put a square piece there first. I got to put a flat piece and then put a ramp on it. Much tougher way of doing that. I think maybe in future playthroughs, I might unlock that at the very beginning of the game. And that will help us a lot with our ramps. But this is going to make it go nice and fast. Now, also you can hit F and then hit your middle mouse button, and it will pick that same object up as well. And this is going to be our double ramp. Now, it looks like the other ramp, right? Because it's got that angle, but it's actually 2 of those together. Let's put it up here so you can see. And we can try anyway. Come on. Up on top. You can do it. I believe in you, game. There we go. Oh, let's just put one there. So it's like 2 of those ramps going opposite directions. Right? Like 2 of those ramps together acting as an overall ramp. And it makes it way easier to do this. So much easier. Because you can just go to the edge, rotate the ramp around, and then boom, it automatically knows that that's where that goes. And that's going to walk us right down to our oil nodes. Now, while you're down here, watch out for baddies, because baddies will be afoot for sure. There's definitely going to be some baddies down here somewhere. And if we die, we die. Oh, well. Let's go. Considering I didn't bring any of my weapons again, we might be in trouble. All right, let's do normal node. All right, we'll take it. But watch out for these bees over here. There's bees over in that one. Okay, so there's one there. Where's the other one? Oh, we got a bunch of bees. We got a bunch of bees. Where was that third one? Where was that third one? Ah, there's a big boy. There's a big boy who's going to bring it to us. It might one-shot us if we're low health. So yeah, there's the other node there. Okay, so now that we know where we want to go. Now you're like, well, Kismet, how can I perfectly line that up so it ends up perfectly lining up with this? Well, what you do is you build down and then you build up. And that's what we're going to do. And since those mobs are way over on that side, it's going to make it way easier for us. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and attach this. And now this is how you can line it up. This bottom part down here, you can line it up to up there. All right, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and just put these down temporarily. And we're going to line it up over here to our oil node. Kind of a bit better than what we've got. That's why I brought a lot of concrete, by the way. Also, you can use these as barriers so the mobs can't hit you as well. Or walls. Now, we want to go ahead and look, before we get too far into making too many of those, we've got our oil extractor and refinery. So we're going to look at how big our oil extractor is. Right, so say about like that. Now, this actual oil extractor can go up on your foundations. Now, because these foundations are a bit higher up, I can also kind of go into the mid-level of our foundations here, and we can go ahead and just make it a little bit lower, or a little bit lower. Now, I did not bring my materials yet for my oil extractor, but I know I'm going to need at least 3. So I'm actually clear my list over here. I'm going to press the little plus button right here. 1, 2, 3. So I know I'm going to need 45 motors, 60 encased industrial beams, and 180 cables to make at least those 3 oil extractors. We're going to try to get that going on here in just a moment. So we'll get those resources and all that stuff in a second. But first we want to kind of figure out how we're going to do all of our building. And so we're going to just take it out and we're going to say, okay, yeah, a little bit like that. Maybe we'll aim it this way, right, like that. Now, one of the things that we have a problem with also in the terrain is this right here, right? So that's kind of in our way. But let's go ahead and grab our foundation here. We'll do another double ramp. Like that. Let's go see what's up here. Okay, nothing up here on the top. So what I would do is I would evaluate the area and look at where the flattest part, the first flattest part of the area is. And it's right here. This part right here is the flattest part of the area. But if we put it at this level, we can't put our oil extractors way up here. It's too far. You can go about half of one of these blocks, and half of it is right where you see these rivets. Right here. That's as far up from the ground as you can go. Usually about half. All right. So we need to think about that. Okay, hold on. Let's bring down a half ramp, and then we'll take one of these foundations, put it under there, and then look at the rivets on the side. Oh, okay. Yeah, those rivets are underground, so we should be fine at this level right here. Now, can I make it even higher? Oh, absolutely. You can go ahead and take this out. Hold down Control, which allows you to do up to 50 items. Take them out at the same time. Use a smaller ramp, and then again, grab your foundations. Put it underneath there, put it underneath there. Do I see the rivets? Oh, okay, that's not going to work. That's not going to work, everybody. Take that out. And then once again, we'll go ahead and set this up on our thing. So we'll use our middle ramp, our 8x2. We'll grab our foundation, we'll bring it down. And then this would be the level which I would do this. And I'd leave it a little bit open so you know where your stuff is for now. So we'll just leave that middle part open. And we're just going to foundation this whole entire area. This whole entire area is going to do foundation. Now, I didn't bring my weapons with me because Kismet sometimes forgets stuff. You're going to find that a lot in this stream. You're going to find me forgetting a lot of stuff, things going off the rails. Of course, that's a great reason to watch my stream. As you know, stuff's always going off the rails. Now, I don't want to get too close. It's going to activate those little flowers and whatnot over there. But we're going to go ahead and call it at this level like this. Now, when we actually go to build our power and our oil production and all of that stuff, we're definitely not doing it at this level because we're going to run out of space in here. And I like it to be nice and flat. So what we'll do is we'll say, okay, well, we know we don't want to be at this level. We want to be up higher than this middle part here so we can utilize this full canyon here for all of our stuff. And then we're going to build it out in that direction. Now, we build it out in that direction. Guess what we're going to run into? We're going to run into this one right there. We're going to run into this, and we're going to run into this stuff over here on the side, but that's okay. We're going to probably have plenty of room. If we don't have enough room, then we can also ramp up there or take the whole thing out, just raise it up a bit. But I'm just going to use this one right here as my kind of Rosetta Stone for size. And so I'm going to go ahead and take this out, take all of these foundations out, and let's just go ahead and do a little bit of work over here. I hate it when plants are going through your stuff. Drives me crazy. But if we got to deal with that, we'll deal with it later. I hate it when it puts it in sideways. We'll deal with these plants in a bit. I'll show you how. Okay. Do nothing but foundation. Now, in theory, your foundations will block the mobs from respawning. In theory. Watch out for that. The to-do list in 7 Days to Die would be great. Oh, yeah. You know what I'd love in 7 Days to Die? If I'm the tool maker, if I had the ability for someone to send me a request for a tool. Hey, Kismet, I need a da-da-da-da-da. Boom. It sends it to me. If you're a trader. Hey, trader. Next time you go to the trader, could you look for, Shotgun Messiah number 3 for me? Awesome. Comes up as a quest log. Whoever comes out with that one, I will shout you out on the stream big time. You come out with that one, you let me know. I will shout you out on stream for sure. You have one of the most popular mods in 7 Days to Die for sure. That one I would add for sure. All right, oil extractor. Okay, oil extractor right here. And we're going to go ahead and run it this way, I think. Yeah, we'll probably ended up running it that way. We might do some of our power down on the lower level, but we're going to go ahead and work on this upper level. Now, because I've run this down from my pre-existing base, now everything down here is aligned to the rest of my base. So I know it's going to work out in the end overall. But we need to figure out, okay, hold on. We need to figure out our distances again. And our lifts and whatnot, because we know that we're using this one right here to get down to the level we are. So we want to go ahead and do that, so we know that that is kind of our level here. And then we can go ahead and use our more ones here, our double ramp. And we know that's going to match up to what we're doing over here. And we'll take this out. No longer need that. Like that. And then double ramp. And I'd probably go right about there. Seems like a good thing. Now, again, I might have got stuck there, by the way. Stuck up there had I not had my skates. But I could always run around the bottom and come back. So let's say right here is going to be the start of our other foundations. And I like using 8x4s at the ground level. And then when I get into the higher levels, I typically use 8x2s. Because I feel like they're still strong enough to hold it. But not so thin that I feel like it's going to break it. All right. And normally I put my production up much higher because I don't like to be right at ground level, especially when stuff's respawning. But there we go. All right, that's looking good. So we've got our upper level here that we're going to build a lot of our stuff, including our rubber and all of that stuff over here for now. Later on, we're going to do some other stuff with that oil, and we're going to run it around. We might tap another oil node for that, but we'll see. All right, so we got our oil there. We've done a bit of this. We've done a bit of this work, but guess what? We need to get back up here, right? We need to get back to our base. So let's go ahead and add the ability for us to just get straight back up to there. And I would probably line it up fairly close to where this is. So let's go ahead and move across. Let's say our oil node is centered right there. Let's say right there. And then we're going to go ahead and grab these. Now we're going to run a bit over these mobs here, so we got to be careful. They don't kill us on the way. Now if we did this just right, we're going to go ahead and head our way back up again. And when we get to the top here, we'll be able to do some foundations across. And this should all line up perfectly. Now, does it do it every time? Well, it depends on how good you are at the game. If it doesn't, no worries. You go back and you revamp it, readjust it so that it does work out well. Looks like one more. There we go. And then we can put a foundation here in the front. And if we did it right... Oh, we're off by one. We're off by one. Hold on. Actually, I think we're going to be too high now. No? No. Perfect. Perfect! See, if you got the skills, you can make it happen. And look at that. Now we have it lining up perfectly to that node right there. Now, could we align it to the other node? Sure. Or any other node. But I feel like that's the best one because it's back behind where the spawn is. The spawn's up in these front two nodes, and the back node doesn't have any spawn back there. And that is where you want to start, where there's not any spawn, especially when you don't have anything on you right now to do that. Now we're going to go in here. We're going to go ahead and just make another, because this is perfectly straight now. So we want to make a perfectly straight road from there back to our base. Now I'm going to sit here and I'm going to do this while you guys are doing that battle. And I'm going to run this over there and I'm going to L-shape it right into the primary road that goes to my base. So let's do this battle while I am doing that. All right, open the captain's chest, give you guys some love. Boom! Tricky getting that extra archer thing there. Turk Smashy MVP. All right, let's keep you going. Let's keep it going. Let's get some gold. Keep going toward that gold. Oh, yeah, upper left right there. Feels it already. Upper left right there. Sometimes I just have an instinct about these things. Now, while you weren't watching, I was going about 10 times the speed that normally I do. And look at that. I've already done all of that already. While you were watching that. Now we're getting close to this over here, which is a whole bunch of green stuff. As you can see, by the way, thanks for all those follows today. Appreciate everybody coming in, showing that love. Let me catch a little bit up on my follows here. We got, let's see, we got Mampa. And Mampa. These are tough names. I butcher everybody's name. And Manto coming in, Red Glover, and Chemo Master. Thank you so much coming in, dropping those Dragon Hammers, crushing that follow button, and becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet stream. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Now I'm going to start working my way over here. Watch out for all this green stuff because I don't have a gas suit yet, though I could make one right now if I really felt like it. I'm just going to keep working its way over here where I'm at a point. Let me turn my sound back on. At a point where I'm getting pretty close, but not too close. You'll know when you're too close because you start taking radiation or damage. Perfect. Perfecto, perfecto. Now I'm going to go this way. Is there anything really down here? Oh, there's another copper node down there. Yeah, I can use that one day. But right now, don't need it. Let's see. I actually want to do it right here. Now, I like to have my... I misclicked. I like to have my roads 3 wide, and that's so you, if you want to, you could add trains to it later, by the way. Now, there's a tree in my way, and we'll have to eliminate all of these trees eventually. What I'm doing right now is I'm just kind of running this back to my primary base. And we're good. And let's see, where's our primary road? Actually, I feel like it's this way. And we're going to go get our... right here. Oh, I got some machinery in the way of my primary road there. No, I don't. Actually, right there. Huh. I wasn't even watching my primary road. That's bad. Bad, bad, Kismet. All right, let's go. But it lucked out that my primary road is fine. Now, you're like, Kismet, what the heck are you talking about? What are you talking about primary road? Well, I'm going to show you right now. We're going to go ahead and grab some of this color cartridges. So paint cartridges. This is how you paint all your foundations. We're going to grab our thing here. Oh, wow, I left my car over there. Very rarely do I ever leave my car. And then we're going to go to yellow, and we're going to select yellow. And then we're going to go back down again. And we're going to extend this yellow. Now, this yellow means road. That's what I use it for anyway. It could be whatever you want it to be. For me, it means road. So I want to go ahead and put my primary road right through here. And then see how it comes out on the other side. Oh, wow. That's pretty awesome. That worked out pretty good. And then this will be my primary road going out to there, which will then L-shape over to there. And then what I do on my roads is I typically say nothing gets built on the road. Like this right here. No, 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 no. So what we do instead is we go ahead and we lift it up over the road. Oh, don't have enough on me. Don't have enough on me, but I'm going to go scalp some from over here because I'm sure I've got some flowing through there somewhere. Oh, over here. By the way, the reason why you use your coffee cup, why I have a coffee cup in the first place, is to turn off all those other tools that make it awkward. Did we get our... I don't think we even got our baton. We didn't get our baton from last time. Yeah, we forgot it. It's hiding in here somewhere. Where is it? Where even is that baton? I must have put it in a box somewhere. Yep, it's got to be in a box. I'll have to make another one. Hold on, let's make another one while we're thinking about it. Just dawned on me. I was like, where the heck did I put that? Some rods. You can put these equipment workshops really anywhere. Alright, this is my zapper. So I'm going to need a little bit of all of this again to make all of this. Okay, no problem. We just happen to have a whole smorgasbord of stuff we can go grab right over here. So we don't have to run all the way back and grab all that other stuff. Oh, you know what I should do? I should go in and do this. Xeno. Z. Spell it right. X Xeno with an X. Okay, add to to-do list. And then X Basher. There we go. I call it Xeno, and I was trying to do a Z. I need all of that stuff over there to do that. And so, except for the oil extractors, let's take those out for now. There we go. Reinforced iron plates. Well, guess what? We got a whole stash of it right in here. Reinforced iron plates. We need some cables. Easy. Right there. What do we need? More wire. Got it on point. Modular frames. You know it, right over here. Boom. Looks good. Full stack. Let's go. Xeno zappers. I got none right now. I got to make 2 of them. Let's go. Let's do it. Now, I have one of these somewhere because I know I've made it. And very rarely do I actually use the larger Xeno basher because I'm usually not even thinking about it. All right. Oh, we don't have enough room. So we got to put down some of our concrete. I seriously doubt there's going to be a spot in there. It's already refilled. And let's put it down and run it into the awesome sink. There we go. So we have enough room to go in and wrap this up. Boom. All right. There we go. So now we have, it's basically like a longer zapper. And I'm going to go ahead and put that in there and put the food back in there. There we go. We're going to need that for the baddies that are blocking our oil. For sure. But right now, we'll stay in our coffee cup. All right. And this stuff all still running. Now let's go check in on our thing here. Remember we had to do 2,500? Guess what? 738 already done. Now again, we're here, so we might as well want to check and see how it's doing. See if it's still feeding that in. How's our box looking? Ooh, getting a little bit lower over here. That's going to be doing that for a while. Well, let's just take a second, put all that in there, run back over here and manually do it. And you're like, well, Kismet, you could run the line. I could, but I'm not going to because this is offline production. So I can just run it over here and just let it run. Now, am I going to have enough steel things? Probably not. Probably going to run out at some point. So I'll put a little bit more in there and we're good to go. How are we doing here on this wire? Let's take this wire out. I think we're about almost empty. Yeah, cool. We're going to run the rest of the wire. Take this one out now. Take that one out. And there we go. Looking sharp. Looking sharp. Okay. And we'll just take the rest of this little bit of stuff that we did with us. And off we go. Now, we're working over here on this side. And we're doing a nice little L shape. Now, we could also do it up above. an L shape all the way up. Now that we kind of know where we want to go, because I went from that way first, and it feels like more like this is the right way to go, because it's just L shape and then a straight shot where we want to go. And then eventually we're going to be doing a whole bunch of production along this edge, because we're going to be working with that oil and other things that we'll want to run back to our primary base, including the rubber and the plastic from over there. So I'm thinking that far ahead. I'm thinking that far ahead that I'm going to go over there, I'm going to run it up, run along this line, run it into those boxes right there, from down below up into there, up here, so I'll have those extra resources as well, all the way from that oil. So I think that far ahead. I think 10, 20, 30, sometimes 50 steps ahead of time, so that I don't end up redoing all of that. Now, do I need to run it up here? Probably not. I probably don't need to have that running out like that. And that's because that's my production tier down there. And then this part up here is just for me to store it and then work with my hub and grab stuff and put it in the hub when I need it, right? So basically that's why the primary reason I run it into here is so that I can take it out of those things and put it in this hub. And right now, what am I looking for? Well, I want to get this going on so I can start doing these two for sure, to get those in there so I can unlock tier 7 and 8, though there is really no tier 8. It's only tier 7. So those are going to unlock our highest level tier. And to do these ones over here, you're going to need to do computers and all that higher end stuff. So we're actually almost to the highest part of the game. But we do have a lot of stuff to unlock, and this stuff's no problem. Because, you know, see the motors? Remember how we just started motors just a little bit ago? Let's walk over here and check it out. Boom! I'm telling you, you don't need to make a lot of this. I feel like that's the biggest mistake I made when I first started playing, is that I started making, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these assemblers, and it just takes so much massive power and so much massive time keeping these going. Like this right now is out of rotors, right? It's out of rotors. But when the rotors get done, it's going to run through, it's going to kick that in, and it's good to go, right? We need 25 per minute. And eventually, when it makes a rotor, let's see if it's coming down the line. It takes a little while because I don't have the rotor production up there. And the reason why I don't is because I don't have the power for it. And what do I need to do power? I need oil. And can I make oil? Well, I need these materials to make the oil. Right? So I feel like that's always a smarter move. Let's see if this rotor comes through. Come on, rotor. I want to see if they come through here. Dee-dee-dee-dee. It obviously works because I have a bunch in there, but I'm not seeing my rotor come through. If I don't see one come through, then that's telling me that something's wrong in my production line. So sometimes you want to double check your stuff. Come on, rotor. What are you doing? Let's just run back along the conveyor. Whoa, okay, or we can fall down. Jeez, that made me jump. Try that again. The thing about the skates is it sometimes over jumps. Also, sometimes you'll hit the edge too. Oh, that's a little out of control there. Now I had a bunch of extra rotors over here, but for some reason, it doesn't seem to be feeding up my rotors, which means there could be a crazy. Oh, I forgot to put my links. Oh my God, there's a ton of rotors down there. I forgot to put my linked lifters in there. All right, so we need to put our lifters in here so that it's lifting it up to the next box. Oh my God, this is probably a whole box, or at least a good amount of rotors in there. All right, well, I'm glad we looked at that, so we weren't all of a sudden coming back later and saying, hey, why isn't that lifting? So now it's going to lift from this box into that box, and then from this box into that top box. Oh, wait a minute. No. Something wrong there. Something wrong there. No, that's wrong. That's all sorts of wrong. Let's see. That's backwards. In. Out. Huh. Oh, I got to turn backwards. I got the first box turned backwards. Ah, all right, we'll take that out. That's what I did. Okay, so sometimes you make mistakes, everybody. Sometimes you make mistakes because it's flipped from the other side. So it's flipped from the other side. This input has to be flipped. Let's go ahead and fix that. Oh, we got to take this out. Let's go ahead and just make a little box for a second. Oh, we don't have enough plates. Yeah, drop rotors. More rotors there. Alright, we got too much stuff on us. Let's go ahead and just make one of those. Can we make a big boy? Yeah, let's make a big boy. Big boy, put that in there. Okay, hold on. Yeah, so yeah, screwed that up. Glad I saw that, though. Glad I saw that, because these are all turned the wrong direction. Love how it grabs usually all the stuff except for the stuff you're really looking for. Alright. There we go. Let's fix this. This definitely needs to be fixed. Alright, so let's get over here. Line this all up. So the input is this side. And we'll have to fix this and move this back. It's this side, then this goes in the opposite direction. All this has got to come out. And that's why I always double check this stuff, because even though you're kind of diligently watching, it can still get messed up from getting distracted. So I'm notoriously getting distracted from stuff. So yeah, our production here is actually not feeding up into there. All right, there we go. So coming out of there, going up into there. This is coming out of here. That's going in there. And out of this side, and then up into the top one. There we go. And then out of this side, and then up into that one. And so this has to move back. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for not telling me that, by the way. For all of those who saw that earlier and said, Kismet, I saw that, bro. I had your back, bro. I appreciate you not telling me. I prefer to not know. To make mistakes and then learn from those mistakes, basically. Let's go ahead and do this one. All right. Take that out. And we'll just grab it from in here. Double wall. This way. And so this one is going to go from here. No. Wrong. Try that again. Into there. And we'll reconnect that back. I think it was the middle one. That middle one. Into the middle one. And this goes from here into that box. All right, nice. And then we're going to bring that down. We have to use our wall hanger there. Let's say right there. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, we need some plates. We need some plates, everybody. Let's go get some. Now, by the way, you'll see I'm a lot more conservative in the amount of resources I take out now. There's like one stack or one stack here. Because I know I can go and grab it from over there. Take that out. We use that as a reference. Could have got my plates from there. And so we need this. Say... yeah, let's say about here. Just so that won't clip through that other one. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, now our rotors are going in there. Our rotors going into here. They're feeding up. I should have double checked that last time too. They're feeding up into that top one, which will then feed them down the line. All that looking good now. Wall back in just to make it look nice. This can come out. That can come out. All right, nice. I like it. I like it a lot. God, why am I got so much concrete on me? I don't need it right now. All right, so that is fixed and ready to rock. This is going the wrong direction. Enough pipe and items. Okay, we'll come back and do the rest of that later. Let's take all this concrete with us, though. Oh, hold on. A bit of plate action there. Clean up our mess. All right, that should be working properly. How do we know if it's really working properly? We'll go back upstairs and see what's up. because I had a bunch of extra rotors left over that I'd put in there, and that's how it made all those other ones, because the rest of the production wasn't running through. But we can go ahead and look in here, or we can look along the line. And if we see one go along the line, then we did it right. Let's see. Give it a minute. Oh, wait, we got to reconnect it over here. Reconnect it? We did. Okay. Dee. Nope, should have been one by now. Now, if I put them in here, they'll run along there, no problem. But it doesn't look like it's feeding up. So let's go ahead and see what's going on. Can we see them feeding through here? Well, something is not correctly connected. This is an output, that's an input. Yep, it's going to this one and it's stopping at this one. This is an output. Oh, yeah, right there. Right there, no moss. That's why we double check all this stuff. Oh, those boxes are a little bit too far forward. I mean, too far backwards. So it's got to go forward just a little bit. All right, let's pick this up. Let's use this one as a reference. We're going to move forward just a little bit. Put it this way. Fine tuning, everybody. Fine tuning. That's good. That's good, though. We got to fix all this stuff so that we don't have that problem all the way down the entire line. And then we put that back in there. Take those rotors out. Make sure it's facing this way, other way, forward, and then let's do our lifter at the top. That's better. That's better. Okay. Then out of here into there. Out of there into there. And reconnect our line. Okay, I can see the rotors going in there. And once again, we're gonna look and see if they're going up the thing. There goes one. Can we see them going up there? Yep, we can see them going up at the top. And obviously it's going to be going over here. We don't really even need to look at that one. We can see it's going up through the top one. Then we know it's working. We can also kind of manually feed some in there. Like this. And they should be going up there, up there. Yeah, look at them go. Look at them go up there at the top. Awesome. Probably should grab some of those back, though. Probably need some of those. Grab those back. All right, now let's go ahead and just see if a rotor comes down the line here. All right, rotor, come on. Down the line, bro. I saw one go in there, but I just want to see it. There we go. Rotor go in. Nice. Now, up top, we're going to go look again, and then we should be GG. Should be GG. Now, again, sometimes you'll have that problem where you eyeball it and you think it's fine. The only thing that matters is if you see it, there it goes, coming out of the top there. If you see it coming out of this top line, then you know it's good. We can see it coming up here into this number. If this goes to 85, 84, but then it goes back up again. Right now it's 84, 83, 82. It should go up at some point. There we go. It went from 80 to 81. That means that one more went in there. So we know it's now going to run the rest of this gambit, and you got a whole backlog of them right now. So it's got plenty over here for it to chew on. Because we dropped a bunch of extra rotors in there, and it's already maxed with 100 here. So this is going to go as fast as it possibly can, 12.5, and we're going to have a lot of motors. But then again, we're going to need a lot of motors, so there you go. And speaking of motors, let's go ahead and also think out our next thing, which is going to be our 3 oil extractors. We're going to need about 150 motors. Let's just go ahead and grab some of those babies. while we're here. That's about 150 right there. Looks good. All right, all this is looking sexy, looking good. We're going to need to build in some transport. How much time we got? We got enough time. I think we got enough time. Where am I going? I'm going this way. And we go ahead and use our new line as well. Right through here. Now, we need to grab this, put that over here so we can get our production line reestablished. Same thing over here. Okay, so those production lines are good. Now they're up off of my thing here. I forgot to bring my vehicle. It's my bad. Like this, and we'll take this out. And I feel like what we're going to do is we're going to do a little L-shape road here, probably. Probably curve our road right at this point. Yeah, this definitely should be our road. So what we're going to do is basically when it comes out, is actually the road's going to cut over, and this will be the primary part of the road. And I like to, not used to, but like to still to this day, run it 3 wide. And there we go. So as it comes through here, I'm going to go ahead and just dogleg it like this. Say this is our road. I don't like trees in my road, so I could take that out. We're going to go ahead and say this, and then this is our primary road. Wasting a whole bunch of those, but oh well. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and push this out by 1 as well. Right here. We got a lot of concrete, so we're going to go ahead and just use it up. Okay, now while we're here, we got a bit of resources. We don't have enough resources that we really need, but we got a bit of resources. What we can do is say, you know what, right here, I want to go ahead and be able to travel all the way to my oil over there from over here, just in a hypertube. So what we can do is we can go ahead and utilize our walls while we're along, and we just unlocked these, by the way, pretty fun. The other day, our transport thing, which is our hypertube wall support. So we go ahead and just put this right along here. Now, it's fun to put it at a lower level. I typically don't do the entrances at a lower level. I typically do the entrances like a hyper wall. I put it up above here like this. Now, one of the things you can also do, oops, that's a little not centered. But one of the other things you can do is put a ramp down here. So if you want to go ahead and put a little ramp here for you, if you don't have the skates. I have the skates so I can jump up there, but I'm really kind of warming up to these ramps. So this way when I'm running by, the ramp will be in my way, and I'll go around it, and thus not get sucked into there. If you have it at the lower level, what happens is you're like, oh, okay, I didn't do the thing, and then it sucks you in there, and off you go. Right? You can stop yourself, by the way. You can hold down S and turn yourself around and come back the other way. I feel like part of the joy of this game is finding the solution to the surprising problem, kind of like debugging code or balancing a budget. Exactly. You are exactly correct in that. So I'm going to have it start up here, and then I'm going to have it run down to here. Now, I don't have enough resources on me right now. We'll go back and grab some. But we're going to go ahead and get our hypertube, and we're going to run it right down in there. And now you can run it at the lower level. That's fine. If it's not going to obscure your road, I find it pretty fun. I actually like typically putting this up higher. You can also use your stackers. You can put your stacker down like that, and then use your hypertube stacker. Put it up above. And normally that's how I would do it, but in this playthrough, we're not using as many stackers. We're going to be doing a lot of wall hanging and whatnot because it's going to fill in our factory over time. Actually, I need to turn the wall the other way. There we go. And notice you can swap out the wall and put the wall back in again, even with the thing hanging there, which I greatly appreciate. And so we're going to make a bunch of walls while we're at it as well. Just to kind of have some fun with our hypertube Wall hangers. Now, our wall supports. I'm going to run this all the way to the end. And here's what a great thing, another little trick too. Trick 1, 2, back. Put it right there in the center. And then on this side, same thing. 1, 2. And why do we do that? Because it makes a beautiful corner. That's how come. If you put it in the right thing. Sometimes it doesn't want to do what you want it to do. Try that again. All right. Oh, won't do it because it thinks it's going the other direction. Ah, hold on. We got to get that. We got to get that rotated properly. Ah, it's my bad. My bad. 1, 2. Huh. It should go in there. Come on, you. Invalid shape. Oh, hold on. We got to use our build mode. That was my bad. I forgot the build mode. There's different. I had it on default mode. So your build mode, you can adjust your build mode, and it will actually go around corners like that. So you can use your conveyor or your noodle mode, which is the mode I like to do. There we go. And then we have a nice sharp corner around that edge, which is pretty fun. I forgot to do my modes, everybody. Normally, most of the time, default mode is fine. When you're doing vertical stuff, it's cool to do verticals because depending on what side you start from is how the actual thing will offset. The actual pipe that's running up, it'll offset in such a way that'll match up to whatever you're doing. Very, very fun. Now, I actually have a bunch of sets down here. I have a set full of stuff for transport. So I'm going to go ahead and switch to that set just for my transport so I don't have to go into the menu every time. And that's going to allow me to just hit number 1 and run that all the way there. But look, I need more pipes and more stuff. So let's run back for that. We'll get to our coffee cup, so it's not doing that. And again, that's why I have so much resource. Now, normally I have my car and run around, but I find it takes longer for me to get in my car and do all of that than just to do the thing. Oh, actually, we put some of this back. Nice. Put some of that back in there, and then we need a bunch of hyper tubes. So we're gonna click at that. Need a bunch of this, and we're going to need wall supports, and we're going to need entrances. So that's going to tell us the stuff that we need to make that happen. And so we need some encased industrial beams, which I seriously doubt is backlogged. And of course, the easier way to grab this is to grab it from up above, because that's where it's feeding to. So let's go ahead and go up above, grab some of this loot that we need. Right over here. Okay, we need 76. Now, these stack to 100, so you're good. So I'm going to grab actually 2 of these because I'm going to need a lot of those. And we're going to need some cable right here. Now, see how I've got a stack of 51? I'll put the small stack back like that. So it's not taking so much of my space for just a smaller stack of that particular item. I'd rather have a stack of 100 and carry 1 stack of that than 3 stacks of 10. Which is not doing me any good. All right, right over here. Same thing here. So take a stack out, put the smaller stack back. We definitely gonna need more copper sheets than that. Steel pipes. Let's get some of those. Steel pipes are still looking strong here. We got 10. Take that out over there. We've got everything we need here to get started. But these numbers are really low for what we really need. So we're going to go ahead and make sure we boost our iron plates for sure. To about 200 each. Put that in there and see we got a stack of 47. Put the 47 back. Now we got about 200 each. That'll get us started. Let's go ahead and get that going. Now while I'm building this hyper tube on the way back, look how perfectly that worked out. It worked out actually pretty awesome. That all of that stuff kind of worked out well. And then we'll dogleg here. So while I'm building out the rest of these hyper tubes and kind of walking my way back and filling in all of these foundations, we're going to hear that? Hear my power went off. My power went off. Hold on a second. My power goes off. That becomes the priority. How come we ran out of power? That's a good question. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. See what happens when you run out of power? You can't get back up where you're going, and that's when you need your backup ramp. And that's why I have this backup ramp right here and also ramps outside just in case I lose power. Let's go up here and see what happened to our power cycle. Right over here, something pushed us over the edge. Yeah, we've been riding. Look how close we've been riding it all the time. Riding it well. And then right here we see, we're off by 10.6 megawatts to go. Now, of course, it's going to spike when we start it. So let's go ahead and that's probably because this now is back up to running full speed. We're going to go ahead and just crank this down a little bit. We don't need motors that fast now, so we're going to crank this back down to say, let's just have it actually go to 100%. We'll just take these back out. Let's have it go at 100%, and we'll go ahead and try to crank this back on. That's going to save us like 40 watts of power. That's a lot of power right there when you overclock stuff. Not enough. Not enough. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this out. We're going to run it from this to here. And then we're going to take this out. Still a no-go. Even with all of this off the line, still a no-go. Let's go ahead and take a look over here at this one. Let's go ahead and take off our awesome sink. There we go. Just enough power to get us going. And then what it's going to do is it's going to have a spike in the very beginning, and then it's going to go back down. And then when it goes back down, you can go ahead and reconnect things like your awesome sink and stuff like that. Let that run. But it's going to take this production offline over here because it's using up a bit too much power now. And I'm not sure what it is. Probably our rotors are now being fed in there, so it is now keeping it perpetually running. And I can just go ahead and turn that off. I can turn off all of this up here as well, because this is more than enough than what I need. All the stators that ran into here now ran into here. I've got more than enough motors for right now. And until I get my oil up and running, I'm not going to have enough power. So I'm good. I'm good for right now. Now over here, though, I don't want to stop this because this I want to keep growing and going and going. How are we looking? Oh, boy. We're going to run out there. We're going to run out. Let's run a little bit in there. And so we're still trying to do our versatile frameworks. How many have we done so far? Right over here. Oh, we're at 1,000 already. All right, so we need 1,500 more. And again, we'll do that battle here in just a second. What we're going to do is we're going to actually tie in this over there so we don't have to fuddle with it while we're gone. And so we'll just do the same thing we did here. We'll do a little spaghetti. We'll go and we put it up in here. Now, I don't have the actual item, so I got to pull the item out of there to use the item to make the item run over there. And so we're going to run it across. Let's see. How do we want that to run? We'll run it higher. I feel like we'll run that much higher. There we go. Way over there. Now, temporarily, we're going to go back here. Ooh, we got to watch out. Woo! We're going to go back here. We're going to run along this outside line. So we're going to go ahead and just put conveyor. And let's say right there. Stack it up nice and high. Get on up here. There we go. A little too far. A little too far there. Oh, I'm in the wrong set, too. I'm in the wrong set. There we go. This set, set 2. All right. Not that it's too far. I'm just in the wrong set. Okay, and that's too far from there to there. I could trigger everybody in the chat. Let's do it. Get triggered, chat. Get triggered, chat. Spaghetti! Not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that. There's an unwritten rule that you're not supposed to make it do that. But I'm going to do it anyway, because you know it's my game. I do whatever I want. Spaghetti City. That's what they call Spaghetti City when you start running stuff on top of there and you start running stuff on all these conveyors going all those very unorganized like that. But I do it all the time because you know what? Hey, it's my game. I'll do whatever I want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right here. Double up on that conveyor pole. Let's keep her going. Oh, just a little too far. Actually, that wasn't 6. This one was 6. A little miscounting there. Plus is up a little bit too. There we go. Take this out. And all right. Grab the pole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right here. Oh, perfect. Perfecto. So I can just run that from over there so I can let it run because I'm going to be off doing my oil for a while, and that's going to take a while to get that going. Probably another easy 30 minutes. But that's now going to feed all of those ones that it's producing directly over here, like so. It's going to run those all in there and just run all of those out. Now, I got to be careful because I could run out of these level 3 conveyors, which I need eventually, but I need more to get to the next level, those versatile frameworks. So while I'm off doing other things, it's going to be doing its thing, running all of these steel beams over here, and then when those run out, it's going to run them 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. How dare you? I know, right? I just totally triggered everybody. Everybody in the chat who doesn't like spaghetti just like went, ah, Kismet! Ah! I could run it beautiful, but I don't want to take the time. I'll just run it over there. It's only temporary anyway. This is what I call offline production. Typically, I don't run it directly. I just pick it up and put it over there. But to save me some time, because I got to do all this stuff, I'm just going to run it direct. Now, if I'm running that direct, I might as well just run this direct, because I'm already running that over there, right? Already doing a little spaghetti. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's double trigger, chat. We're going to double trigger. Let's do it. Oh, we don't have enough. We don't have enough of those. Oh, wait, we dropped some right there. How convenient. Now, see, I just used all those up, and I don't have any more of them. Hopefully, I've got some laying around somewhere. Yeah, I do, right there. See, backup plan, everybody. Always have a backup plan. God, so much. Take all this off. Always have a backup plan of these suckers. Always have a bunch of extra of these laying around. Whatnot. You're like, well, Kismet, you can make your versatile framework go some more. True, but I need these. So I don't want to run out. So I always have an extra kind of stash of those. All right, same thing here. Let's go. Chat trigger time. Oh, put my concrete down. I don't need all of it down. I need some of it for me, too. There we go. All right. Do this again. Chat trigger time. Boom. By the way, I could just move this closer and just run it out, run it out the back of it, and just done the machinery over there and just run one line over here. But I feel like doing this. I don't know. So whatever you feel like doing. Again, it's only temporary. Once I get my oil in line, all of this won't be run like this. So that is for sure. All right, let's put that. Come on, conveyor. Wrong thing. There we go. There we go. All right, add in there. We're gonna bring our over here, and now it's all going to be inline. Now I don't have to do anything. It'll just go ahead and keep feeding that in there endlessly. And even if it does slow down, no big deal. It'll at least keep running because definitely the steel beams are going to run out. And so I'm just going to kind of boost it, give it a little boosty boost with the stuff that I have on me. And it's going to go ahead and run the rest of that in there. Now, we definitely want to try to run that as best we can, and then we can let it backlog all of our steel beams. We can also up our production of steel beams later on. But over here, we do have a whole box full of it. So we'll go ahead and take all that box for now. But we want to let this get as much done today as we can. And I would take about 4 of these back. Now remember, I do have some more of this laying around, so I can come back to that later. Our awesome sink is being awesome. Wow, did we finish? That is done. All right, well, let's get a little bit more in there. And then we're going to turn our awesome sink off. There we go. All right, done. All right, all done. Now, you can turn your awesome sink off. Here's a little trick, by the way. If we go over here and look at our power. Look at our power. Right now, it's about 676, so looking pretty good. Dropping down. So let's go ahead and take this power off. And then look at it real quick. And see if it drops. And so it dropped a little bit. I feel like sometimes that... Oops, left some resources up there. I feel like sometimes the awesome sink here... Go up the ladder. Here... we got wire. Is still using power, even though it's not on, and it shouldn't be using any power when it's not on, but I turn it off. The things that also use a lot of power all the time are these. I feel like the power should only be on when you come close to it, and then it turns the power on, but they run 24/7, so a lot of your power that's being used up is by your entrances over here, and I wish there was an on-off switch. You can just turn it on when you come up and do it, and you can unconnect it and reconnect it and unconnect it. That would suck. It'd be much better if you could just have an on-off switch for your actual hypertubes, because that's a lot of power. Right now it's probably burning 200 watts of power, and I'm not even using it. So yeah, that's I gotta watch out for that in the long run. Okay, so let's take all this stuff. Down here we go. And now we are ready for that battle as I go and do the hypertube. Sorry, I had to take care of that first. First things first, everybody. Let's go. Don't worry, I'm going to be doing 15 hours of battles all day long. You'll get plenty of battles in. All right, there we go. Open the capture chest. Boom. Sobe getting 10 gold. Rotisserie G, MVP. All right, speaking of gold, more gold for you all. All right, I'm going to put the Wasteland Tycoon right here. I'm going to head for the boss. You guys head for the gold, because that doesn't do me any good. I've already got 19,000, almost 20,000 gold. I'm good. You guys can grab it all. Kismet, can you contact the New World Gods? I miss playing it. Ready, aim, miss. Me too. I was there, by the way. I was there at the party the last minute before they turned the server off. Oh, that was fun. That was really, really fun. They had a party in one of the cities, and everybody was shooting off fireworks and doing all sorts of spells and kind of stuff. Not really fireworks, but shooting off spells that were kind of like fireworks. And having a good old time. That was a lot of fun. I actually got it on video. Eventually, I'll be coming out with some New World videos. So if you are hurting for New World right now, be watching my YouTube channel. Let me give you all my... my stuff here, so you can go over there and get it going on right over here. So go over there. I've got the Discord, of course. You want to definitely go over there and check that out. It's been about 100 hours revamping that. That looks awesome. Check out the Twitter. Hit that follow button. Go to YouTube. Hit the subscribe button. And, of course, my awesome website. Feel free to check that out as well. I mean, hey, it's kismet.gg. I mean, of course, it's going to be a GG website, right? It's going to be GG. All right, let's do it. Okay, now back to my little transport thing here. Now, what I want to do is go ahead and click on that way over there, and I want to go ahead and just walk this way as far as I can. And that's going to tell me the length of my hypertube right there. Now, hypertubes and other objects or other things that you're running, like conveyors, actually go at different lengths. So conveyors go 6 foundations, where conveyors go 12. But I don't want to have to count 12 every time. So what I do is I just kind of pull it all the way over here to about where it does it, and then I'll just kind of move it back right there. And then I have a kind of an idea. So let's say this one, right? Close enough. And then we'll go ahead and put our pipe, no, not pipeline wall hole. Why do I got a pipeline wall hole on there? I went to the wrong thing. This should be hypertube support, number 7. I must have accidentally clicked the wrong thing. There we go. This should be number 7. There we go. Okay, I'm going to put that right in the center, right there. And then we'll go ahead and connect that over there to right there. Very nice. And then kind of rinse and repeat. Now, I put a lot of my concrete down back there, but I did bring a bit of it. And see, this always happens. See, I always run out of concrete. I always have a lot of concrete on me because I run out of it, and I totally forgot it. Now we can also test our hypertube here by putting this in, but there's another thing we're going to need to do along the way, and that's also power, so that we can run our power back and actually run it to our actual oil extractors, which is great. So we can run it from way over here to our oil extractors, get our oil extractors going, which is then going to produce power, and it's going to run power the other way back to here. But we'll go ahead and grab our power connector right over here. We're trying to do a lot of stuff. Oh, always with the light. We're trying to do a lot of stuff utilizing our wall. I'm only going to do a single high wall for this one because it's just basically going to be transport way out there. Eventually, though, we're going to be building a bunch of stuff out here. We'll probably build it on the other side of this area right in here where we're going to use our oil. We're going to do aluminum. We're going to do all of that stuff. I've already built this entire thing in my head about 50,000 times. It's already pre-built, everybody. Pre-built in my mind, but we'll get it built in game over time here. Let's run that over there. And then over on this side, we can also put in our entrance, which is going to be number 2 right there. And uh-oh, we're out of line. But that's okay, because on this side, we can do 4 more. Ha-ha! Kismet's so tricky. So tricky, because that one's 8, and it costs the same resource as one of the Mark 1 poles. So those are the most amazing things in the game when it comes to power poles. These power poles are less efficient than using a double hung or a double-sided thing. So unlock those as quick as you can. Double-sided outlet, wall outlet. But of course, you got to have a wall to connect it to. All right, we did that. We're going back for our concrete that we set down somewhere, or maybe over here. Yeah, a little bit there. Take this back out. I like to try to remember to take those back out again so I don't have those laying around all over. Though it's kind of nice to have, you know, concrete all over the place at your different areas where you're building. That one's good. That one's actually empty. And there's my concrete there. All right. Actually, let's move some of this over here. I can take that one out now. Sort all of that, put all of that away, and then take all. And see, it doesn't take the smallest one, which is a stack of 25, and they'll leave a little concrete there. Though I got 4 boxes of concrete right here, so if I really need this right there. Okay, got that done. Got ourselves some concrete. Now here's the cool thing. Since we had already made this and we put an entrance, boom! Now, there's only another problem. We're like, Kismet, what if you're going one way and you're like, no, I want to go back the other way? Hold down S and you can actually turn your character around. I know, I just blew your mind. Just blew your mind. That's right, you can turn your character around, go back this way, and you're like, well, Kismet, why are you going back? Well, I'm going back because I need to run the power. I need to run the power along the wall here. Now, power lines are pretty much like these lines here because they go about the same distance with about 12 foundations. I'm just going to put double connectors in because I feel like later on I'm going to use it on the other side. So we're going to just use our doubles as we go along. It's going to use more wire, but oh well. And so we're going to run all the way over here where we put our next one. And we're going to put a double outlet right there. And then we're just going to keep on keeping on. And now that we have our concrete, we can pick up our foundations. And we can continue our fun with foundations. Almost there, everybody. Almost there. Man, we are making huge strides in the stream today. Huge strides. Got all of our production going for all of our basic stuff. We got our rotors going. We've got our motors going. We got our stators going. We got it all going. Plus, more versatile framework. Working on that next tier while we're over here doing this as well. There's actually only one more tier to the game. Tier 7. They're still working on tier 8 and whatnot. Now let's go ahead and keep putting our walls in. Now eventually I'll probably come back and revamp these walls, but for now I just feel like putting them all in. Now I could just skip the walls and only put the wall up that needs a power connector and the wall hanging for the hypertubes. I don't know, I just feel like doing them. Sometimes you just feel like a nut, and sometimes you are a nut. That was a reference to Almond Joy commercial, by the way. Almond Joy and Mounds. Those are actually really good. Really good. I'm an Almond Joy kind of person. Put it in the chat. You a Mounds or an Almond Joy type of person in the chat? What do you prefer? I know some of you have like allergies too, so I would obviously that one, but still take a little poll while we're running lines here. Every time we connect a line here, we're going to go ahead and put in a double wall. I'm going to put that as number 8 right there. There we go. I'm going to put in a double wall connector as well, because later on we're going to need that power, and we should actually be connecting all of these while we're at it. Go back and connect all of this. Neither. Well, there you go. You don't have to like everything everybody else likes, by the way. That's fine. Nothing wrong with liking what you like, right? Because you only get one life. Like what you like, because you don't get to do a do-over usually, at least as far as I know. I love how far away you can do stuff. You can do stuff really far away. I just connected that power from really far away. Pretty epic. All right, let's keep it going. All right, so let's say right about here. With that, and then with this. And look how far away you can just zap that. Boom. And then you grab that little connector. Isn't that amazing? I mean, the precision of this game is just next level, bro. It's just better than any game ever when it comes to building. It's just so incredibly good. That's what I love about it. The building just feels so good. And I'm someone who builds a lot. I'm a hardcore builder, everybody. Now look at this. Ooh, got to watch out for this, right? Watch out when you fall off the side there. Now I'm actually going to put this wall in here. And then what we're going to need to do is go downward. And so let's go ahead and put in the rest of our ramps here. Really smart move to basically put a wall in so you know where your actual ramp is. Because normally I would do this. I would, ooh, little save lag. Normally I put a wall in there on that side and a wall on this side, and it tells me where my actual ramp is. But in this case, my ramp is there. And so what I'm going to do is put the wall on the side like that. And that tells me that all 3 areas is safe to go down, at least portion of the way for now. Now, we've got our hypertube still to do here. We're going to run it right to this last one right there. Run that down. Oh, not enough copper wire. It happens. It happens. And so what we'll do is we'll go here. And we're going to go down here and check this out. But while we're going down here, we'll go ahead and fill in the rest of this. And we'll try to grab these resources that we left all the way here at the bottom. Hey, there's Fred. What's up, Fred? That's my buddy Fred right there. He helped me out earlier. He helped me find a glowy worm. Allowed us to boost our production and get a whole bunch of stuff done. Open up this next tier of the game. Fred's always my buddy. Sometimes he does get in the way, though, but, he's fine. He's fine. Come in, relax, take it easy there, Fred. And... oh, this thing is in the way. There we go. So now here's the cool thing about this. This is actually going to go to 2 separate levels. So this is going to go down into there. Let's say right to here. And then this goes here. And then we have our smaller ramp because we adjusted the angle of this. So basically this is going to go not only to the upper level, right, but also to our lower level down here. Now I actually would take this one out too because it is your primary middle part of your road. And I would make a double ramp going down here because this is probably where you're going to end up the most. Now, typically, I don't like making ramps down to the lower level because mobs can come up there and get you. So I typically will not do that. But in this playthrough, screw it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Now, also up here on this higher level, we're also going to be doing a lot of our production. So we're going to go ahead and expand this out a little bit like that. And now look at that. Look at that beautiful road. Now you can put in supports and do all of that. Do that later. Do that later. One of the things we want to do is go ahead and just zoop rest of this out. No longer need that. That was our initial one where we came down and tried to figure out what we're doing down here. And now we got it going. Now I need some more copper wire, and I put some resources down somewhere. I think it was actually up at the top of there. And I have my vehicle up there, so I feel like we'll backtrack a little bit, take out a little of this excess, grab our vehicle, grab our other stuff. That's going to help us a bunch. Again, I'm holding down control. I'm going to take all that excess out. Like that. Now, normally I put a doorway or something here, but what I'm going to do is actually have this stop a little bit early up here at the top part. And the reason why is so that it doesn't block my road that's going this way. Actually, probably want that extra click down there. Probably want that to go. Yeah, we want to move that over. Hold on, let's take this back out. Let's say this one. Now look how subtle this is. See this little metal part? If you've never played this game before, this little metal part allows you to control in which direction that you're going to build. This way? That way? This way? Maybe in the center? I'm going to put it up on top of it. Right? That little subtlety is what makes this game great. This is what makes it why I make it an instant buy. This is an instant buy game because of that subtlety, that precision of building what you're doing. See how quick I can build that? I can tell it what direction I want. Hey, start over there and bring all those into me. I'm just clicking in the same exact spot for most of that. And then the last one I move forward. See, look how quickly you can build stuff in this game. How precision building will just build out. Now I'm going to eventually build all this out. I'm going to have a lot of production up here. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and fill this side in a little bit. There we go. And this side over here too. All right, like that. Now again, the things I'm always thinking about, roads, right? Like where's my road going to be? Well, I can tell you that I'm going to go ahead and probably put it right here because it's going to go 3 across. And if I want to run trains or anything like that, I'll have that. Every now and again, I'll get a little save lag. You'll see that save lag. Now, this actually needs to go out further because, again, this is only going to be a 1 lane there. So let's say 2. And then our primary road from up here will be along here. And so we'll tag the corners like that. We can run it the other way. But basically, I'm just telling it this is my primary road. I'm not going to build anything on this road. Now, why do I need these roads? Well, if my power goes out, it makes it really easy for me to drive along those roads and get where I'm going. I'm just wasting it now. But as you can see, I've got a bunch of this already painted from before. Reload. And now we've got a nice road that if we are getting to go somewhere, I've got it all painted out. I could have painted the road while I was running this as well, but yeah, sometimes you just come back, get it done. I haven't forgotten those resources and my vehicle. So I never forget my vehicle. I love my vehicle. Okay. And so we'll go to coffee cup and a bit of running. Now, again, I could use my hypertube, but I typically want to keep my vehicle on me. I forgot it. I typically will pick it up right after I get off of it as well. Now, if we run this hypertube straight, it's going to be in the way. So that's why I want to take a moment and decide what we're doing here. And I'll move this one over by 1. I like to leave that open by 3. Take this out for now. Let's run over here. Remember I said I was going to take that out? There we go. Out it goes. And we can go ahead and probably build in the rest of this road now. And I use a lot of concrete. I use a lot of foundations in this particular playthrough. Not always. Sometimes I don't bother. I don't bother putting in this much concrete, but we're really kind of stepping it up in this particular playthrough. because they added a little bit of new stuff to the game, but I feel like it's reaching a threshold right now where they're going to be pushing for release, I think, at some point. But they definitely need to get that next tier going, because this is an early access game. Don't get mad at early access games if you lose your stuff or something glitches out or whatever. You know, that's why they call it early access. They're still working on it. Still working on it. Almond Joy, yes. Oh, Almond Joy is good. Brah, what's up? How our names are so close, Builder Bob. Yeah, well, except for I had my name before you were born. Most likely. What age are you, Kismet? What is your age? If you don't mind me asking. Maybe you got yours before me. You never know. Maybe it'll be a surprise. Someone who actually had their name before me. He's still in the chat. All right. We need to make sure to bring our resources here. Let's bring this. Definitely these. Should have put all this down while I was over there. That, screws, concrete. We're going to need a little bit. Let's put this back. Come back for the rest of that. All right, back to our little painter. Now, where's our road over here? Right here. Right? No, over here. Yeah, right there. Primary road to here, and then I think our road's going to dogleg. I'm defining the road right now. And then we have our primary ramp. We'll connect into there. This is just as useful as actually running conveyors and running hypertubes and all that stuff. I feel like this is like the smartest thing I did in my last playthrough. I suddenly had a revelation. I thought, man, I could just paint it like it's a road, right? I just paint it like it's a road and then go from there. And that's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome sauce. So there's my road there, and now we get our vehicle back. Now this is much better. This thing is really good. Doesn't take any power whatsoever. And you can just keep going. Keep going down the road. It goes pretty fast. It goes about 50 kmh. Kilometers per hour. Of course, is the metric system for all of you non-metric educated peeps. I know if you're in the U.S., you're like, I don't know no metric stuff, because they don't teach you that in school. And I'm a graphic designer, so I had to learn every type of measurement, every type, for sure. And of course, in school they should teach you volumes and different other measurement systems as well, like gallons and liters and all of that stuff. You should know all of that as well, but I'm sure you don't use it on a daily basis, so you're not going to remember most of it. Me, I use millimeters and all of that stuff on a daily basis in printing and publishing. Been a graphic designer for 30 years. The devs say a new update November 3rd, 4th. Update 4 is delayed till early 2021. Yeah, I thought so. See, when you get about Christmas time, you're going to find that devs typically push stuff into the next year because it's really difficult to get anything done work-wise in the last month of the year. I have been in business my entire life pretty much, and I can tell you December is the worst time to get anything done. You can't get anything done, and that's okay. You know, I have let everybody enjoy their holiday and whatnot. I'm a big fan of taking that proper time to get your mental space in place, and that's spending time with your family and spending time doing things that you enjoy, so that when you're back at work, hopefully it's something you enjoy as well. But you also got to have that downtime. And I was very much a workaholic when I was in my 20s. I never had any downtime. I would just sit and work and work and work and work. But then again, I was young and I didn't care. I didn't care as much then about all of those other things. And it really didn't affect me as much as it does now. Now it definitely, it's a bigger road to mental instability by neglecting your family life. Because I have 3 daughters, a wife, family, all that stuff. So I gotta watch out for that as well. And let's see. Let's go ahead and put a connector. I said we'll put it on this side. Doesn't really matter where it's at, but it's going to look nicer on that side. When I connect the wire, it's not going to go through my hypertube. And then I connect my entrance from back. You're not even going to see it. And there we go. So I can just walk up that. Let's test it out. Works good. Now, this is how you know that your power actually made it all the way over here and that your power is actually working. Is you check it out by using your hypertube entrance. Now, you got to watch out when you come out of there. Make sure you've got enough room, especially if you're coming straight down, because it'll launch you 6, 7, 8 foundations away. And if you're coming straight down and it'll launch you out, you're going to be coming at high speed, and bam, right off the side, you go to your death. How do I know? Done it a bunch of times. I've done it a bunch of times for sure. I'm really liking these entrances where they're ramp and then you go in. As opposed to at the bottom level, right? If you put it at the bottom level, you're going to get sucked in there all the time by mistake. All right, so we want to go ahead and keep our hypertube going, though, but we go ahead and just put a little stop here. And eventually I'm going to have my factory up here, so I'm going to stop here and then rework anything I need to work. So what we're going to do is go ahead and put our wall right here. And we're doing a lot of stuff with wall connectors and hypertubes and stuff like that. Oh, actually, I probably need to move that just a little bit. Let's move that this way. There we go. And we'll go ahead and put our entrance in here. We're going to put a wall hole there. Grab that from over there. Put that in there. Put an entrance there. Bring our power. Yeah, let's bring that back up. Let's put that up here. Actually, right there. That's because if I want to put that other wall there, that's going to be in the way. And I don't want it to be in the way. So if I put this wall, that corner one would be in the way of putting that wall there. All right, this is shaping up nice. Shaping up nicety nice. I'm going to put that in there. Oh, I just colored it. I just colored it yellow. Actually, I color all my my transport typically purple. Because you want to have a whole separate transport line. But I'll just leave it yellow for now. Good enough. You're like, Kismet, well, actually, I can show you how to uncolor it. You're like, Kismet, how do you get the color off of there? You just take it out. Take it out, put it back in again. And then we'll be back to orange again. Just like that. I leave most of my stuff orange, by the way. I don't spend that much time doing color coding, though color coding can be very, very useful. All right, so we got all that going. We got all our power connected, and now we're going to be going down the line. Now, I have a feeling that this is going to be longer than 12 foundations, so let's go ahead and just click on it. And let's just go ahead and run down here and see where we hit. Ah, yes, yes. Right here is about as far as we can go. So we're going to go ahead and grab the wall from up there and put it right here. Now, one of the things we can do, again, is use our wall hangers here to do this. Now, your wall hangers can actually rotate, right, like that. If you hold down Control, or sorry, Alt. Oh, I got to put it down first. I got to click it down first. There we go. And then I can rotate it, right, either at the beginning or at this stage. But I can also go in and should be able to manipulate it in the other direction. Well, maybe you can't do that with wall hangers. Can you not go in the other direction? Maybe. Oh, you can't. We learned that. And you're like, well, Kismet, how do you know? Well, here's the thing. If you go ahead and just grab it and put it like this, I can control it left and right. And then if I hold down, I thought it was Control. Oh, I got to put it down. No, I think I got to put it down first. Hold on, let's run it down and change the shape. Oh, I don't have enough copper sheets. Not enough copper sheets. All right, hold on. We'll come back. Good idea. Hold on. We're going to go down here first. We're going to go down here. We're going to do this the smart way. We're going to go ahead and make ourselves a couple boxes. Store all that in there so I don't have to keep coming back and forth. So yeah, you should be able to control the forward and backwards as well as the turning of it. I forget what the key is. We'll get it going here in a bit. We'll get the key here in a bit. Up, my vehicle. Come to Papa. There you go. Cool, we get to ride our hypertube. This never gets old, by the way. I love the hypertubes. It'd be great to have this in real life. Very cool. Get from place to place. I think it'd be pretty fun. Maybe one day in my children's generation. They'll probably come up with teleporters by then. I don't know. See, that's something I feel like that's something you could viably make, though, you know, you could easily die doing that. But I feel like in real life you could probably make that easy, because you know you have those little tubes that you could go in and do, and you know Elon Musk trying to make it where you could sit inside one of those things, and then it would push you down the line like a car. But a little personal transporter would be great too. But the problem is you got too many people in that tube, and then it runs out of oxygen, or it breaks down, or you know Microsoft makes it, you know it's going to have a crash. You know, so yeah, that'd be kind of dangerous to be in there, but still it would be awesome. Might be second nature at some point. At some point. All right, we need our copper sheets over here. Now, we probably don't need a whole box full of them, but there's some right there. So we'll go ahead and grab a good amount of them. Now, the second I do this is going to start up my copper sheet production and make some more of them. Fill that box back up again. Now, also, again, the same thing I like to keep with me. Tons of concrete. Okay. Get back to my coffee cup. There we go. And easy peasy. Boom. Much faster. I love how it does that really awesome turn in the corner. Easy, everybody. Easy. And poof. Now, luckily, I got that wall there to stop me, too, because I'm really coming fast. All right, let's try that again. Okay, I'm just going to do it from over here so you guys can see. Let's just put this down. Oh, well, we don't have our other stuff we put down there, so we got to walk down there and get that. We got to put down this concrete and grab the rest of that stuff. Oh, yeah. You know. Just think of how many hours in the world have been wasted with blue screens, right? Imagine if Microsoft had to pay everybody for that time. Imagine the amount of money that would be, right? If Microsoft had to pay back to every person who ever got a blue screen on their computer, they would go bankrupt. Same thing with Apple, same thing with other manufacturers as well. Imagine if they had to pay for your time that you had to spend solving their problem with their product, right? That would be in the trillions and trillions of dollars. It would be pretty insane. Pretty insane. I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying, think about it. Think about how crazy that would be, right? How many hours lost of production time lost because of a poorly designed product. Yeah, look out for that. All right, let's do a battle while we're thinking on that topic. Oh, I'm running over. I'm just like 212. I'm running over big time. Yeah, I might keep going a little bit. Now, by the way, mods, if you have to go, just let me know. I'll keep on keeping on. All right. Let's see. 15 gold going to the rubber hand and baby girl. See, you talking chat. Boom, you win epic loot. See, that's the trick, everybody. If you want to win epic loot in Stream Raiders, you say hi in chat. You say something in chat. You never know. Next time you might win. Kellen Mall getting some extra love, and Trig as well. Bo yet again MVP. Nice job, Bo. All right. Screw it. We're running over. Screw it. I'm so bad, everybody. I'm so bad. I actually kind of feeling like I might. I'm feeling pretty rock solid today. That I might actually change my time to go an extra hour during the day. I'm feeling pretty good about that, though. You know, this week I've been on and off because of IRL stuff, but we'll see. Okay, here we go. Now, so when you're running this, you can go ahead and rotate it left and right. But if you hold down one of these keys, oh, you got to click it first. I keep doing that. You got to click it. There we go. Now you can move it up and down and left and or forward and backwards now with the thing. And then if you hold down the control key, there we go. Then it goes left to right. So left and right. You got to click it first so that you're adjusting the pull. Up and down. Holding down control goes left and right. But then you can also control the angle of how it's going, right? So you can angle it down or angle it up. Whatever you want to do. It kind of be fun to put it up like this and you just walk over it and it sucks you down in there. I might do that at some point. Maybe I should do it under my things, right? Do it under and then put some walkways and then literally just walk over it and it sucks you down in there. I feel like I'd walk over that by mistake so many times for sure. But that was what I was trying to show you there. All right, there we go. Got that going. Let's keep going over here until we get this done. I love this game so much. I mean, I could play this game for endless hours. It is really exceptionally done. So let's go ahead and go down here. But it doesn't look like I can do that with... hold on, everybody. I just did that whole thing. I gotta do it again. This is what happens when I run over on stream. I was doing good. The whole entire stream, I didn't make a mistake. I didn't leave my screen up. And then right here as I run over, that's when I left it up. And thank you to Bo for paging me for that. There's 1,000 Kiscats for when I screw up. Now you guys have more chance of winning those giveaways because I screw up all the time. Just expect it in my stream. It's going to happen. Always things going off the rails, technical problems, all of that. So yeah, there we go. By the way, Bo, did you know that you can actually go exclamation page and then space and then type the word screen? And the word screen will actually come up on my stream deck over here. Very, very cool. So you don't actually have to type it in mod chat anymore. You just go ahead and type it actually in the page and it actually shows up and says screen on my stream deck. It's a cool little page function that my mods have the ability to do, and only my mods. They can page me when I screw up. And they always have my back, and I greatly appreciate them, and I appreciate all of you who had my back, and that's why you get an extra 1,000 Kiscats. There you go. All right, so let me go show you this again. All right, sorry, everybody. Okay, so here it is, right here. We put the thing up here. We run the hypertube, and you click like you're going to put it down. And then it will go up, and then it will rotate forward and backward, so you can control the angle of it. Then you hold down control, and you can also control the rotation of which way it rotates, right? So you let go of control, and then it goes backwards and forwards, and then left and right with holding down control. And then you also have the ability to control the height of how high up and down it is, whatnot. I strongly recommend having it at least 2 up. And that is what I was trying to show you. For now, the 3rd or 5th attempt. I don't know how many attempts that was. It was a lot. And now we're going to go down here. We're going to try to figure out if you can actually rotate this down here. And that's what I'd like to see. If you could actually rotate this to match the angle of the... Oh, look out. Yeah, you can try to rotate, but look at that. It's not quite the right angle, though. See, it'd be nice. There's something I would suggest to fix, right? Is the ability to control that angle at a little bit more at a rate, because you would want it to go at the same exact angle as your ramps. Now, if I was doing a very shallow ramp, that might work. I don't know. What's this ramp here? Hold on. Let's look at a shallow ramp. It's right here. I'm using my double ramps right here, by the way. Let's look at a real... No, that's the steepest ramp I can get. No, it wouldn't be any more matching up to it when it was more shallow, I don't think. Well, let's try it. I think it would be the opposite. It would be even less. Yeah, it's even less along the correct angle. That needs to be adjusted. That needs to be fixed. Or give me more control, more kind of granular control. Because I really only have 2 options. I have this and that. And this and that. That's what I got. Straight that way or straight this way. And I feel like there should be another one in between there which matches up with your stuff, right? With your foundations. So again, I think this should have a spot in between. I think the hypertube wall support should have a spot in between this and this, so they're at the same angle as your supports down here, your ramps as well. So put that in there. And then I'm going to make a marker. And then if I get enough time, I might make a highlight of that. And note to self, make a highlight about the ramp control, or the hypertube entrance control, or hypertube connection. All right, so there. It's going to be like that, which I really don't like. I feel like the side angles they need to work on big time, because that should be at the exact angle of this, because then you could run it nice and straight, and so on. But we do what we can do. Now, what if I did it like this, and I ran it to here, and then I say I moved it up by 2, and then I rotate. See, now I can match the angle. See, why is the angle not already matched from the wall support? Right, the wall one needs to be adjusted. The wall support one. So you can have that control as well with the wall support. Because this one has a lot more in-between snap points, and the wall support does not. It has like... Burp, 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 burp. It needs to have the same as this one over here. So, because I hate that, We're not going to use that at all, and we're going to take the wall out altogether. And then we're going to go ahead and grab this. We're going to bring this down until we can't go anymore. We're going to go ahead and say right there. Bring that up by say 2. Or actually, you know what we could do is we could actually leave it here. And then it will act as a railing. So we don't fall off. At least up to the point in which it gets up real high. So say this will act as a railing. It actually is a obstruction. And there we go. Oh, and I need more pipes. And I probably don't have any pipes that I have to run all the way back to get more pipes. Because that's always how it goes, everybody. Always the one thing that you didn't bring is the thing you have to go back and grab. There we go. You haven't put your boss unit down in stream areas. Oh, thank you. Sorry, see, I get distracted. Boom, right here. Right where everybody's going. I got you back. Thank you, appreciate that. Again, once this goes past my normal time, it's off the rails. It's off the rails. I'll forget my screen. I'll forget stuff. We'll get off the rails. Things will stop happening. Technical problems. I find that always happens when I go beyond my normal time because I'll get a bit loopy. But I do probably have about a maximum about another 20 minutes, and then I got to bail. Because my kids are going to be home. And we got to get them all doing their homework and all of that stuff. Got to be a responsible adult. Responsible parent. Getting them doing their stuff. Probably take a little break and take that Sparkle Dog. Where you at, Sparkle Dog? You're probably behind me napping in her bed. Take that Sparkle Dog for a walk. Basically, well, Sparkle Dog going to take me for a walk, pretty much. I need a walk, too. Let's see. Oh, we got... that's not backlogging yet. Let's see, second one up. Backlogging any of those? We're probably using those up. Yeah, we're using all those up. Okay, we got to go to the upper side. We got to go up to the tap. The tippy tap. Boom. Okay. We got a bunch of stuff stocked up here. Where the rotor's stopped. Oh, yeah. Tons of it up here. Okay, so... Man, we got a bunch of stuff that we don't need. Like right here, we got wooden stuff. Let's put that away over here. Random stuff. Oh, I forgot to... No, I want those beacons. Hey, stop. Mouse. Work with me here. Work with me, crazy mouse, you. Do I really need all this other stuff? Not right this second, but we're going to need it eventually. We're going to need some of these. Boom. Put the 16 back. Get the 100. Alright, looking good. Do I got my chainsaw? I do. I guess I could put in this one with 9 and bring a little bit of this for some chainsaw action later on. Alright, let's get that going, and back down we go. I really like that ramp up into there. I'm really enjoying it. I just did that for the first time in this playthrough, where you ramp up into the second level so it keeps you from accidentally getting sucked in there all the time. I like that a lot. And also, it's very visually easy to see that, oh, that's where my thing is. And I can color it purple if I wanted to. Both the entrance and the ramp and everything. And it was like, look, this is where your transport is. I feel like I'm definitely going to use that in the future as well. And then I'll have to jump up there, by the way, to get to it. That is actually working, but a little dangerous to run that right like that. So we'll just go ahead and run down here. We'll just walk down. It's fine. Alright, so let's say right here, I'm going to hold down, I'm going to hit this over 1 right there, and then bring it up just by 1 and then angle it down. Look at that. Look how you can get that good angle along the side there, and it acts as a railing. Now I'm going to do the same thing down here that I've been doing on all this other stuff. I'm going to go ahead and use my ramp. Right there. And use my walls. And I could go to my wall set and all of that, but I'm just going to do that, let's say. And then this. Be right there. And then our entrance over there. And we also got to get our power from way up there to way down here. So we can prime this oil, and then eventually the oil is going to make us some stuff that allows us to make more power. Now this oil is definitely going to overwhelm my my production for sure. Oh, I got to have a cord, not an outlet. I seriously doubt this is going to reach all the way down there, but we'll go ahead and look at what the maximum is. Oh, it's going to be right here. It's going to be right here for sure. Yeah, right there. And since we're already running that, I'll just go ahead and run a power pole for that. I typically put my power poles right next to where my connectors are. Makes it nice and easy. And then we'll put our connector, say, right there. Now, normally I use a lot of these power lines, but I've been getting to the habit now to try to put them on wall connectors, and we'll come back and we'll revamp that probably down the road. So now it's brought my power all the way down to here. And I go ahead and connect in my entrance, and let's just make sure it works. Works great. Wait till you see me go the other way. That's going to be really fun. Yeah, I might take a break when my kids get home, and we might keep going, everybody. I'm feeling pretty good right now. Feeling pretty good, thanks to all you guys. Feeling pretty good. Look at this. Oh, took one to the face. Knocked me down. Knocked me down the lower level. All right. Oh, actually, we need to take these out right here. All right. Knocked me clean. Took one to the face. Bam! Right there. And then, of course, it would have launched me way down there. Had I not had my container right there. Okay, so now it's time for some battle. Let's go to it. Hold on. Let's go ahead and put our stuff down first. We don't need to carry all this around. We're going to go to battle. Let's do it. Battle! Or actually, hold on. You're like, oh, I can't say hold on 15 times. Yep. I think I just took out my vehicle, which is a no-no, and the beacons, all the stuff that I need right here. All right, beacons. Don't need my thing that's painting, so we'll put our painter back. What else do we not need? Chainsaw right now? Probably not chainsaw, so let's go ahead and put that in there. Chainsaw, back in there. What else we got? Coffee cup, beacons, thing. Probably don't need coffee cup right now. Put coffee cup back in there. All right. And this way we can go ahead and eat. Get up to maximum health, which you'll rarely ever see me at maximum health. Now we're going to go smack some stuff. These guys are sneaky because they fly off when you're trying to hit them. One behind me. See that? Look, he spawns behind me. What's up with that? I feel hacks. When I hit them, they actually show up behind me like that. So I try to take them out as quick as possible. But they'll pop up behind you. What do we got over here? Ooh, thank you very much for that alien remains. Take that! Okay, what else we got? We got a bad guy over there. Show you a little trick, everybody. You ready? Here we go. Now, currently, when you're in your vehicle, mobs do not attack you. But this one slides all over the place. See this? It's a mess. But if you can get it down just right... Oh, there's a doggo. You can get it down just right. Ah, all right. Toro, take two. Take two. I turned it just a little too much. Now, drifting right. Boom, you can run into him, and it does nothing. But here's the trick. You get over here. You get up right up on him. And you pop out and you start wailing on him. Oh, where's my thing? Or not. I didn't have my thing ready. Now this is much easier when you have a jetpack. Much easier when you have a jetpack to take those guys out, but I just went guns a-blazing. Now, if you have a lot of health, if you're really high health, you won't have a problem. It doesn't take that much. You don't typically take that much damage, even if you just run up on them. Ooh, that was a good one. Come on, no hit, no hit. Oh, that was a no hit right there, everybody. That was a no hit. All right, the oil is mine. Impure. Ah, oh, come on. What is this trash? What is this trash you're trying to sell me here? All right, fine. Now, these are beacons. Basically like markers. Oil, impure. Give me that trash, impure stuff. I don't need that. That one's over here. This one is another impure. Not liking this one. Actually, come on, mouse. There we go. Actually, I'm just gonna pick those up. We'll just mark. We know those both are impure, and then we know this one back here is a normal. This one's a normal. All right. I'm going to put the beacon up here, eventually over there too, but I'm just going to put it here. I'm going to say oil normal, because I'm not going to remember what these nodes are later on. Absolutely not. What is update 4 available next year? Next year, sorry. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. Next year, for sure. For sure. Because all the stuff going on in the worlds. The world stuffs. All right, let's put that in there. Let's get our stuff out here. And now we're going to go to town on filling this all in to try to keep the respawn from spawning every time we come over here. You don't have to. You can just leave it. And I have it all the time. People say, like, Kismet, it won't respawn if you've got your oil extractor there. And then I come over here and guess what? It's a respawn. Doesn't matter what it should do. It only matters what it does do. Alright, that's what matters. Just like a person. Doesn't matter what they should be doing. It only matters what they do. Person doesn't do what they should be doing. That's on them. That's a little sideways one there. Here comes Fred. What's up, Fred? Don't get in my way, Fred. I'm working here. Put my foundation down quick before Fred gets in my way. Get up on those foundations, Fred. Block him. Fred in my way. You're like, Kismet, why are you building all these foundations? You will see. You will see the plan when we get it all done here. Again, normally I don't build it at this level. I don't like building at the ground level. Okay. I don't like building at the ground level because mobs are constantly irritating you at the ground level. But we're going to try it in this playthrough and see if we can get them to not spawn every time we come over here. Block them a bit from getting up into our zone. Now this is one of the few things that I let clip, is stuff that clips into the ground or into a wall side, like right here. And I just say that I cut it out. Do a little RP and cut it out. Yeah, off the rails is normal here, exactly. And that's what makes it awesome. That's why my stream is the best. If you like off the rails play, you're in the right place. I love this part, by the way. Putting crazy tons of foundations down. Very, very fun. All right, look at that. We filled that all in. Nice. All right, like that. We're not going to use this one. We'll just use a 2. We'll use a 2 lane on that one. All right, and let's see. This is our oil here. We've got our beacons down. We go ahead and switch out our resources now. Okay, now what we're going to do is go ahead and tell this to stop doing that, and then we're going to go ahead and tell it we need an oil extractor. So we need some of this stuff. Now we got a bunch of this stuff in here. Let's go ahead and put all the concrete back. We'll just take all here and put all of our stuff back, including our coffee cup. Put our vehicle back in there. Take our beacons out. Maybe the chainsaw. Do we have our fuel? We do. Oh, I don't have enough room. I was like, why didn't all that other stuff go away? It's because I don't have enough room in my character. Hold up. Let's put down copper. Put down those. We don't need that many of those. There we go. All right, let's try that again. Boom. What it does is it AoEs everything. That's why it gets both of those at the same time. Get this middle one. It takes out all of those as well. I can also just pick up the leaves too, by the way. Just like hit E to pick them up. There's something you can pick up. There we go. Oh, a bunch of stuff in that. Mindstone, limestone, Macella. We got Macella right there. Is that what this is? Is that Macella? Oh. Yeah, we got a bunch of Macella there. So found some of that along here somewhere on one of these things. Oh, that's what that is. That was limestone, Macella, and silica. Oh, we know what that looks like now. Oh, look out. Kismet knows what it looks like. We just found a Macella.com over here. Is that what this is? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I feel like that's what that is. My God, we finally know what it looks like. I had no idea what it looked like, everybody. Yeah, we got 70 Macella for that. Oh, we get now we're on it. Now we know what it looks like. Now the reason why you need this, by the way, this thing that you do at the very beginning of the game, trying to get this Macella here, this stuff at the very beginning. Look, it's on the side of that thing over there too. Now I see it everywhere. It's over there. It's over there. I see it all over the place. That stuff actually affects the highest level nuclear power in the game. It's actually tiered in such a way that, hey, little dog, oh, you're so cute. I'm not going to bother you. That it actually, that stuff right there that I just got, which card Macella, affects the very in-level stuff. So if you don't have that, which I didn't in my last playthrough, I've forgotten where I got it from, then you cannot actually do nuclear power. You can't actually do nuclear power without that, because there's a whole bunch of steps in between that you're going to need that for. And we just discovered what that looked like finally. There we go. And again, thank you for not telling me, by the way, all of you awesome peeps out there who were nice enough to not tell me what it looks like. And when you don't tell me and don't spoil my fun of discovering it at some point along my playthrough, then I give you extra benefit, like an extra 1,000 Kiz Caps right there toward the contest and giveaways here in the stream. And again, I do give away thousands of dollars worth of stuff right here in the channel all the time, randomly, so make sure to be hanging out. Now, we know our oil is right under there. So we're going to put our foundations down. Now, again, our foundations, we look at our foundations and we look at kind of those rivets of those foundations. Let me grab one here. We look at the rivets of those foundations, which are these little things right here, or screw holes, or whatever you want to call them. These things right here, it has to be less than half. It has to be, if you see those when it's in the ground, then you know you can't put your stuff on top of it. So it can only be half that size. to put the actual oil down up above, or your extraction up above. So we put our oil extractor, we can actually put our oil extractor here on our platforms. Now you're like, well, Kismet, there's not a hole there. Okay, I got it. Kismet, there's not a hole there. Kismet, there's not a thing. That's not fair and whatnot. Just the RPM that you went in and you took a cutter and you cut it out of the foundation and it goes into the thing. Don't be too crazy, people. Don't be too crazy about it, all right? All right, I got an AFK for just a second and I shall be right back. Told you I'd be right back, and it's time for a battle. Let's go, everybody. Battle time. Let's do it. Now, again, I'm going to keep these battles going. When my kids get home here in just a little bit, I'm going to take a break. And I'm going to go for a walk with the Sparkle Dog. But I'm going to leave Stream Raiders up to battle, and I might even come back a little bit after that. We'll see how it goes, but we definitely will go into battle mode and go from there. Let's do it. Always right behind my big head. Right there we go. These guys are toast. We got 55-3. 55-3. Bye-bye, suckers. Zoom in on the action. Nice job, everybody. All right, let's see who's getting the love. Boom. The Rubber Hand, a Bright Bottle Gamer. Look at that, more love for you. Kellum Mall coming in, getting the love. Rotisserie G, overall MVP. Rotisserie G and MVP rhyme. Back to the map. More loot. Let's keep it going. Do you want to go mystery? I don't think we have a choice. I think I was going to go down underneath here now that I think about it. But we'd have to do a 4-star no matter what. We'd have to do a 4-star there. That's what it was. Yeah, we're going to skip that one. 4 and then 4 again. All right. I think we can do it, everybody. We're going to keep these battles going all day long. 15 hours of battles. So if I'm a little late on, a little behind on one, don't complain because, you know, I'm only a human being. So there we go. How you doing today, Kismet? Doing awesome, man. It's still games. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing good. You know, Sparkle needs a walk when Sparkle leaves little presents around the house. She actually is really good. She's like 10 years old. She doesn't do that anymore. When she was little, that's when, you know, when they're still learning. But she's actually really good about letting you know because Corgis are really smart dogs. So she'll come to you and she'll say, let's go. And she comes to me and looks at me and says, bark, bark, bark. I got to go. So there you go. As well. Plus, I also let her out in the yard as well because we have a fenced-in yard back there pretty much. But we also take her for a walk as well. So let's get into it and get it going on. Let's get back into some Satisfactory. Now, we got our oil extractor here looking good. We need our power over here. And again, this is just a normal node, so we're going to probably have to combine a lot of this together. The max flow rate of this right now is 600, but the flow rate is actually going to be 120. And there's no second level oil extractors or anything like that. There's just these levels for now. But it's 120 here. The other one's going to be 60, so that's 260s, 120. You combine all that together, it's going to be 240 maximum amount of oil that I'm going to have. And all of that oil can fit in one oil pipe. So the smart thing to do is to run all that oil together into the same spot. So we're going to run over here and work on this over here. And I left this piece off here so just kind of so I could kind of know where the oil thing was. And then once I know where it is, then I go ahead and put this in here. And then we'll run it in that direction. There we go. Very nice. And then this one over here. I feel like we'll fill a little bit more of this in here. Fun with foundations, everybody. Fill that in a little bit more. All right, and then there's our node right there, which is underneath our ramp, which is not good placement of our ramp there, which I just thought of. That's not good, because it's going to obstruct its ability to extract and be put there. I think that the thing that's really in the way is this. This is in the way. We might have our ramp just high enough to where it might not obstruct it. Gotta back up and see. Nah, it's obstructing it for sure. Yep. Oh, that is a bummer. That is a bummer, but we can always make do with what we got. Now, also, it's not going there because I have that thing out of there, by the way, too. I got to have that in there for it to work. So I'm going to just try to see if there's any spot in which it will work without doing too much. No. Okay, and I'm going to run this one that way. But I'm going to have to pull out some of my ramps here, and we'll have to readjust the bottom of this ramp. And I could redo the entire ramp fairly easily all the way up. But don't feel like doing that right now. So we're going to keep trying to put that in there. It's encroaching another's clearance. We're going to take this one out. Like that. And we can always fiddle with it later. Oh, now I'm out of steel pipes? What the? No. Okay. It was on something else. On a refinery, not an oil extractor. All right. Oil extractor in. Now, let's see. Yeah, that's blocking. Not blocking on that side. So we can get a ramp there. Ramp there, not there. Up there. So, right about here, we have a problem. Man, if I had only moved that back by 1, or moved it forward by 3, that would have been awesome. But that's okay. This is really easy to redo. Your ramp here. And I feel like I don't want it to be any closer to this right here. The thing I would do with that ramp would probably be moving it back. I would move it back more than I would move it up. I would just start another ramp say right here, and then go up, and then have the ramp meet up there further back. That's probably what I'll end up redoing. But for right now, we actually still have the ability to go up and down just fine, because we have this side area over here. I can also just have it come down and then make a left turn and end up on the left side. That works as well. Because we're going to have a little bit of a problem with this anyway, because I want to run that right through there. So that works out really good in the long run, if you think about it. I want to run this right through here. So let's go ahead and take this out. We'll re-put in these ones right here. And the reason why I want to run that through there is so that I can match it up with this one over here. And then we're going to see what's our largest area. Probably over here and over here. Well, we can go ahead and do our refineries. Now, we can really do the refineries anywhere. But we want to see what we want to produce of each of these. Now, to do that, we're going to need our refinery here. And we're going to need, I'd say, 2 or 3 of those to start as well. We need our steel pipes. I kind of feel like I want to do this on this side, too. Hold on. Let's take these out. Let's see what our ramps look like if we do this. That one's fairly good. Right there. All right, that's looking good. There we go. That's allow us to just get up here on the top. I have to run all the way around every time. Get our pipes, and we're ready to rock. Now, our refineries are going to produce over here. These ones are going to produce just 60 because it's not a pure note. So it's just going to produce 60. But how much do we need to start doing some plastic and all of that as well? Right here. So we're going to go out here and we're going to look at this. We're going to say, okay, we want to make some plastic. All right, awesome. Well, all we need is some heavy residue. And, oh, wait, fluid. We need some fluid? Uh-oh. How are we going to do some fluid? That means we need water. We need water to combine, or no, sorry, we don't need water. Our stuff is going to produce water-like substance. There we go. My brain went totally backwards there. Water-like substance, fluid, which is this excess stuff. But all it really needs is oil, and it needs 30 per to make that oil in there, right? Because that's the first step of your refinery. So really all we need to do is just run this out of here into this first step of the refinery. We'll go ahead and just kind of line it up as best we can. Now see, look, that doesn't line up. Boy, it drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. Now I'm going to go into my set down here, which allows me to access my different pipes. And I'm just going to go ahead and take this thing right here and eyeball kind of where that center is. Let's say right there. Take a look at it. Nope, not even close. Not even close. All right, fine. Fine, I'll do it this way then. Even that's not straight. Look at that. Even that's not straight. Over by 1. Well, that's straighter. Right there. All right, good enough. So we'll run that out just to kind of straighten that out a little bit. And then we're just going to have to eyeball this. Nope. Now here's a little trick, by the way. If you got to move it over just a little bit, do this, move over by 1, and then put that one down. And that's going to tell you exactly where to put this one. Because then you can pick this up, if you can make 2 of them. And then you can just line that up to there now. And then that will help you align that a little better. But you really got way over here or way over there. That's what you got. Alright, so if I go in and I grab this, that down, and then a little nudge over. There we go. Great little Kismet tip, because you know you need it one nudge over from that previous one. Then we'll take this out. And then now we've got kind of alignment here, but actually I probably want a little closer. So let's do the same thing, but this time we're going to do this. Take this out. Take this. So basically I'm just using it to align the second one. And align it way closer. You know what? I actually kind of like it there. We're going to have to split it anyway. Let's just go there for now. In there it goes. Okay, now first thing I want to try to do is make some plastic. It's going to make 20 per minute, and I need to run in 30. But I have 60, so why can't I make double? And I can, so I will. And actually, now I think I got to push it back more that other way. Push it back more this way. All right, so let's say... let's just say there for comfort. And we're going to go ahead and make 2 of these. There we go. Right there. Now, the easiest way to do this is to line them up perfectly side to side. Do this. Then go in, and I just connected them both because it's both a merger and a splitter at the same time when you're using your fluids, which is awesome. And I have it pointing up so I can kind of try to center it. And then turn it. And then boom. That into there. Now, I could have centered the whole thing if I wanted to and moved it over and done all of that. But not necessary right now because we're going to run out of time. Run out of time. So I'm waiting for my kids to text me. Hopefully they text me soon. And we'll go from there. So again, both of these we want to make plastic. Right over here. Plastic and plastic. Now this other thing over here is going to be heavy oil residue. Now the heavy oil residue are going to play a part later on. But we're going to have 2 outputs here. We're going to have one that is going to be our plastic we need. So we're going to take our plastic and lift it up if we had our correct resources. Right there. Oh, I got limestone on me too. Limestone. All this other stuff I picked up along the way. Drop all that off. All right, there we go. And back over here. And so we're going to have our lifters. Now, here's the thing you don't want to do. You don't want to be doing a lot of lifting of your fluids. Your fluids, you definitely want to have them as low as possible at the same level as all your other stuff. Now, I'm going to go straight out. And then 1, 2 over, and then rotate. He's going to give me that nice 90. Same thing here. I'll straight out. 1, 2. I just happen to know that I put it along this line, so that's going to line that up. That's going to line that up. And just basically what we did before, right? Rotate this up just so we can see the center. And then rotate it down like that. So now we can deal with the excess, and we can deal with our output of our product. And that product is going to go up here. And for now, we'll just go ahead and make a box for it. And then eventually we'll run it all the way up. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and say, okay, our plastic is going to run to this box. And so we'll go ahead and grab our fastest conveyor we can do right now, which is conveyor level 3. What's up, puppy? And we'll run that up there. Now, what I can do is I can do my inline merging, and I can do all of that, or I can make it even easier on myself. I can just go in, I can grab a merger, just put it right there, and just run it easy peasy over here. And we'll refine all of this later on, but we're just going to run it in there. Now, what it's going to do is going to be heavier on that side than it is this side because they're not perfectly split, but good enough. Run it up in there. Now we're ready to start up our production. Now, way up there, floating up in the sky right now, is our power, but we're not going to use that one. We're going to definitely use our wall power. And so we're going to go ahead and put our walls in. Right over here. I usually face the inside toward my machinery, by the way. That's just me. And let's get back to our other set. There we go. We'll put that right there. And then we want to run this wall power. Right there. And we'll put it right there. And we're going to go ahead and run it from up there over there. And then from this side down to that side, and so on, and so forth, and so on. Off it goes. Firing up. Now, because I have it all at the same level, I don't need any pumps. It's going to be pumping it through there at its maximum rate right now is about 60. And that 60 is going to split in half, and this will be 30 and 30. And then that's going to start to produce my plastic, and there it goes. Starting to produce plastic, starting to produce that. Now, what probably is going to happen at some point is that this is going to kick off my power. The way I can tell that is I can go ahead and pull down another power line. Oh, boy, if I had one. Do it from this side. No, I can. Pull down another power line, which becomes a power pole, and I can look at what my power is at right here. But definitely this is gonna kick it off. But I want to make enough plastic so I can get it going. Now I can also go in and make a bunch of the other stuff, which is rubber here as well. But we're gonna do that from the other side, right over here. And we'll go ahead and utilize this for making our other one. And we're gonna have to do the same basic thing where we use our oil extractors here. Oh, not extractors, sorry, oil refineries. We're going to run it straight out of there. Let's just go ahead and run it. I kind of feel like this way. I feel like we could probably run it from there to here. Yeah, let's say something like that. And why am I doubling that up? Again, because when you're doing rubber, it's 30 input. This is going to be 60 output because I know it's an impure node. I just happen to know all the math. So again, we don't have any inputs on the item side. These are items. These are fluids. Items, fluids. So all we need to do is, again, go in, get our correct set, and run a pipe from here to here. You guys just saw me do this just a second ago, so I'm going to do the same thing over, but only at a much higher speed. Apparently going to be doing it that way. I need to actually click the button. I meant to rotate it first. There we go. And then run it right out of there into there. And then we go ahead and pull down a power line. Now, I could pull a power line from up there, but it's already using some of those that power line already. So the smart thing to do is to actually run its own separate double wall outlet over here. So you don't have to go back and fix that up later. There we go. And then we can run this to here. There. And over there. Alright, that's all going to start up. And then this is going to produce rubber. And this is going to be rubber. Okay. Now it's going to do 20 parts per minute, and fluid is going to be M3 or 20 M3 per minute. So we got 20 coming out of here and whatnot. Now this is going to produce a bunch of excess fluid. Now that fluid is going to build up over time and stop my production. Though it does hold a good amount in there. There goes my power. It does hold a good amount in there, but it will eventually backlog my entire thing. So there we go. There's our power is off. And such as this, also we're going to need to do the same thing we did before, which is doing our logistics, lifting this up like this, and then also making another box, let's say way up here, going in this direction, also running that up, and then our fastest conveyor we've got right now, right there. A little too steep on that one. Let's try it from this one. That's good. That's good. We'll take this out. Go ahead and add our merger. Merger. GG. GG. Now, see that went up there but stopped? It might be that this didn't connect properly to that right there. Another thing that we can do is we can actually just extend this out as well. Kind of a little workaround for right now. And then bring it up and have a little bit of extra space so that you know when you run the line that the line's going to kind of twist a little bit and end up in there properly. And now that should come out of there and properly go in there and merge with the rest of that, hopefully. And right now it has no power. So we're going to need more power, plus we need something to do with all this fluid. So what we can do is we can go ahead and say this way. And we can say, you know what? Take this fluid and make petroleum coke. It's going to be 40 per minute in. So this is going to be 20 and 20. So that'll be 40. And this one over here is actually going to be 10 and 10. So that'll be 20. So it'll be half the amount. So we're actually going to need 2 of these like this. So we can convert that into something that we can deal with. Now that is a lot of power, bro. That's a lot of power going on there. But we're going to go ahead and take this and run that into that one. And then we're going to go ahead and do the same thing here. Bring this way out. Rotate. Oh, nope. Bring that out. 1, 2, and then rotate. Oh, out of copper wire. Let's go get some more. Hopefully we got enough, or we're going to go on a little magic ride here in a minute. Nope, plenty. Plenty. I have a lot of copper wire when you're doing pipes and stuff. All right, and then over here, line it up across that way. And then 1, 2, rotate. That is not lined up. That is not lined up well. All right, try that again. 1, 2. Much nicer. Nice 90 degree. Now this needs to go into there, so I'm going to probably move it over just by a little bit. I can get that to go in there nicely. Okay, so that is that. Now this is going to produce this into petroleum coke. Extend this out a little bit. And you're like, Kismet, what are you going to do with that petroleum coke? I'm going to get rid of it. I'm just going to throw it into the awesome sink. And the reason why I'm going to throw it into the awesome sink is because I don't want to deal with it right now. Later on, we're going to utilize it for other things. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and put a merger out here. Let's just go to my merger set. Set number 2. We're going to put a merger right here. We're going to line it up off the entrance here. Like that. Put that in there. That's going to go right into the awesome sink. Okay, again, we do not have enough power for all this. So the rest of our factory needs to go off. All the other stuff that we're making right now, we don't need that stuff. What we need is we need plastic and we need rubber. That's our make priority in what we need to make so that we can go ahead and unlock our ability to make the stuff, the refineries, which the power refineries, which basically allows us to use oil to generate power. And that's what we're trying to unlock by doing all this plastic and doing all this stuff. So we got to get all this in place and then, of course, run all the power and do all of that. So let's do it over here. Actually, let's put it right. Let's put our wall, say, right here. Actually, let's put this one up. And put that up there. All right, running out of more stuff. As always, how are we doing this battle? 6 minutes. Let's put that right there. And then to here. Okay, so now we got all of this powered over here. We got all of that powered over there. We've got our excess resources running into both of these. Now, since this is only coming in at 20, we can go ahead and half this. We can say 50% on this one, which is going to save us some power. And then on this one here, we want it to be 100%. And right now it has no power, and there's no power connections either. So we need to connect these two through here. There we go. Now everything's connected, except for we're using too much power to make all this work. Now, because we're way out here, and we have no power, and our transport is all part of that power, we're kind of bumming right now. Oh, poor puppy. We're kind of bumming right now because we don't have the ability to turn the power back on unless we disconnect all of this. And so that's something we could do. We could literally just go in and disconnect this power line right there. and go see if it turns it back on again, which I doubt it because it's going to spike first. Right? It's going to spike first when it starts. We'll see. Oh, wait a minute. That's not connected. That's not connected. Hold on. This one up here. Actually, let's take this out. I'll bring that power line down. Let's bring it down to here. That one's not connected to the rest of the system now. There we go. This is the one. Sometimes what happens is it'll spike and it'll kick off the power. But luckily, we don't have that problem. So what we can do is we can say, you know what? Up to this point right here, where we have our transport is going to be where our primary line is. And then we're going to run a secondary line. Right, a secondary line from here, which is going to be everything else. Am I all out of plates? It could be. Yeah, I'm out of plates. So what we're going to do is go ahead and run another line from the back of this, like this, from here. And this is when I typically will use poles. And I'll use those poles just so I could have a stopping point between there. Right, so this one actually I'm going to go all the way from up here directly into the back here, and it's going to kick my power back off again because it's still feeding into the rest of my system. So let's go ahead and take this out. Or wait, no, this side. Let's take this out and let's run this one to there. So now that's controlling that and all of this. And then over here on this side, let's take this one out. And then we're going to run that from here to that one. And you can basically get the gist of it. Now this one chains down to the rest and whatnot. So whenever we want to cut off this stuff, which is a lot of power, we can just take out this one line. And now we have our ability to use our transport. And there you go. So now all of that is still connected power-wise, but it's disconnected so I can use my power to go turn off the rest of my stuff. Now it'd be nice to be able to control that from where I was, but that's how it works. That's the on-off switch for the rest of your production, is to kind of putting it in such a way that you can control just that part of the production. Now later on, this is all going to provide power down here as well, and I'll use another oil node, hopefully a pure node, which will produce a lot of rubber and all that stuff. But this will be mainly my power down here. I already know this will be all power, and it will just run my power back, and that'll be it for that particular node. Now we have another node that's not too far away. We can bing that right over the side there, which is oh no, keep going. There it is. Right over the side, there's about 500 in that direction, about 700 in that direction. So really a lot of more oil over there that we can tap into, use that for power, run that back while we're running. And you really only need about 3 clusters of oil and then maybe 1 thing of coal, and that's it. You go all the way to the max level of the game. And I've played the game all the way through multiple times, all the way to the highest level. You thought Nick Merckx was talking about me? I don't know, but Nick Merckx was talking about me. I consider that a compliment. Thank you. I seriously doubt he knows I exist. He doesn't even know I exist. Hey, Trixie, going in lurker mode. Thanks for coming in. Stop bodying, Kismet? I don't even know what that is. What is bodying? I'm going to have to Google that. See, I'm at the age now that I just admit when I don't know stuff. Right? It's not tying, bodying. Let's see. Urban Dictionary. What is bodying? I probably don't want to know what this is, right? I probably don't want to know what this is. Oh, okay. Huh. There's a lot of really risque definitions in here. There's a lot of risky definitions in here. Yeah, some of those are pretty tame, and some of those are pretty off the chain. Hey, I don't care. I learned something new today. If you want to troll on my channel, though, if I do find you being disrespectful, I don't mess around. I give away tens of thousands of dollars worth of stuff here in the stream, and if you get banned, you get banned from it all. I'm talking about like full $200 pack of games. I'm talking about $60 games. I'm talking about gear from Bethesda that's worth $60, $100, $200, $300. Tons of stuff like that. I've given away 100 copies of 7 Days to Die. You can figure that money out yourself. So that's about it. Because you know what? I'm 50 years old. I'm high level in real life, not just in game. I have real life achievements and 100% achievement in graphic design, by the way. Been a graphic designer for many, many years. I think I'm going to create myself a little extra. No, I better not. You know what? I better not do that, or I'm going to end up falling off of that. I better not do that. All right. All right, so we made ourselves a back up here, and we need to go back all the way back to the edge here. I could have been traveling while I was looking that up as well. Different kinds, that's all. Well, there you go. Well, hey, I learned something new today. All sorts of new terms being created, I guess, by peeps. But what we want to do is do a battle. Let's do that, too, while I'm running back here, and I'm going to turn my factory off. I'm looking at something. Hold up. Yeah, right there. Right there. All right. All right. Go. We tapped the chest. Boom. Oh, look at all this excellent. That's a little side thing we do called Stream Raiders. Man of Steel Games, 50 gold. Baby girl, look at that. See, for being awesome, you got some extra gold. And Codger Cat. Yeah, Codger Cat coming in, getting some extra love. CW MVP again. Congrats on that. We're going to keep going here, everybody. Let's see what's up with my kids here. Now, again, I'm going to take a break here when my kids want to go take for a walk. My doggy. Take the puppy for a walk. We'll see. Hello, puppy. The puppy's right here. You want to see the puppy? Come here, Sparkle. Come here, puppy. Everybody can see ya. Oh, come here. Get those Sparkle emotes ready. All right, here she is. Oh, you're such a big girl. You're such a big girl. This is her right here. This is the Sparkle dog. She's an English Welsh Corgi, and she is beautiful. We call her the princess, or the legendary gamer dog. She's got her own emote. Hello, everybody. She's a sweetheart, aren't you, puppy? Yes, you are. Oh, you're such a little puppy. You're such a little puppy. Oh, daddy love you. All right, down there you go, little buzz face. Oh, pet puppy. Watch out with your little tail there. Now, she's actually a corgi that has a tail. A lot of corgis, they either are bred and so they don't have tails, or they cut their tails off. We did not cut the tail off our dog. No. No. And by the way, it's like a tail that never gets wet for some reason. It's like anti-wet. Even when you're washing the dog, her tail never seems to get wet, which is pretty funny. Even when it's been saturated with water. All right, we want to go this lower one here and whatnot. And she loves to sit right here under my feet, too, during the day while I'm over here streaming. Let's see. Right over here. Be kind to your animals, everybody. That's a red flag to me. When I see people who who are unkind to animals, that's an instant red flag. Now, I might have had, dog bit them or something when they're young, but still, be unkind to an animal who likes you if you're the most biggest white knight or the biggest jerk crack dealer, whatever. Dogs don't have any sense of that. They love you no matter what. No matter what, if you could be a completely horrible person or a completely fantastic person, either way, they're going to love you. So I don't see why anybody would dislike or not love animals in that way. especially domesticated animals. Let's see. She's so cute. Yeah, she's a good puppy. Hello, Kismet. What's up, Crimson? From the Bear Gamer's mom. Well, there you go. Well, thanks for coming in, Crimson Knight. Good to see you. What's up, Vap? Wonder what it tastes like. What? Okay, that I'm going to purge. That I'm going to purge. That's weird, bro. That's too weird for me. Hold on. I'm going to press the purge button. Burp. That's weird. That I'm going to purge. That's too weird. Are you looking for attention? That's what usually happens. Did he? He said, I purged. I didn't see it. Oh, he did. Okay, well, great. Have a nice time, bro. Oh, dude, I can see everything you typed in the chat. Thanks for going bye-bye. There we go. All right, and I'm going to add some more work. I got to do this. Now, here's something that people like to do, everybody. I like to come in my channel, and, no, I'm not their papa. I'm not here to teach you how to be a decent human being. You got to learn that on your own, bro. Hopefully your parents have already told you that and whatnot. But I give you one chance to be awesome, and if you're not, you're gone. That's it. I'm not here to be your papa and teach you how to be a decent person. I'm not even going to mess around with that at all. So I just insta-ban peeps. I don't care. I don't care. It's not my job to do that kind of stuff. Let me find that other part there. There we go. And see, there's a mod mode that I really love on Twitch. They added this really cool mod mode where you can just click on someone's name and it tells you every single thing that they said in your chat forever. For like 1,000 years. For however long you... oh, we're ready. Okay, hold on. We're ready to go. So I'm going to go and put that in there. Now what happens is people always come back to me later and say, Kismet, your mods banned me for no reason. I can't believe why I was banned and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, my mods do not ban people for no reason. Ever. And there we go. And they don't ban people like that because they're just following my rules and they're just, you know, they only ban people very rarely. But when we do, we catalog it. So here's a good thing for all you streamers is to have your mods catalog everything. So when someone comes back later and says, hey, Kismet, you know, I got banned for no reason. I'm like, hold on. Yep, no, you got banned for a good reason. Bye. Because again, Kismet don't mess around. Kismet don't mess around. Now what I'm going to do right now, everybody, we're going to come back to some streamers here in a moment. But I'm going to go ahead and save this as, what we're doing? We're working on Oil Tycoon. How about that? By the way, there's a really great game called Railroad Tycoon and Oil Tycoon. Very, very cool game, old school game with that as well. All right, so there we go. So what I did right here, everybody, is while you were watching that, I was trying to figure out where my connection between this side of the factory and that side of the factory was. And it's right here in the middle. And now what I start using these poles for is these poles are connection points between whole sides of the factory that I can turn off. I just turn all of this off by one cable that was connecting between here and here. And now when I put that pole there, normally I would go ahead and color it as well. If I have my thing, I don't have my coloring thing on me. But I would color it purple or color it red or some other color that will give you an indication that, hey, this is the power's running from there. And then the same thing over here. I can go ahead and have it where I can cut out power to whole sections of my base by just removing those cords. Now, it'd be nice if they were all tied into one and I could just click the one and bam, the whole entire thing goes off. But you can see over here, here's another line that's running across here. I've got a pole in the center. I take this part off. Boom, that whole other side of the base is off. Now, one of the things I got to watch out for is that my transports don't go off, right? My transports should be on their own line. And we'll work on that a bit more. But right here, same thing. Look, this one is tied into the rest of this. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and fix this. And we're actually, my kids are waiting for me right now. So we're going to have to come back to all of this. But I'll put another line in there and I'll tie all the rest of this into that line as well and so on. Or I'll go ahead and take this line and tie it across into that line. And then this line is the actual line that's connecting. And I'll take this line out. See, that's the line that's actually running that, and then I'll just disconnect the other line. And now both sides of that factory are off, right? So we have both the that production and this production. And now this is the only thing that's plugged in to the power right now. And you can see now it's using very little amount of power. Now the problem is this power has to somehow make its way all the way out to where my oil is without touching any of the other lines that are going to cause the rest of the factory to come on. And that is what we're going to work on. Maybe when I come back, but potentially for sure next week. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go into battle mode for a little while. Now, battle mode is when you don't see or hear me, but we do a lot of Stream Raiders battles. So we're going to get that going right now. I'm going to give you guys some Kiz Cats for hanging out for those who might have to bail. So let's give you guys about 1,000 Kiz Caps. Oh, so many Kiz Caps, 5,000 Kiz Caps. How much we did on the retweets over here? How do we do? Oh, we did good. We got 5. All right, boom. Another 1,000 for you guys right there. So that's the Kiz Caps, by the way, are for my giveaways. I give away tons and tons of loot here in the stream. For sure. There we go. There we go. He says hello. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Don't be advertising other people's channel in my chat, though, because you're right on that line where my mods will ban you. For sure. So watch out for that. Okay, so we're going to go into battle mode. That means I'm going to go ahead and show you guys Stream Raiders, and you won't see me. So I might be back. We'll see how it goes. But for right now, we're going to go into battle mode. I may turn off the stream. Do I want to turn on the stream? No, I'm just going to leave it on. For now, I just stopped my recording and go from there. So going into battle mode. Thanks for being here, everybody. I may see you in a little bit, or I may not. All right, bye, everybody. Hey, everybody. Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also, check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.